Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you are watching from. Welcome to Saudi Arabia, welcome to the Jcsa YouTube channel, and welcome to the final time to King Khalid Racecourse here in Taif. I'm Callum Helliwell, and I'm looking forward to taking you through 9 wonderful races, but I am joined by the man on my right. He's been with me now for 3 weeks, and he's survived to tell the tale. Rory Delaghi, how are you getting on?
I'm getting on fine, Callum. Very much looking forward to this final day, culminating with the King Khalid Racetrack Championship, which looks an absolutely cracking finale to the season here at Taif. So a good day in store.
Yes, very exciting indeed, and plenty of races to get our teeth stuck into. But it won't just be the two of us. We'll also be joined by Miss Shamila Hamley. How are you doing?
Thank you so much, Callum, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us on our very last meeting of the Taif season. I cannot believe it's over. I arrived here 14 weeks ago, and to say I've enjoyed it would be a total understatement. I've had such a good time, and I've loved finding winners for you from my paddock selections, and I hope to do the same in Riyadh. Now, today I'm really looking forward to race number 7, Sunset Flash, versus one of my favorite fillies in Saudi Arabia, Habibi Go Lucky. We've already seen so many stars cross the finish line here at Taif Racecourse, and I'm so honoured to be covering the last day with Callum, Rory and Anthony.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and I can totally understand you absolutely love Habibi Go Lucky, but we cannot get away from the fact that you had 4 winners yesterday. Mightily impressive. Now, let's look ahead to what we've got to look forward to today.
Everyone is looking forward to ending the Taif season in the best way possible and getting the opportunity to get a victory photo and reach the highest podiums. Mahlawa may be able to leave her mark in the first race after she performed well recently, and she looks in the best condition to ascend to the winner's enclosure yet again. The third race is a strong handicap in which Full Marks will try to get the full score today after falling to second place in his last appearance. However, Abu Al Azam will be determined to take a step forward after coming in second in his last run. In race number 4, Mr. Trinket seeks to embrace a long-awaited title as he finished many times in the lead without ever winning first place. His stablemate, Musayaha, is considered the most dangerous to him after she competed in several big races, in the end of which she came in second place. After straying from victories in his last participations, RB Game Over will try to return to the winner's enclosure in this Arabian contest. That is, if he is not disturbed by Hatama Al Khalidia, who will try to erase her recent loss in the Taif Derby. An exciting encounter will be witnessed in the Jockey Club Challenge race for 2-year-old colts and fillies, where Barhawa appears with great hopes of strengthening her first win with a new victory. She will be competing with Azam Al Riyad, who was victorious in his first appearance before falling to 3rd place in his last race. And Mostaweba is the most dangerous filly in the group after her big win during her only appearance. The Speed Star Sunset Flash will appear in the King Khalid Racetrack Championship Cup for fillies, hoping to make up for her loss of the same title last season. However, Mazyuna may stand in her way and add a new title to her record after her easy win in the Taif Cup. In the King Khalid Racetrack Championship for Arabian horses, Al Khalidia stables are placing their hopes on Khasrat Al Khalidia. He must withstand Najib Al Zaman, who will try to take advantage of the absence of Asfan Al Khalidia from this race to conclude the Taif season with a win, just as he began it. The finale will be the King Khalid Racetrack Championship Cup over 1 mile. Go Fast Trowland may receive the most nominations due to his 3rd place in the Okaz Cup. But Ford Maddox Brown will try to leave his mark once again, as he did when he won the Macca Cup. There is plenty of excitement and suspense leading up to this final day of the Taif racing season. Who will walk away victorious?
Well, if that doesn't get you excited, I don't know what will. Rory, the lucky last, race 9, the racetrack championship for a whopping 300,000 Saudi Riyal. What a contest. It's
a great race. I mean, we've seen some of these horses run out impressive winners in the weeks that we've been here. Sunset and Vine, Expressionist, Ford Maddox Brown, Groom, and Go Fast Trow Lands on over the page there. All been impressive winners this season. They all meet in that finale, and something's got to give.
Yes, well, one of the main stories here is definitely Ford Maddox Brown. It seems to be just priming himself for these cup races and running really big races, but then hasn't been seen since beating 33. Would that be a concern for you at this stage?
I don't think so. I think he's been laid out for this. Normally, if we're looking at horses who you'd expect to be seeing, you know, you're looking at 0 to 85 handicaps or something like that, and there are opportunities for them, and they go missing, and then they suddenly appear 6 weeks later. You think, oh, maybe something's gone amiss since the last run. But when you're looking at a finale that's worth twice as much money as most of the other races, and horses are putting themselves in line for it with good wins early in the season, I can understand why a horse like Ford Maddox Brown would have that kind of break. And obviously a lot of these horses will be looking to go to Riyadh as well, so they'll want to freshen up at some stage, and the best time to do that maybe is a time when there aren't any particularly suitable races for the right sort of prize money. But you see a few horses lining up in this event who we haven't seen much recently, and I think it's going to be really interesting. There's several who've been off for maybe 10 or 12 weeks in the race, and I think Notation actually makes her seasonal reappearance in it. I think a lot of horses will be primed for this, with a view to taking that form straight over to Riyadh shortly afterwards. So it'll be an interesting one, and I'm not quite sure where your loyalties lie in that race. You're keeping your cards very close to your chest.
For once in a while, I am keeping my cards close to my chest. Now, one man who certainly doesn't ever need a freshen up is the fourth member of our awesome foursome. It is Mr. Anthony Ennis.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Yeah, great to see you. And Rory and Shamila there. Yes, I'm making up the foursome today. Here's the race schedule. We start off with this fillies race for nominals of 4 over 1,400 metres, race number 1. Race 2 is due off at 4:25. It's a locally bred fillies maiden race. Plenty of runners in that one. Plenty of runners in race 3 as well, which is a handicap for 0 to 80 rated horses over 2,000 metres. We go up in trip for race 4 for nominals of 3 over 2,400 metres. And the Arabian horses handicap smaller field in that one. That's race number 5. It's over 2,400 metres again. We've got the Jcsa Challenge race due off at 6:30. That's over 1,400 metres. Some nice horses lining up in that one. Competitive as ever. And, of course, we have got the King Khalid Racetrack Championship due off at 7 o'clock local time. Looking forward to that. And then after that, at 7:30, the King Khalid Racetrack Championship for the Arabian horses. Another stellar lineup in that one. And then the big one, featuring the magnificent champions of the race course. We've got Ford Maddox Brown in that race. The horse has done great things already this season, including some other good horses too. That's due off at 8 o'clock. Looking forward to that. But we start off with the 155 or the 355 for fillies who are nominated for lifetime. Number 1 is Al Mondialia, ridden by the brilliant Camillo Ospina. 2, Mona Albari. 3, Altamat. 3, Income, Luis Morales. 4, Know It's Time, ridden by Khalid Al Mamoni. 5, Malawa, Wigberto Ramos. Number 6 is Moata Semeh, ridden by Abdullah Al Saidi. 7 is Just a Tad, Alexis Moreno. Number 8 is Jazio. Jazio is the mountain Muhammad Al Shamari. 9, Tata Jamal, Abdullah Al Kradis. Number 10 is As It Was. Number 11 is Melofa. Number 12 doesn't go. Scratch the 12. Terahar is out. So 13 is next. That's Sadahim. Number 14 is Jazzy Al Moghtara for Naif Al-Anazi. 15, Consensus de Vega. Used to race over here. 16, Craft in Silk. 17 is the grey Luffy. ridden by Rayan Altoash. And 18 runs as well. Fariba is also a runner here. So scratch number 12. Also pull a line through 19, 20 and 21, the reserves that don't get in. But we've still got a good field of runners, and they're just emerging in the paddock in the sunshine. Let's go back to our top team, Callum and Rory.
Thank you very much, Enzo, for taking us through the runners and riders. And what a start we have today, Rory. 17 going to post, and they're led by Almondi Alaya.
Yeah, Almondi Alaya was rated 82 as a 2-year-old. She's not quite as good these days, and she comes here off a disappointing effort last time out. She was a 6 1/4 length fourth in a 1 mile no winners of 4 back to meeting 42. If she can find that form, she's got place claims, but questions after her last run.
Mona Albari and Income 2 and 3.
Yeah, Mona Albari is consistent. She was frustrating until getting her head in front belatedly last time over a mile. I thought she really relished the mile trip there, and the step back in distance a bit of a negative for her. Income, I think the opposite with him. Well, he wants a sharper trip. His wins for Richard Hughes were over 5 furlongs and 6 furlongs. Was a 6 furlong open winner here on debut in Saudi Arabia. Hasn't really gone on from it. Failed to stay a mile when last seen, and I think 7 furlongs might be too far as well.
Know It's Time is number 4, and Meloa is number 5, who's just going into the naughty corner. Meloa just getting checked over in the naughty corner, just being withdrawn from the main parade ring, but certainly no concerns there. But we'll go straight on to Moetesima.
You'll want to come back to Meloa, but Moetesima is a 1 1/4 maiden winner. She won a 0-70 handicap over a mile at meeting 8. She's below that form since, but was ahead of Almondi Alaya on her last 2 starts, so she has the edge over that rival here.
Just a tad 7 and Jazio 8.
Just a Tad was a 2-time 1 1/4 winner for William Haggis, but hasn't shown anything in 7 starts in Saudi Arabia. And Jazio, again, 3 wins have come out further, 1 mile and a furlong, 1 1/4. Was beaten 22 3/4 lengths from 5th and a 0-75 over the latter trip, 3 starts back, and has been pretty poor all year.
Tata Jamel is number 9, and As It Was, number 10.
Tata Jamal only win came over 1 1/4 in March last year, unplaced in an on-winners of 2 and a 0-60 handicap this term. Another one that's hard to fancy. As It Was, won twice at Navan for Andy Oliver. Hasn't been disgraced here. 5.5 lengths thanks to Rossmore Nation last time. That begins to look a little bit better now with Rossmore Nation winning the big race yesterday. So that's a positive for As It Was, but needs to step up a little bit on balance of form.
We'll go straight to 14, Jadha Al Mokhtara, a horse who comes here first time up this season.
Yeah, was awarded a 7 furlong maiden last season at Riyadh when the winner was subsequently disqualified. 12 lengths, a 4th in the 1 1/4 Gulf Cup last season, 5th in the Prince Abdullah bin Jalai Cup over 7 furlongs, beaten a fair way that day, but this shows you that she's been keeping very good company last season. This is her seasonal reappearance, but she's quite an interesting sort.
We'll go straight to 16, Craft in Silk.
Craft and Silk, Dan won the Ribblesdale in the UK, Silkwood, but Craft and Silk didn't win in the UK from 10 starts. Did win a 1 mile 1 furlong fillies maiden in March, 3rd in 0-75 handicap at meeting 17 here, but drops from 1 1/4 after a poor run last time out.
We'll go straight to Fariba, the bottom horse here, number 18.
Again, another one that's well bred. The dam's a half-sister to Irish Derby winner Jack Hobbs. Was rated 75 in the UK, winning a 1 mile Kempton maiden back in August 2022. Bit of a mixed bag in handicaps and makes her debut in Saudi Arabia now.
Now, what was a fun thing to see was horse number 19 does run. Just a little bit of housekeeping there. We do get a full field of 18. Horse number 19, Mabota, does run in this contest. Shamila has been in the parade ring. Who do you like?
Thanks very much, Callum. I'm going to start off the day with horse number 14, Jazzy Al Mokhtara, as my parade ring selection in this race. It is her first time out this season. However, she is looking really well compared to the other horses in this race. She looks really fit and raring to go. Another horse that caught my eye was horse number 6. She is one of the oldest fillies in the race, being 5 years old. However, still looking really nice, strutting around the parade ring very confidently. 2 horses that were a bit of a concern for me is horse number 5, who was taken to the naughty corner outside of the parade ring just because she was acting up a little bit, and same goes with horse number 13, though she has calmed down slightly now that horse number 6 has been taken out, but it's still very hot down here today, so any horses acting up would be a bit of a red flag.
you very much, Shamila. 2 positives and 2 negatives for our paddock expert there. Now, we're rushing through a few of those, so let's discuss some of the ones we missed. We'll start with number 3, Income, who is the first one we'll look at. What do we think of this horse, number 3?
Yeah, we actually managed to mention Income. I'm concerned about her stamina for 1,400 metres. 14 furlongs will definitely be out. Her wins have come at 5 and 6 furlongs. She definitely didn't stay a mile when tried that, and I think this trip might just be as far as she wants as well.
Yes, we also missed Know It's Time as well, didn't we? On that occasion, did get a good chance to talk about Know It's Time, who is a one-time winner.
Yes, but well held in 3 starts this term, and doesn't make an awful lot of appeal in this class. Has a rating of 59, not really running to it at the moment either, so this is a tough task.
Sadahem, number 13, with a negative in the parade ring.
Yes, won a 7 furlong maiden at Riyadh. Her recent win at meeting 35 came in a 0-60 handicap and was only able to beat 8.5 lengths in a 6 furlong contest last time out, so a bit on her plate here.
This is Maloa, who is in shot right now, and we'll give you some video footage of that horse finishing second back on September the 8th.
Yeah, this is a good performance from Maloa. You'll see her in the orange colours with the white sleeves and the white cap, the white face. She runs on pretty well to be second to Al-Lazra, beaten 2 lengths at the line. And you'll notice that on the inside, the horse in the blue colours who've been up there most of the way, who just gets done for third in the line, that was First Line. The First Line came out and came second in a good race last week I can't remember the name of the winner, Balb. And then won here yesterday, so that's a very good franking of the form, and you have to fancy Maloa, despite the fact that she was a little bit naughty in the parade ring.
The next horse we're going to have a look at is Consensus de Vega. Now, I am utterly convinced this horse does not handle 7 furlongs, despite every time he runs over 6 furlongs, looking like he's crying out for 7 furlongs. We're seeing him running over 6 today.
Yeah, this is her running over 6 furlongs in the yellow. She travels really well into the race, Consensus de Vega, in those yellow colours. She cuts to the inside in this straight, but she doesn't make any further headway late in the day. She ends up finishing second to Amarillo Gold, who's the horse in the black colours with the yellow cap. This isn't bad form, but she looked like she was sailing slightly better than she did. Now, watching this, you could say, well, 6 furlongs, maybe it's as far as she wants, but she's won over a mile. Her win here is a mile. She's bred to be a miler. She costs quite a lot of money in the UK. She only won once. She won over 7 furlongs at Wolverhampton in her time. I think it was Rafe Beckett who had her. He trains a lot of these Lope de Vega fillies. Yeah, but she didn't quite live up to her pedigree. She's done better here, and she's well rated in this race. I just wonder whether she finds an awful lot for pressure. I've got no problem with the trip. The trip is fine for me. I think she just flattens out late in her races because she lacks a bit of heart.
Yes, we didn't mention Luffy, horse number 17, one of the greys in the field. Only had the 1 run this season, and that was disappointing. Is there any signs of positivity with that one?
She's got good form going back. She was 6 furlong fillies maiden winner December last year, but has struggled since. And she was been a long way behind Milani on her return, so she needs to find her old form pretty quickly. She also tailed off a little bit in Riyadh last season, finishing 12th in her final start.
Mabota is the other horse we'll talk about. Horse number 19 sneaks in, a winner back in meeting 31. Suddenly, coming out of stall 12, would have a half decent chance here.
I couldn't have her, I have to say. She did win a meeting 31 2 starts ago. It was a 0-55 handicap. You know, this is the finale of the season here at Taif. You shouldn't be getting 0-55 type winners getting in there. She's raced to 63. I thought was harsh enough. She was only 5th in a 0-70 handicap last time out, and I don't massively rate her chances here.
Let's talk about Mona Albari, a horse that was finally broke a long run of placed efforts. They weren't bad efforts, but it was becoming quite frustrating. Won well last time out. Can you see this horse taking another step forward now confidence is being involved?
Yeah, but you can go through that argument with horses who've been struggling to get their heads in front. They get their win in a maiden, and suddenly they flourish.
Al-Azra, prime example of that type of animal.
We do see that quite a lot, but often it's because something has come to light, and you find the way of riding the horse. You find their ideal trip.
One's got loose just behind us. That is horse, I think it's 10. Just got loose behind us, 10 or 16. It was going by so quick, I just missed it. But we have got one that's gone loose. Now the Outriders are going to get a good early morning workout.
She's going to get some licks. She won't be running in this race the speed that she's gone round here.
Oh, what a catch, though.
Well, he is.
Oh, he's good,
He's famous. Famous for his
He
catches.
is good. What an effort there. I think it was Faisal who made the collection right there. Great effort from our outriders who do such a tremendous job. But we have lost one at the start there.
We do have colour coordinated number cloths, don't we? But I don't have the key.
Yeah,
so I'm not sure
it was
what's
purple.
what.
It was purple. So I know Anthony
Yes.
Ennis will know. Anthony Ennis will certainly know
purple, and
what
it was
colour it is.
possibly 10, possibly 16, possibly 18.
18 possibly 18 as well. So
one
we'll
of
make
those
sure
three.
to let you know whoever it is as soon as we get that information. Maloa, a horse for me that I'm very keen on. I thought that run behind Al-Azra and in front of first line is massively positive. Al Hasharaya was also in that contest as well, which is another further boost to the form. Has won twice over this trip, so although we are stepping up in distance today, going over 7 furlongs, I'm not totally concerned.
Yeah, she's come from off the pace. She couldn't make any late headway there. Sort of flattening out a little bit towards the line, but it was a strong race, as you said. Al-Azra was the winner. We had we had first line in there. Sadahim was behind in 8th as well, so that's a good bit of form. And she's kind of in between two stools in terms of 6 furlongs or 7 furlongs, to be perfectly honest. But she should be fine here, and she's pretty much the highest rated in the race.
The horse that got loose was horse number 18. That's Fariba, who has got loose and will not be taking part today, going straight back to the stables. But the main thing is she is absolutely fine. You can see these beautiful shots. She's been caught by our incredibly talented outriders who, if unfortunately, we couldn't get shots of the catch because it was spectacular. Just wait till the horse gets in front and then run alongside and close the gap on the rail. Perfectly done.
Yeah, was that Faisal?
I'm pretty sure it was Faisal, but don't hold me to it.
Faisal is very proud of his ability to catch loose horses. He racks them up on his wall. Another notch after that one.
It's not Faisal. I've just been told it's not Faisal. Our producer's giggling away, going, "It's definitely not Faisal." So it could have been Naif or Yusuf. Those are the 2 other outriders, and I'm not quite sure whether we've got all 3 today because we've only had 2.
We had 2 in the last couple of days. So that's probably the case again. Anyway, who have we not mentioned? We haven't really given Mutasima much of a mention.
No.
She's been ahead of Al-Mondjalea her last 2 starts. She stays further than this. She's a winner over a mile at meeting 8. A mile's probably her ideal trip. She stays the 2,000 metres. 1,400 might be just a little bit sharp for her. Just a tad is hard to fancy. But we're getting them well loaded up now.
Jamila likes Mutasima. That's her selection. Who do you like in this one, Rory?
I am going to go for Miloa.
I'm going to join you with Melora as well. We are both going for horse number 5, while Shamila likes horse number 6. Remember, keep watching on YouTube. Shamila also likes number 14 as well, Jazzy Al-Mukhtara, the horse that's making the first start this season. Now, Anthony Ennis, it's over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Yes, it was number 18, as you say, for Reba. Just got a shot of the saddlecloth there. So, yeah, 18 withdrawn. So just confirm the jockey number 19 as well, which we didn't have down as a runner earlier. Mabhothar does run. Abdullah Al-Khamis rides the 19 here. There's number 7, just a tad. Well, I thought I had a bit of a chance here. Alexis Moreno on board. He's got the headgear on. There's number 3, Income, another horse you could give a serious chance to, I think. 3 wins out of 7. Some good performances as well. Daughter of Profitable. This is 5, Malawa, who's been given a good word by our team. The Wigman on board with Berto Ramos. Horse with the white face loads up. So we're going to go 1,400 metres for race number 1 here at Taif on the final meeting of the season. And still got a few to go. There's those yellow colours. I remember this horse, Consensus de Vega, when she used to race over here. This is Al-Mondialia, who's also in yellow. Now 14 to go in. Jazzy Al-Mukhtara in those famous colours. Naif Al-Anazi looking to end the Taif season off with a bang. He had some good winners earlier in the campaign. You can see that's Camillo Ospina on Al-Mondialia. Al-Mondialia number 1. There's yellow bandages, yellow bridle as well. Plenty of yellow about with Al-Mondialia. Upsides her is Mona Al-Bari, who's installed 2. We're almost set here, aren't we? Oh, 14 playing up. Jazzy Al-Mukhtara is trying to get out of the stalls. Handler into a 10. She's okay, and they're off. They're racing. Jumped away for race 1. on the final day of the Taif meet. One or two just ridden along early on. Jcsa wasn't very well away. Breaking well, Almondialea on the inside. Milan was up there as well with the white face, Roberto Ramos. In behind is Income, who just takes the trail towards the rails. Out there too with a chance is Craft in Silk, and not too far away either is Luffy towards the outside as they begin to settle down. Almondialea, the yellow on the inside, has a narrow advantage. Just a tad in the green is almost upsides though. Racing wider out is Craft in Silk in the kind of orange colours. Just off them is Income, who's getting a nice trail now and starts to get closer in third. Almondialea though being pressed by Luffy. Then comes Income and Just a Tad. They're third and fourth, looking for some closers. Malawa is next in the field. There is one making ground up. It's Mona Albari who's on the improve. Black Cap goes into fourth. Around the home turn they go at around 59 kilometres an hour. And the leader is now pressing on. And that leader is Craft in Silk, who's got to the front on the outside. But here comes Income, quick to attend down the outer. Craft in Silk. Income, though, looks a big danger on the outside. From the back, trying to stay on his Consensus de Vega as well, who's picking up in the yellow towards the far side. Can she finish off the race? Meanwhile, Craft in Silk goes for home. Salim Alajmi has the lead. Consensus de Vega on the far side, flattening out her run. And up front, it's still Craft in Silk, driven out. Craft in Silk goes on to win for Salim Alajmi. Consensus de Vega second. Income was third. And they were clear of the others, headed by Mona Albari. Salim Alajmi, name on his breeches, he's won it. Craft in Silk, number 16, has won the first. Second was number 15, Consensus de Vega. Does what she does, she just travels well into the race, doesn't quite have that finishing effort. Similar story when she used to race over here for Rafe Beckett. She's finished second again. And third was Income, who ran a nice race under Luis Morales. They were clear of Mona Albari, who was very much best of the rest in fourth. The winning time, 1 minute 28.35 seconds. 16, Craft in Silk. The rider does a salute crossing the line. Second, 15, Consensus de Vega. Third, 3, Income. That's the 1, 2, 3. A length and 3/4, the winning margin. Great start for Craft in Silk. The daughter of Master Craftsman wins the opener.
In Silk may not have been able to win in the UK, but that is her second win in Saudi Arabia underneath Salem Al-Ajami, who has given this horse a peach of a ride, but may have taken advantage of Consensus de Vega not wanting to win a race.
Yes, Consensus de Vega. Well, listen, she's won 2 races, so let's not be too harsh on her. The pair of them are a little bit disappointed about having good pedigrees in the UK. It was actually Roger Varian who trained Consensus de Vega. So many of those de Vega horses were trained by Rafe Beckett, but Consensus de Vega was Roger Varian. She did win eventually for him on the all-weather at Wolverhampton, but didn't quite live up to her price tag or pedigree. And similar story with Craft and Silk. It was trained by Hilal Kabesi in Newmarket. Now, she's by Craftsman out of Silkwood, who won the Ribblesdale at Royal Ascot, and she didn't really live up to that. She was placed a few times, but a wee bit disappointing. But the pair of them are doing well since moving out here. Are both successful in Saudi Arabia, and they seem to have raised their game for the big day here as well, and given us a good finish.
She'd be interesting from a bloodstock angle as well, obviously being a daughter of Master Craftsman. He's obviously not around anymore, so it's good for her to continue that line maybe, especially as a broodmare out here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, that's a fair possibility, and obviously with the down line pedigree as well, that's very useful. She didn't cost an absolute fortune given that pedigree. I think she's 52,000 as a yearling, but this is a good win for her, and she showed a willing attitude, and you know, given that she's bred to stay a little bit further, she's coped very well with the 7 furlongs here.
What did you make of the ride there? A jockey we don't hear much of, Salem Al-Jami.
Yeah, well. Salem Al-Jami didn't do anything wrong in the race, did he? He had her in the right position. She was, you know, you could look at this race and say one or two weren't particularly well positioned, who would have been reasonably well fancied. Maloa had to come, despite the fact she was drawn in stall 5 and seemed to get a reasonably good break. She had to come right round the houses to get into contention. She just seemed to lack the pace to hold the position at a crucial stage, and then sort of has run on to be at about 5th or 6th in the end, hasn't she? But no. Craft and Silk was always well positioned from stall 16. We've seen the low numbers doing better the last couple of days, but we're back to horses drawn very wide here, being able to take good positions, and she's kept on well. Consensus de Vega again looked a massive danger in the straight. She does have this tendency to move to her left on the closing stages, and looking at her, you wouldn't say she was hanging fire there, but her run isn't as strong as it might be. You know, when you look how strongly she moves into contention in her races, her finishing effort is always a little bit weaker than you expect it to be.
Someone else who came there swinging, looking like the finishing effort would be there, was Mona Al-Bari, who came absolutely hacking into the race, had to come wide, which I don't think helped, but then wasn't able to build on that effort. I think ended up finishing 4th on the end.
Yeah, to be honest, that's Mona Al-Bari through and through. She got her head in front last time and did it well enough. I think that race sat up very nicely for her last time. They went pretty hard over a mile, and she found they were stopping a bit in front of her, and she was able to go on and win by a decent margin. But you know, the story of her career so far has been travelling well and not getting the job done, and she was back to that today. We talk about horses getting confidence from those wins, but often it's just sometimes a horse who's a little bit tricky will find a race just falling into their lap, and then it's back to where you were the next time out.
You refuse to believe in the confidence line. I keep trying to plug it, but it's never landing.
Sometimes it works, but more often horses revert to type. It's called reversion to the mean, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Income with a nice performance in third. You see there in the yellow colours with this sort of maroon on the sleeves, white cap. Third from the right as we see them in this beautiful head-on shot. Another horse drawn low, so Mona Al-Bari coming out of 2, Income coming out of 3, but our winners coming out of 15 and 16.
Yeah, so that's a good sign, I think, generally speaking. I don't like it when we have the low numbers dominating, and to be honest, most of the time I've been here, there's been a good spread of horses across the track.
Shamila is with our winning jockey.
I am with our winning jockey, Salem. Congratulations, Salem. That looked like a very difficult race. Just talk me through it.
Yes, thank you very much. Alhamdulillah. This filly, she will second winner with me. One winner in Riyadh last season, but in 9 furlong, I think, long distance and maiden class. And she ran here in Taif 3 furlong. But you know, this is track here, Taif and than Riyadh, big different, you know, because here in heavy and little hard for some horses running here. And Alhamdulillah, I told Abdul Hadi last month she try maybe a short distance for her. She first run for short distance 7 furlong today, and she make it good, Alhamdulillah.
Was it difficult coming out of gate number 16?
Yes, you know, number 16 today is very hard for go to lead, and she, mashallah, she have a big heart, and when after the jump and give him 2-3 push, she easy go and easy go for inside, and Alhamdulillah, she make well.
Are you looking forward to Riyadh season?
Yes, inshallah. See you there.
Thank you so much, Sam.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much.
Salem Al-Jami giving us the lowdown on his winning ride. He comes from stall 16, and we can see he doesn't get the best break. In fact, Consensus de Vega jumps out ahead of him, but he quickly gets positioned. And then when you see the speed is only coming from one horse towards the rail, that's the darling Almondialaya going up well early there, but is unfortunately unable to hold that position. This is when our eventual race winner, Crafted Silk, is able to get just 3 wide off the rail.
Yes, had to move forward gradually. You see him sort of making a beeline towards the rail. He said he had to push forward early a little bit to get that position, but once she started going forward, You see she's able to settle in just on the shoulder of Almondulea after a couple of furlongs, and she's in a really good spot now because we know she stays 9 furlongs. She's bred to stay a little bit further. She's got a 1.25 mile pedigree.
Look at Consensus de Vega absolutely cutting through the field like a hot knife through butter. She came there travelling really well. She's just about to get on the hind quarters of Monat Albari.
Yeah, she travelled really well last time in the video footage that we saw, and she's done so again here. She jumped out of the stalls well, but it's not her style of racing to go forward. So she settled midfield, and then she's come forward after a few furlongs, travelling really strongly into the straight. And you expect her momentum to carry her very close to the lead here. And although she gets herself into second place, she's never quite getting there. As I said, you look at her demeanour going to the line. She's not hanging fire. No, obviously hanging fire.
Her head is just a little bit cocked to the left, though, isn't it? You can see with those drone shots.
This is what she, as I said, she always ends up leaning to the left in the straight. She doesn't hang really badly. As I said, her head's kind of pointed in that direction, and her body naturally follows. You wouldn't say she's hanging as such, but she does always end up going left late on. And I don't think, it's easy to call her names because she's got a good pedigree and she hasn't won the races that she might have. But as I said, if you look at her going towards the line, she is stretching out, she's trying to get there, but for whatever reason her run just peters out a little bit, and obviously she's passing the third in that. She's not going backwards. She's just not quite as strong as you expect her to be. Everything about her until the final 100 yards of a race suggests that her finish will be strong, and then it isn't quite what you expect. There's a good run from Income, as you say. I don't think she quite stayed the 7 furlongs here. All her best form has been at 6, but she's run a really good race and just flattened out in the last 100 metres.
A little bit of news on some of the other runners in behind. Jazzy Al-Mukhtar ran no race at all. First time up this season, but that was a horse who performed well in a pair of cup races last season. Shamila's paddock selection ran no race first time up, and a very big run on the other hand from Jazzio. Number 8 was finishing up the rail, ended up finishing in about 5th. A really good effort from Jazzio, which is a big turnaround in the form that we've seen the last 2 starts. Yeah,
Jazzio's been disappointing on her last 2 runs. Again, she's another one who wants a bit further than this. She's won over the 1.25 mile at Riyadh as well. She'll be happier back there with that sort of trip and a 1.25 miles, but she seems to be running herself back into form. Excuses though for Jazzy Al-Motara because she got upset in the stalls, and then she didn't have time to get back on an even keel again. And you can basically write this run off because of what happened to her in the stalls. And next time she runs, just ignore this and look at her form in Riyadh.
Yeah, and I think she'd be a danger in contests such as these because she did run so well, and she's very lightly raced, and she had a couple of very good runs in Riyadh, and we obviously know her season is being geared towards the Riyadh season as she's only appearing in the final week here at Taif, but certainly a horse to keep an eye on. One horse we do also need to keep an eye on is our winner, Craft and Silk, who we can see coming out of stall 16, really enjoying herself on this occasion. And I thought the jockey made an interesting point. She won over 9 furlongs in Riyadh. She doesn't have that option here in Taif. So imagine if she comes into Riyadh in the form that she's showing right now, it wouldn't be a surprise to see her get her head in front once again.
Yeah, because she isn't really a 7 furlong performer, but she's got herself a good position, and when she's got into second, she was always going to stay well from where she was. And again, Salim has ridden her well to get that position early without having to get her over racing for it, and her stamina has kicked in really from then. She'd be effective at a mile, as we've seen in her form, but yeah, stepping up to that unusual 1.25 mile furlong trip is clearly beneficial to her, and she should. I mean, this is not the strongest race we've seen all week. It was a very mixed bag of runners in it, but she was one of the more interesting ones on the pick of her form, and certainly her pedigree as well. So you'd be reasonably confident about her going forward and building on this. A few questions in behind though.
We have a few questions about our selections, because usually we start off with a bang, and today we started off with a bit of a not the best start.
No, Melot was a funny one because you talked about how there wasn't enough low pace on the inside. The pace came from Almondulea in stall 1. Meloa got out okay, but immediately Wigberto Ramos was having to get after her to hold her position. And then, ideally he wanted to sit on the tail of Almondulea and come into the straight and make a run on the rail. But she wasn't able to do that. She's had to come very wide, lost a fair bit of ground doing it, and she was never really on the bridle. Again, when she was second last time out, she's had to come out of the pack that day, and she's grounded out a little bit. But I thought in an easy race she'd run better, but she was never really on the steel.
Let's go to Enzo, our man in the sky, as we look forward to our second contest here on the final day.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, thank you very much indeed, Callum. You're looking forward to this one. Again, 18 runners here, headed by number 1, Sarkat Haja for Tariq Al Mansour. This race is over 1,600 metres the mile. 2-year-old locally bred fillies in a maiden. Number 2, Okt Al Hassoun, Alexis Moreno. 3, Harbat Al Maidan, Abdullah Al Hussein. 4, Barker Al Jahara, Camillo Ospina. 5, Jahana, Naif Al Anazi. 6, Dioro Field, Asil Al Sahani. 7 is Anze for Rayan Al Tawesh. Number 8 is Lelfoz Moshtakar, Abdullah Al Kradis on board. 9, Zarat Al Salia for Fahad Al Faradi. 10, this is Sabar, who's written by Feras Al Sanaitan. 11 is Nard Mohammed Suleiman. 12, A is Al Shahab, Osana Al Sharani. 13, Nawara for Mohammed Al Shirama. 14, Rayat Al Seat, Abdulaziz Al Yayesh. 15, Hadaba, Abdulaziz Al Musa. 16 is Yar Aiz Himar for Mohammed Al Yami. 17, Ayan Al Athul, Rahid Al Feroz. 18, Amadora completes the line. Abdullah Al Saidi. Reserves 19, 20 and 21. You can put a line through those. They don't go. Full field though, lads. 18 for the fillies maiden.
2 full fields in a row for you, Enzo. I hope you've done your stretches nice and early as we look at number 1, Saka Haja.
Some early promise, but she hasn't gone on at all and hard to fancy here.
Okt Al Hussein is number 2.
Best effort was 6th in a 6 furlong maiden last time out. And her half-brother won at 6 furlong and 7 furlong. May do a little bit better stepping up and trip, but that's a bit of a guess.
Harbat Al Maidan, number 3.
Beaten 10 3/4 lengths, wins 6th in a 6 furlong maiden last time out. Doing her best work late from a wide pitch, so promise that a longer trip and a better draw will help her.
Barker Al Johara is number 4 and Jena is number 5.
Yeah, Barka Al Jahara was a 19-length 7th to Barhoa in a course and distance maiden last night. We'll see Barhoa later on. She doesn't look particularly good on that form, but it was a strong race she was in last time. This might be a little bit easier. Jahana improved when 2nd to Mosta Woba in a 6 furlong maiden last time. It was beaten 17 lengths there, but the winner looks very good. She was 4.5 lengths clear of the 3rd.
Doro Field, number 6, and Anzare, number 7.
Doro Field, not particularly easy to fancy. Behind Barka Al Jahara last time out, and 9th to Barhoa for course and distance last time out. Anze, 5 lengths behind Hadaba, but ahead of Barka Al Jahara and Doro Field when 5th to Barhoa over course and distance.
Lelfoz Moshtaka is horse number 8.
Yeah, beaten a long way, 39 1/4 lengths on debut, having shown a little bit of early speed, but she faded really badly, and this trip doesn't look an obvious solution.
Zarat Al Salia is horse number 9.
6.5 lengths behind Harbat Al Maidan, when a 17 1/4 length 10th to Hasna Al Rayed over 6 furlong on debut. Was very slowly away from a wide draw, so you maybe ignore that run and see what she does here to get an idea of how good she is.
Saiba looks gorgeous in the parade ring, and Nard has had 2 runs already.
Yeah, Saiba looks good, but has shown no form at all in 3 starts. Nard similarly was behind 4 of these, but only 10th behind Barhoa in a course and distance maiden last time out. Hard to see her reversing that form.
Aiz Al Shahab, number 12, getting a bit warm in the preliminaries.
Was runner-up in a 6 furlong maiden at meeting 10, but no closer than 8th in 4 starts since, and was beaten 29 1/4 lengths last time out.
Nawera, number 13, and number 14, Rayat Al Seat, another getting 2 het up.
Yeah, Nawera wasn't disgraced when 14 lengths 9th to Naya in the auction event over 7 furlongs on her debut. That's a good effort first time out. This is a quick turnaround, but she's got chances if she improves on that. Rayat Al Seat was beaten a long way when 13th in a 7 furlong maiden won by Taj Al Anaya last time out. Is another one hard to fancy. Hadaba, much more interesting. Consistent sort, was ahead of 4 of these we've already mentioned when finishing 7 lengths 4th to Barhoa over course and distance last time out. That looks pretty strong form. She's not a superstar, but she's got an obvious chance in this field.
Ye Azama is a debutant at 16. A Alutul is horse number 17, and Amadora is horse number 18.
Yeah, Azima is by a sire who won over a mile and a furlong in Group 2 company. The dam has produced just 1 very modest winner to date. Ain Alathul has made limited impact in 2 starts at 6 furlongs, beaten 35 lengths behind Gashama last time out. And Amador has shown nothing.
Shamila is in the parade ring. A couple of these getting a bit warm.
A couple of them have been getting a bit warm, and I will start with my paddock negatives, who are horse number 11, 12 and 18, getting very, very hot and worked up behind the saddle. Like I said, it's not usually this warm down here in the parade ring for the first few races, but today it is a scorcher. So no surprise some of these fillies are getting a little bit sweaty behind the saddle, in between the back legs as well. And they're only 2 years old, so a lot of them haven't had a lot of experience. They're still new to the game, so that is why they could be getting sweaty as well. Now, I will go on to my paddock eye catcher, horse number 7, Anzai, ridden by Rayan Al Otraish, 5th her last 2 starts, but she looks really, really well in the parade ring, and she was doing really well in the pre-parade ring, probably the best horse in the pre-parade ring. She wasn't acting up whatsoever, total professional, so that's why I've gone for her.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And yes, I think it was quite easy to see there were a couple here who were just getting a bit worked up. But they was certainly one to watch out for. This is horse number 15 in shot right now. But we are going to look at Hadaba right now at this moment, beating Anze.
Yeah, she's in 5th place at the moment, just moving into 4th. The filly that she's passing is Barka Al Hojara on the rail, and finishing from further back will be Anze in the dark blue with a white cap. She plugs on here. This is a good, I mean, the winner's a good a performer here. But the rest of them got very well strung out. Clearly, the fact that Hadaba had 4 of these runners in behind her, running onto the line, is promising. Doral Field was way back in the field there. You briefly saw Anze and Barka Al Johara in her wake. They reopposed today. And to be honest, I wouldn't have them near the bottom of my list either. They both showed a little bit of promise there, but clearly Hadaba should be confirming their form.
I think Hadaba, we've got to take that 5th in the Taif Cup into consideration as well. That was a really big run in possibly what I thought was the stronger events in the Colts contest.
Yeah, certainly the winner of the Taif Cup for fillies looked the outstanding performer in those 2 races. The Colts race was a little bit more of a bunch finish, wasn't it?
The 2 had drawn clear, and they were franking the form that they'd already shown before. Both of them had already matched, and then they pulled clear of everything else, and it was a bit of a meh in behind. But I thought the fillies race had strengths in depth. There was an impressive winner, but I saw horses like Hadaba ran very good races, especially considering that was only her, what would that be? And that would have been her 3rd career start.
Yeah, and she hasn't really progressed from that, but she keeps running to a similar sort of level. She just lacks pace. You know, and again, that's the problem here. We see all these races, and we say, well, this has got the best form in the race. If it gets a clear run through, it should go close. And then you watch the race and realize it doesn't get a clear run, then it's got to come wide. And if you get an interrupted passage around Taif, it's very difficult running into your best form. So that's the worry with Hadaba, that she has the best form, but there'll be other fillies in this race with at least as much speed in the early stages who might just get in her way. I think her drawn stall 15 might be a bit of a blessing in disguise, to be honest, because there's less traffic to bother her. If she can get a reasonable pitch, she doesn't need to be ducking up the rail, but if she can get a reasonable pitch on the outside of the leaders going into the first bend, then she should be strong from there. Obviously, if she finds herself behind a wall of horses, she doesn't have the tactical speed to get herself out of it, but she's the best we've seen, and as I said, this is a rather mixed lot. Most of them are either long-term projects or don't have much ability.
Anze, the horse that finished behind her on that day, the last start, that's making 3rd start today, 2 5th-place efforts in a row. Is there any chance this filly can turn the form around?
There is, yeah. I mean, she was 5 lengths behind Hadaba last time out, but that was just her 2nd start, and she did run on. She made her debut reasonably late in the season. That was her 2nd outing. Obviously, she's got 5 lengths to make up, but Hadaba's got a lot more experience. So Anze may be able to find herself in a better position. She ran on pretty well the last day from a poor spot. So if she learns from that, she comes on from it by a few pounds, then she's more than capable of turning the tables, especially if she's able to get a better early position.
Jehana, horse number 5. I thought that ran a very good race to finish 2nd. Again, shaping it if she wants to go further.
Yeah, we'll see Mustawoba later on in the card here, and I think Mustawoba's a likely winner here, won a very good time, and Johanna wasn't able to lay a glove on Mustawoba that day, but she did finish 4.5 lengths clear of the rest. So you take Mustawoba out of the race, and Johanna comes in there as an impressive winner of a maiden, and here she is with a chance of winning a maiden at the second time of asking.
She's one of those horses that I find very unsexy. She's got the big cheek pieces on, she's a bit ungainly, but I thought she's got ability. You know, I was taken aback by how far she beat the rest of the field. She was thumped, no doubt about it. Mustawoba is a very talented horse who we will see later on. But Jcsa, I thought, ran a really big race, and she'll be my selection for this contest. I think she'll relish this step up and trip. Whether she's got the pace to contend here is another matter, but a lot of these have pace concerns.
No, and again, a lot of them have been running at 6 and 7 furlongs, so the step up to a mile is a positive. We could see something that's looked very moderate so far, improving markedly for the benefit of A, experience, and B, more of a test of stamina. But yeah, on the ratings, the two to be interested in are Johanna, as you've said, and Hadaba. Both of them look like they will be effective at the trip. We already know that Hadaba is, but I'd have thought Johanna, the way she shaped last time, should actually benefit from this trip.
Let's get selections under our belts nice and early. I'm going to go for number 5, Johanna. Shamila likes number 7, Anze. Who do you like, Rory, in this one?
I'm going to go with you as well. I'm going to go with Johanna. It's a toss-up between her and Hadaba, but I'm aware that both of them can find themselves in trouble in a race like this. But Johanna's, she's on a stall 5. Hopefully, she can get past a couple of slow pokes early on and get a good position.
We'd like to welcome everybody who is watching on the Jcsa YouTube channel. And remember, if you've been with us from the very beginning, thank you so much for being with us from the beginning. And please continue to stay with us when we come back from our little break and we get to Riyadh. We'll all be back with you in Riyadh. You'll also have Tom Collins back with you. Shamila will be there too. So it'll be a fantastic time to be alive and watching good racing from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So to go through the selections one more time, myself and Rory are teaming up again. What is this all about?
I know,
Johanna,
it's not right, is it?
number 5 for myself and Rory, and Anze, number 7 for Shamila. One to watch out for, Hadaba, horse number 15. Over to you, Anthony Ennis.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, looking forward to this one. I'm also going to jump on board the Johanna ship here. I did like her on the way down, and I think the draw, as Rory says, it's much better for her than where Hadaba is stuck out in 15. I know we saw the previous, the first race winner, I guess, one from stall 16, so I'm probably talking nonsense. But no, I think you don't want to be drawn out there normally. You have to use a lot of petrol up early on. I think stall 5 is perfect for Johanna. And as I'm about to go forward, yeah, looking forward to Riyadh. I've got the pleasure of doing the first race call there on that Thursday as well. Looking forward to that in a few weeks' time as well. Right, loading up. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've got plenty more to come from Taif, and they are going in here. First few already in. There's the smart colours of Anze with the braid. Next to her, Lelfoz Moshtakar. And 9 going in there as well. Zarat Al Salhaya. Stall 12 filled by Ayaz Al Sahab. And the red and white. You can see the colour-coded silk saddlecloth does really help. 4 yellow. That's Barker Al Jahara. Stall 5 not yet filled by Johanna. 4 going in. Still got about 5 at the back here. This is the second race of the day, the 425 for locally bred fillies, a maiden for 2-year-olds. All looking to try and break through these fillies. 1,600 metres, they're going the mile. There's the grey coming forward. That is Johanna, who is ridden by Naif Adanazi. Sleeves rolled up, standard practice for him. In goes 14, Rayat Al-Seep, Abdulaziz Al-Yayesh on board. Don't have too many more to go in, I don't think, so we're getting near to a start. 6 we're waiting on now, D'Oro Field. In the light blue with a white hoop coming forward. D'Oro Field going in, upsides Johanna. I think we're just about ready for a start here. Starters ready for them, and they're off. Off they go. And now taking a step to the right, leaving the stalls, was number 1, Sarkat Haja. Did no favours to Harbat Al Maidan in gate 3 as they race away. over the 1600 metres. They've covered the first 150 metres already. Breaking well towards the inside was Harbat Al Maidan, who's now coming through. And also there is Dioro Field as well. Dioro Field in the light blue colours, not far away. Horse number 4 is Barker Al Jahara, not that far behind them either. And Barker Al Jahara is now coming forward to try and get a view of the front here. White sleeve jacket, horse with a noseband. So Barker Al Jahara on the outside of Lelfoz Moshtakar as they go through the first 300 metres or so. Just off the pace towards the outside is Sarkat Haljia, who's right up there, number 1. Sarkat Haja on the inside now joining issue here with Barker Al Jahara. These two race on as they begin to turn out of the back straight. Just off the pace then, Lelfoz Moshtakar, but up front it is still up front 4 and 1 together. 4, Barker Al Jahara on the outside has a narrow lead. Making ground up in behind them is Anzay as they head towards the home turn. Another one looking for room towards the inside. We have Nard as they make the turn. And up front now on the outside, it is number 7 who's coming forward here, Anzay, in the blue and white colours, to try and get a view of the front, Anzay. As they turn into the straight, Anzay on the outside has just about struck the front with a noseband and goes on. Ahead of Harbat Al Maidan in second place. Looking for some closers from off the back. We're trying to run on is Hadaba. Hadaba is running on down the outside, but the leader is Anzay. Anzay in front for Rayan Altower. She's got 100 metres to last. Hadaba doing what Hadaba does, run on strongly. It could be too late. Anzay in front, the 7, looking for the line, but will hold on. Anzay is going to go on to beat Hadaba, who finishes second. And they were clear of the others. Harbat Al Maidan with Okt Al Hassoun running on in behind those. But it was a good performance from the winner, no doubt about that. Anzay. Rayan Altoesh has been knocking at the door a few times when I've been calling these races, and he's got a winner in the bag. On board number 7 in the blue and white braid colours, Anzay for the Al Shamri stable. And a lovely toe into the race, just sat sort of in that first group of 4 or 5 early on, made the move around the home turn and put this race to bed with 150 metres to go with a telling burst. 7, Anzay is the winner. 15, Hadaba ran on from a long way back to finish in second place. 1 minute 45.34 seconds. Winning time there. That's about 5 seconds or so outside the course record. There's Hadaba in second place, number 15, and it was number 3 in third. That was Harbat Al Maidan in the white and mauve, followed in by the grey Okt Al Hassoun, who was 4th in the end. So good performance from the winner. 7, Anzay. 15, Hadaba was second. 3, Harbat Al Maidan was third. The winning margin 4 lengths. The winning time 1 minute 45.34 seconds. It's number 7 who wins, Anzay.
It's a winner for Rayan Altoesh as Anzay turns around the form with Hadaba and wins our second contest of the day in impressive style. A power-packed performance from a horse who's clearly relished this stamina test. And in the words of DJ Khaled, another one for Shamila, who now had 5 winners over the last 2 days. She is in fine form. Rory, what did you make of this winner?
Well, it was a lot of what we expected about the race, that the two with the very best form struggled to hold a good position and therefore didn't get involved in the finish. We mentioned Anzay just before the start, was 5 lengths behind Hadaba last time out, but that was her second start. She got a better position this time. As you said, she came from a poor position, running on, beaten quite a long way, but with a bit of promise last time out. And with that know-how, she's been able to get a better position, get in front of Hadaba early, and she was too strong in the finish. We also had a couple of others from that race running a little bit better than they had last time out, including Barka Al Jahara, who showed up early on, but didn't quite get home, and Doro Field, who flashed a bit of early speed. But yeah, Anzay on her third start has taken the step forward required. relished the step up to a mile and just knew a bit more about the business this time around.
Well, she's learning as she goes, and she's built like a bit of a giraffe. She's very long and very leggy, and she'll fill into herself, no doubt about it. Plenty of frame to fill, and I'm sure she'll do even better over even further. But take nothing away from Rayad Al Tarash. We often see him riding for the white stable, but he's done a very good job here in some different colours.
Yeah, again, he's one of the jockeys you see on a regular basis here, either they're winning races or hitting the frame, and you again. We talk about the good local jockeys. He can be relied upon to have his horses well positioned if they're able to be well positioned, and he gets his share of winners as a result.
You're probably wondering about a horse we haven't mentioned yet, Jcsa, who finished all the way down the field. And I remember describing Jcsa as ungainly previously. Well, this was a massive step backwards. She was awful today. Didn't give Naif Alanazi a chance. Head within the sky. I thought she was going to pull herself up on the bend, but fortunately Naif just about got her home. But it's back to the drawing board with that horse, who's now got a rating of 75. That may drop a couple of pounds, but she's in trouble now with finding races to win.
Yeah, she's that was a decent run. I mean, obviously you're a little bit. It takes a bit of a knock to the form of the race the Barhoa won, but in fairness, you've got winners coming from races that Barhoa has been in. So mixed messages from the form, but she was disappointing on the day. And yeah, as you said, she carried her head awkwardly. She didn't look the easiest ride, and well, I was going to say she's going to be difficult to play. She's not, because she's still a maiden, so just keep running her a maiden until she wins.
Yeah.
One. Her handicap mark is now looking
it
difficult for her.
It looks incredibly high now, doesn't it? 75. She needs to change her attitude if she wants to run like a 75 rated horse again. You can just see her in the back of shot there in the red cap. Her head is all over the place, and that's when she's been eased. You should have seen her when she was under pressure. She looked like a right madam in that situation. But take nothing away from our winner, who's done a really good job here, and a horse I'm keen to see what she does going forward.
Yeah, the other one to mention there is Harbat Al Maidan, who never really got much of a call in the race, but ran on when it was all over to finish third. I noticed her running on again from a bad position on her most recent start when she was sixth from a bad position. She stepped up on that, and I think she'll do better again at some stage. But here we see the start. We see Barka Al Hojara going forward. Sarkat Hadjer goes forward. Doro Field going forward from the low numbers, which made it
high numbers didn't really get across, did they?
No, it made it difficult because several of the low drawn horses showed pace. It was more difficult to get across from a high draw, and therefore, if you were drawn high, you either had to face the fact that you're going to be 7 or 8 horses wide going into the bend, or you had to tuck in further back in the field. The fronts are about 3 lengths clear at this stage. Can you pick Anze up there on your shot about 5th place?
Yeah, I thought Anze was in 2nd there, so you've caught me there,
you're right. She's further forward. I knew she was reasonably well placed. I didn't realize she hit the front quite as early as that. But there you go. She's got her head in the front on the outside. You see challengers coming. I don't know, I can't be her because that one's dropping back. Very similar colours.
Yes. Two off the rail. See, we talk about how much we love the drone, and then we realise it's actually quite difficult to make out the colours.
I've let you talk me around there. I thought I knew where she was, and you corrected me. So she goes on the straight. These two have the early pace hasn't held up, and a few of them have dropped out fairly quickly.
Her and Harbat Al Maidan have had a dream passageway through. They haven't they? They both come 1 and 2 off the rail, and it's part of like the Red Sea in front of her.
It has. The horses who went forward from low draws, the likes of Sarkat Hadjer, Barka Al Hojara, they have Doro Field. They've shown a little bit of speed early on, but it dropped out very quickly. And these fillies who were drawn reasonably low, Harbat Al Maidan in 3, who was 3rd, and the winner in stall 7 have been able to come towards the inside. They haven't had to come round runners at all. That's been a major help. But in fairness to Anze, she came with the same run as Harbat Al Maidan, as we can see on the drone footage, and she's pulled quite a long way clear at the line. And while this was a messy affair in a race where the 2 highest rated horses didn't really show up, it's not a race. It's not one to be massively positive about. I said the 2 didn't show up, obviously.
I'd be positive about
That's a little harsh on Hadava, who did.
Yeah.
She never looked like winning the race, but she's plugged on as she always does to get 2nd place. Whereas the other fancy one, Johanna, has run an absolute stinker.
Yes.
But yeah, but the winner has clearly stepped forward. She's shown good mid-race pace to get there and shown stamina for the mile to win that. And I thought she'd probably get a little bit further than that as well.
Yeah, I was taken aback by the winner. I thought the winner was quite nice. I think she'll grow into that frame and she will do better in the future. And everything she does right now will be a bonus. Very much like I say, when we see big national hunt horses going over hurdles, anything they do over hurdles will be a bonus. And you can just see how much it means to Connections to have a winner, especially on a special day like today, the last day racing here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Yep, you're not wrong there. It's a fairly low-key start to the day, but we're going to step up markedly from here on in, and it looks like a day to savour.
Yes, certainly does. Plenty of horses in behind here didn't handle the step up and trip. We wondered who would and who wouldn't, and we have seen one in the shape of Anzia, who is our race winner under Rayan Al-Taraish. He is a jockey to keep an eye on as well. He's certainly, look at him, the Iceman cometh, as he looks very steely-eyed right there with victory. But we move straight on to our next contest, and this time we step up in trip even more. We go over 2,000 metres. The stalls have already been moved across to the centre of the track. And Rory, this race is the first one where I get quite excited because there's a few horses in here that I think have massive chances.
Yeah, this is a big step up from what we've seen. Although again, still plenty of horses rated in the 60s and 70s in this contest, but some we've seen in action through the season who've been keeping us entertained. We'll see footage of the likes of Full Marks, Abu Al-Azem, and 1M. And it's a wide open contest with a full field over the 2,000 metres, and not easy to find the winner in it. I have a feeling I won't be agreeing with you this time.
Oh, well, I'll make a change with it. Probably for the best of us when we've agreed. We've done terribly. But one horse you won't miss in this field is Human Maker, who might be the biggest horse in Saudi Arabia. A real stamp of an animal. Horse number 12 on your race cards. You cannot miss him. And hopefully we'll get some great shots of him in the parade ring because he really does stand out amongst his peers.
Yeah, in fairness, his form doesn't stand out quite as much as he does physically. He is an eye catcher, and he did catch the eye with his performance last time out, finishing 2 3/4 lengths third to Monat Al-Bari, but that form doesn't look as warm now as it is. I don't think this is his ideal track. I thought he got a little bit lost around the bend that day coming wide before staying on again in the straight. But, you know, when he started making his forward move, your eye was automatically drawn to him. And I think it's the kind of horse who will enjoy the big galloping track at Riyadh a little bit more than he enjoys this place. Not an easy task for him today from stall 12. Again, there's lots of scope for him to find trouble in running. But I think he is one for the future.
One of the other ones in here, we talked about Monat Al-Bari ending a run of poor results. Dream Biz did exactly the same thing, 20 starts, and finally on start number 21 landed at the odds in meeting 44. Really nice performance on that day. I thought she was absolutely chucked in on that occasion, and she duly did what she was asked to do. This is a big step up for her, but she stays over 2,000 metres. She really relished the trip last time out. Could you give her any chance here against largely better rivals on paper?
Would you like to wheel out the old confidence argument again with Dream Biz?
It didn't work with Monat Al-Bari.
No, but she doesn't have a massive amount to find. It's worth pointing that out. She's got a rating of 71, and the best of these are sort of rated 80-ish. So she's got a chance, but not for me. I think it was a weak race she won last time out.
Let's go to Anthony Ennis to take us through the runners and riders for this 2,000-metre contest.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, just having a look at the runners for this one. And, number 1 is going to be Forgivable. This race coming up is the 455 handicap for 3-year-olds and upwards here. 2,000 metres. Forgivable is ridden by Iyad Al-Tarisi. 2 is Carabeno, who used to race over here. Camille Ospina, used to race over in the UK. Camille Ospina riding. 3, Full Marks. Mohammed Al-Yami. 4, Estoppel, Tariq Al-Mansur. 5, Ibn Hadban, Abdullah Al-Kradis. 6, Abu Al-Azem, American-bred Naif Adanazi. 7, Alahas for Jose Rodriguez. 8 is Wanham, Alexis Moreno. 9, Nabe Al-Sad is written by Wigberto Ramos. 10, Bodyline is the mount of Luis Morales. 11, Dream Biz for Essel Al-Sahani. 12 is Human Maker, the big horse for Khalid Al-Mamoni. 13, Neptune Seas, Abdullah Al-Hussein. 14, Entangling, Muhammad Al-Shamari. 15, Mod Beck, ridden by Osama Al-Sharani. 16 Florette is ridden by Adel Al-Shra. 17 Adon Castle is the mount of Osama Al-Humidani, and Turb Altamat rides number 18 Hakwati, the filly at the bottom there. So 19, 20 and 21 not required, but another full field. 18 runners for the boys to have a look at here.
Thank you very much, Enzo. And yes, we continue with the full field, 18 runners, and the quality has just stepped up a little level here, Rory, hasn't it?
It has, and it'll be stepping up again. It's not to be 80 handicap, and we're not seeing the absolute stars here, but a lot of horses who've got plenty of ability, the likes of Forgivable, Carabino, full marks at the top of the card. And it's beginning to whet the appetite for later.
Yes, and we've got a couple of multiple winners this season as well. Ibn Habban has won twice already this season. A horse I think will relish this. I think 1M is running a really good race last time out, finishing fourth. We've got video footage of that, which would be great to see too.
It will, yeah. I think we'll see a few of these in the VT, and 1M I think arguably the most interesting of those might be my pick, but I'm not gonna reveal everything just yet. That's
going to be one of those interesting runners where we see the form, and if he runs well, it's boosts the form for a horse in the next race who beat 1M in that video form.
Yes, yeah. It's again, there's interesting ties throughout the card. We've seen it with the last race, horses who finished behind Musta Woba last time out. That's that horse featuring later on as well. So all the little clues are coming up for later races.
If you like Mr. Trinket in the next race, keep an eye on 1M in this contest, because if 1M wins, Mr. Trinket looks a good thing in that contest as we go over even further, 1.5 miles in our next.
Yes, I mean that's we'll see that the footage of Mr. Trinket finishing strongly over shorter, and he's an interesting runner in the next contest. 1M obviously coming from the same race that we've seen, and we see 1M's jockey there, Alexis Moreno, coming out to take his mount.
Yeah, he is one of those jockeys who's just full of confidence at the moment. What a strong rider, and he tends to be chipping in with at least 2 or 3 winners a week, and is always such a good interview afterwards.
He is, yeah. There's a few jockeys here who are excellent value when we speak to them after the race. But it's always interesting hearing new ones as well. We had a couple of very good trainer interviews from Shamila in the last week, and whenever you get sort of beyond the bare bones with those interviews, they can be very, very revealing.
Yes, and hopefully we can see the horses sooner rather than later, and if by magic, here's Forgivable.
Mile and a quarter winner for Tim Easterby in his time, and he won a 0-75 1.5 handicap at meeting 27. Good second to Mr. Jumbo on his next start. A bit disappointing last time out. Perhaps the race came too soon.
Got a bit of an itchy belly there, tried to give it a scratch mid-walk. That never helpful. Number 2 is Carabino. He put up rattled off a load of wins in England.
He did, yeah. He's very well bred by Archipenko out of Cubanita. Of course, you'll know the breeder very well.
I do know the breeder very well.
And he's been a bit out of form here. Third on his return to action. He was an open winner last season in December, but he does drop in class after a series of lackluster efforts, so that he might be able to get back to form if he does.
Full marks, number 3.
But literally got his head in front in a maiden 2 starts back, was 7 lengths second to Sega in a 0-75 course and distance contest last time out. Up in class now, but in form.
Estapel, number 4.
Has won in France, hasn't won here yet. Was behind full marks, Bodyline, etc. 2 starts ago, when 9th, but did a bit better when 5.5 lengths fourth to Luigi Vampa over 1.5 miles last time.
Ibn Hadban, 2-time winner this season, number 5.
Yeah, course and distance maiden, and has won 2 0-75 handicaps. Was left poorly placed with 6th last time out at 1 mile. Going back up and trip here, and that's a bit of a question mark.
Abu Aladem, 6.
Has improved stepping up and trip this season. Won a 1.5 miles 0-90 and was a good second in a non-winners of 4 last time out, coming from way back in the field behind Luigi Vampa. Drops and trip today, which is a slight negative, but he's coming here in very good form.
Alas, number 7.
Won the Jcsa Al Mansif Cup last year, and won a 1 mile 0-70 meeting 28. Since then he's not been disgraced, and he was in a JCS award contest last time out, so he's a player as well, despite finishing 9th last time.
Here's one you like, 1M, and followed by Nabe Al Sad.
1M's been 4th on both starts over course and distance this season. The last time behind O'Sheik in a 0-85 2 weeks ago. Good prep for this, big chance. Nabe Al Sad is a course and distance winner in June. Highly tried at times, but only 8th behind O'Shea last time, I'd beaten 14 lengths.
He's a gorgeous Model 2, body line 10.
Bodyline, another ex-Sir Mark Prescott horse, beaten 20 lengths and finished behind full marks, went 4th, 2 starts back, and again was behind a couple of these, Nabi Al Saad and 1M last time out.
Dream Biz is one we've spoken a lot about, when her last time out.
Yeah, won very easily last time, I'd been Benair 9 lengths, but as you said, that was a penalty kick.
Here he is. Look at the size of him, humour maker.
He's a big unit, is humour maker, and he is a horse who will definitely win races. But he hasn't looked ideally suited by this track, and was behind Mona Al-Bari last time out, who's been a little disappointing since.
Neptune Seed is another who catches the eye in the parade ring.
Neptune Seed's best effort this season when 4th to Taif in the course and distance non-winners of 4 last time out. Well treated on his UK form and maybe just finding his feet again.
Entangling 14.
Was at one stage rated 94, has dropped to 69, and although he largely runs respectably, his record locally is not from 32.
Yes, and he had the 4 wins overseas but hasn't managed to do that here yet. Modbeck is number 15.
Not to 70 handicap winner over 1.5 miles, way back in meeting 6. Unplaced in all 9 starts since, although hasn't been disgraced in his last 2.
Is Florette number 16.
Florette's only win came in the Taif Flowers Cup in July last year here. Hasn't really gone on since. Definitely flattered by that run, to be perfectly honest, and hasn't made much of an impact of late.
Aidon Castle, another big strapping individual.
Yeah, was placed in a Group 3 at Abu Dhabi going back, but just 1 place from 11 runs in Saudi Arabia, and his sole win came almost 4 years ago in France.
And Hakwati is number 18.
Hakwati ended her Riyadh season out of form. She was a mile maiden winner at the start of last year, but she's struggled to make the frame on any of her starts since.
And those are your runners in the parade ring for your next contest today, over 2,000 metres. Full marks, horse number 3. We've just missed that horse going through shot there, but I really was impressed with the run behind Sagar last time out. I thought Sagar blew that race apart, and he was the only one really still putting his best foot forward in behind a lot of horses finishing legless behind him.
Yeah, those were inferior horses, the ones he's meeting today. That's the slight concern with full marks. He was clear second to Sagar, but Sagar beat the field 7 lengths that day. In fairness to full marks, he was never in a position to challenge the winner. The winner's managed to steal the race going round the bend and gone further clear. He would have been, I think, top weight in that contest. And full marks has run past the rest and run really respectably. But having been beaten 7 lengths in a handicap, to go up at least £5 for that defeat is a little bit harsh, I thought.
Let's have a look at full marks in action, and what's great is we'll get to see this horse's race we were just discussing. Our video team doing a magnificent job as per usual. Now this run was on September the 14th and it was a 2nd place effort, and you'll see here Sagar, the winner, has just blown this race apart.
Yeah, Sagar, the grey in front, clearly isn't going to come back to them at this stage, but already full marks has moved into 2nd place and just keeps running after the leader. Never really looks like getting to him, but he's at least 10 lengths down at this stage. He narrows the gap to 7 at the line, and he's coming clear of the others. But as you said, they were walking in behind, and I'm a little bit dubious about the value of the form in behind him. But listen, he comes here in good form. It's very important at this stage of the season to be hitting your straps rather than going over the top, and clearly he's in good form. I thought the handicapper could have been a little less harsh with him going up in the weights for that run.
Abu Alzem is the next horse we'll look at. Now this horse is seen finishing 2nd on September the 24th, and this is unfortunately bumping into a smart one.
Yeah, he's come from a long way back here. We see him on the outside of the field with a white cap, hard ridden at this stage to try to close down Luigi Vampa. Listen, he gets within 1 length and 3/4 in the end. It looked at one stage off the bend, I think he was about 16 or 18 lengths off the leader. Luigi Vampa looked like he was going to run away with this race, but come the line, Abu Alazem has got him down to 1 length and 3/4. Estopel is the horse in the green colours in 4th there, and I think Bodyline was further back in the field that day.
This is 1M here in shot, just going down nice and relaxed under Alex Moreno with a beautiful trot there. And this is 1M running a very big race in what looks to be quite a strong contest.
Yeah, I just point out that the horse in 3rd at the moment in black colours with a noseband on the rail, he's fading out of it. That's Bodyline. 1M will come from quite a long way back with the noseband and the green colours with the red epaulets, and will run on strongly to be placed here. you also see Mr. Trinket, who you mentioned, is a fast finisher down the outside. So Wanham stays on strongly. Gets caught by a couple of other finishers down the outside, but that was a very respectable effort to finish fourth. And a couple of these behind. Forgivable was also in behind that day.
And it's interesting that 1M is staying over 2,000 metres, whilst a lot of those other horses are being stepped up and tripped to run in our next race over the 1.5 miles.
Yeah, I'd say that this 2,000 metres is ideal for 1M.
Jcsa is down at the start for the 2,000 metre race. It's your favourite part of the race course, and who has caught your eye down there?
Thank you very much, Callum. It is race 3 and it is the last 2,000 metre race of the Taif season, so I just had to make my way down here to my favourite place. All the horses are down here now. They are moving the stalls into position. Now, a horse that initially made an impact on me is horse number 3, Full Marks, one of the highest rated horses in the race. 3 are rated 80, horses 1, 2 and 3, all the highest rated. Full Marks really looks like he is going to get the test today. Other horses that I was really looking forward to seeing is horse number 4, Estoppel, and horse number 8, Wanham, for the Naif Mendil stables. They had a winner yesterday in the big race, so it would be really nice to see them have another winner today. And I really like Estoppel the most out of both of them, looking really nice behind the stalls. Another horse looking really good is horse number 6, Abu Al-Azem. Second last time out under Naif Al-Anazi this time. Could go really well, jumps out of stall 13. If he gets the horse to the front, then I think that they are on to a winner. A horse that I was really looking forward to seeing is horse number 12, Humour Maker. You know I like the big horses, the National Hunt looking horses, and he is one of them. And he is looking really well today. Third last time out. He hasn't had a winner this season, but I would really like to see that.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Now you're down there at the start. We can just see Dream Biz in behind you, horse number 11. Just has had a tack adjustment and is now joining the circle. Is there anybody who's been checked over by the vet or any other things we should note before they jump off?
No, nothing out of the ordinary today, Callum. Yesterday, I think when we were down at the 2,000 metre start, we had 4 horses adjusting their tack. However, only horse number 17 this time. Few jockeys just taking a drink of water because it is so warm today. Nothing to be worried about, no one being checked over by the vets. And all the horses are being really calm, cool and collected, which is a huge change from yesterday. The horses must know it's the end of the season as well.
Absolutely. They, like us, know we're coming towards the end of things. You're down there at the 2,000 metre start. Have anyone been negative down there? Have there been any horses getting a bit worked up in the preliminaries?
Absolutely not. There are no negatives for me in this race. Everyone is calm, cool, collected. Even the jockeys are looking really confident. Obviously, this is the longest race of the day, so I'm sure they're keen to get it over and done with. However, you know what? I will stick with my selection of horse number 3, Full Marks.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Horse number 3, Full Marks. And sorry to break it to you, but we've got 2,400 metre content coming up next. So the poor jockeys are going to have to go a little bit further if they're going to have success today, if they don't win here. Full Marks, paddock positive. That's got to be a tick in the right direction, because clearly this horse, I thought, the more I watched that video from back, I thought it was quite an eye-catching performance, finishing second in front of a lot of legless rivals last time.
Yeah, we've covered Full Marks, and obviously it gives you a bit of confidence when Shamila's with you as well. I thought it was particularly intriguing that she made Estoppel a paddock pick, because he was disappointing. He's behind a few of these, behind Full Marks, behind Bodyline, meeting 43, but then stepped up, went fourth to Luigi Vampa last time out. Now he's still behind Abu Al-Azem on that run, but the fact that he stepped up from one run to another, and that Shamila is giving him a big positive when she didn't last time he ran, I don't think, makes me intrigued by his chances.
I'm keeps getting drawn toward Ibn Hadban, who is clearly a horse who's in very consistent form at the moment. 3 wins from 8 starts this season, including over course and distance. So that will be my selection, Ibn Hadban. Who do you like, Rory?
Do you know what? I'm going to let Shamila drag me towards Estoppel, having said that I liked 1M, and Estoppel will get my vote for the race.
So I like Ibn Hadban, Rory likes Estoppel, and Shamila likes Full Marks. Nice and easy for those at home. 3, 4 and 5. Anthony Ennis, over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Yeah, I'm going to give Estoppel my vote of confidence as well. I thought it looked really well on the way down. Right, they are loading up, these runners. So we're not that far away from the start. As you say, 2,000 metres here. And they are going in as we go up in distance. About 4 left to load for this race. The last A couple to go in. The race number 3 here at Taif. This is 2,000 metres. It's the 4:55 is the handicap. And that is Dream Biz, who's in stall number 12. Of course, they're in different draws as it's a handicap race. Waiting for full marks to go in, and 6 Abo Al-Azam as well. Bodyline's got a red cap, probably noticed. Yellow cap for 17, which is Adon Castle, the same ownership. Black cap for Carabeno. So the last few go forward. A couple of ex-Mark Prescott horses in this, but we're waiting for full marks. Full marks to go in. And stall 2 has been filled now. A lot of chatter going on. It's the jockeys and the starter. Still working on the horse in stall 2 there, which is Estoppel, the green. There's the down the ground camera angle. Horses poised, aren't they, for action here. So this is full marks in the red and black. He's the only one we're waiting for now. Although 1 or 2 of these are a bit edgy. Estoppel in particular in stall 2 has been a little bit anxious. Jockey's now on Estoppel, and in goes the last one, full marks. Just about ready, I think. 2,000 metres, and they're off. Starter lets them go. Way to a pretty good line. Forgivable from the outside stall, broke quite well. Also up with a pace there is Ibn Hadban in yellow and black colours. The red cap towards the inside is up there as well. That's Bodyline. And it's Bodyline on the inside is just about in front now, in company there with full marks in the red and black. Out wider is Carabeno in the black and white. To the outside goes Humour Maker as well, the big horse, to make a line of 4. Humour Maker is widest of all. Carabeno's in the centre, and towards the inside, full marks. They're just ahead of the red cap in behind of Bodyline. That's the front quartet as they begin to sort themselves out. Forgivable is now just off the pace, but caught wide from that wide draw, the blue and white silks, as they make the turn. And then back towards the inside, we have Neptune Seas in the pale blue colours as they make the turn. Also in red and black, not far away either, is Dream Biz as they make the turn down the back straight. Further back to find Ibn Hadban, the yellow and black, and then the white and green of Alahas towards the outside. Looking right through the field to find the likes of Entangling. Modbeck is quite far back. Florette as well is towards the rear of the field, and also at the back is Estoppel at this stage in green colours. He's being held up, and also towards the back of the field, the yellow cap of Adon Castle. Back with the leaders though, and up front towards the inside, Bodyline now has a fractional advantage. The red cap, white sleeves, although right there with the same ownership is Carabeno. These two at the head of affairs, and they've got full marks between them as they make the turn. Then Humour Maker, who's out wider with every chance. Behind Humour Maker is Forgivable, and then towards the inside, Neptune Seas, the light blue colours, and they're followed by Dream Biz. Around the turn they go. One that's making a bit of ground up is 1M in the green and red. Spot that one, carving his way through the field. 1M, green with the red epaulets, horse with a noseband, about to go into 3rd place. Neptune Seas is out after this leader. Full marks around the home turn though. Full marks, Neptune Seas, these two, but here is the improving 1M. Relentless headway from 1M on the outside of the green colours is coming to challenge these leaders now as they head inside the furlong. 1M on the outside. Neptune Seas is bang there, the light blue. Neptune Seas and 1M, not much in this. Neptune Seas, the pale blue. 1M, the green. 1M just asserting. 1M beat Neptune Seas in a stirring duel, and they're ahead of full marks. Back in 3rd, the front 3 were clear of the others, headed by Dream Biz. Great finish. Terrific run by 1M for Alexis Moreno. The son of Free Eagle has won it from off the pace. I spotted him before the home turn. He was carving his way through the field with an Aranci-like move, and he's won it. Number 8, 1M. Winning time 2 minutes 12.37 seconds for 1M, the winner. Big run by the second horse, 13 Neptune Seas. Ran a game race, beaten a quarter of a length in 2nd place. And full marks, 2 full marks, who was 3rd, number 3. So 8 1M the winner, 13 Neptune Seas was 2nd, 3 full marks was 3rd, and they were clear of the 4th horse, who was Dream Biz. A quarter of a length, 2 minutes 12.37 seconds. That was a perfectly timed run. Great ride, Alexis Moreno. Great one by 1M, who wins.
Well done, Alex. MashaAllah. Tell me about the race, Alex.
Thank you, Salman. مبروك توفيق من ديل, the trainer, our group. You know, I just come from behind, you know. The last time he finished 4, and today I bring it step by step, and he did it today.
Well done.
Thank you, man.
Alexis Moreno has got this horse 1M up in the dying strides in a stirring finish, out-battling Neptune Seas in one of the finishes of the season. A three-way go with full marks, running a cracking race for Shamila in third. But the question is, Rory, you were all over him to start with. You loved him. You said, I'm going to make this selection. And you changed your mind at the last minute. I thought analysts never changed their mind at the last minute. I thought it was you stick with your selection and you don't let other opinions make you waver.
Well, in fairness, when we're dealing with the parade ring, you've got to let that to be part of your process. And I decided that I would make sure that I took any negatives or positives on board from Shamila, and I did have a little question mark in my mind about Estoppel. You know, was she beginning to run back to form again? But she's run a stinker in the end. She didn't get from stall 2. She ended up being very wide, but she's come home about third last. Another one who was very disappointing there, Abu Alazem,
yes,
was out with the back markers as well. But yeah, 1M has been hinting recently that his turn is near. The son of Free Eagle. That was a much better effort last time, and he really caught the eye as he stayed on gradually in that contest behind O'Sheik, and Julie built on it here. And yeah, I jumped ship at the last minute, but say the
that's the joys of the sport, though, isn't it? That is the joys of it all. I think it was quite an interesting race from where horses were drawn perspective. Ibn Habban came out of 15, managed to get across to the rail. If you were a supporter of the big horse Humour Maker, you must have been cursing your luck all the way around, because this horse was 5 wide throughout.
Yeah, he was drawn on stall 12, and he did go forward from there. But the problem is, you can get across from what people think was the worst of the draw on the outside. Actually, the worst of the draw is probably sort of mid to wide, depending on how the race pans out. But you've got a chance there that horses on the inside are going to go forward, and they're going to stop you getting to the rail if you want to get there. There's also a chance of horses coming across you from wider as well, and that's what's happened. Other horses have tried to get across. Some of them have got up his inside and got ahead of him, and therefore he's been trapped wide. I still maintain that he's going to show better form in handicaps when he goes to Riyadh. I think the track will just suit him a lot better.
Oh, I imagine a big, strong, galloping type like him. You could just see him fading right out the back of shot there, but I think he'll enjoy Riyadh a lot more. Shamila is with a winning jockey.
I've managed to sprint back from the 2,000-meter start to catch Alex Moreno after winning that race. Alex, that was so impressive. What was going through your mind the entire race?
Well, the first time last week he finished 4, I think, 2,000 meters. He just come from behind, you know. He find a good way, taken outside, and he have a little sprint in the last 400. So yes, he had done well.
Were you confident in the last 400 because it was very tight?
Well, no, was too confident, but the problem was I can't kick inside because I have a horse beside me. But you know, the horse, when he have a field horse with him, he keep going, so it's helped me.
When I spoke to you on Thursday, you said you weren't going to see me again. You didn't think you were going to have any more winners. Were you just being secretly quiet?
Well, this is a surprise. He surprised me too, so you know, good surprise today.
Well done, Alex.
Thank you.
Do you get a feeling that there's a vibe between those two? Are you feeling something? A little bit of a vibe between us. We see the full race, and it was an interesting point you make about how the race was run, because they sort of went in 2 waves. There was a group of 5 that got across in front and all battled each other, because it's a bit of a long run to that first bend, and those in behind sort of shuffled in behind and got their position. You can see the Ibn Habban and the yellow and black just coming out of shot here, but the big Humour Maker, that's 5 wide. I know there's 4 horses, but there's a bit of a gap. By the time they get all straightened up, 4 wide all the way around.
Yeah, and if he'd managed to get past and get across those horses, that might have given him a chance. But and it's not disastrous to be wide here at times, but what you don't want is for horses on your inside to be pushing you wider. That's the key. You want to be able to plot your own path around the bend, and he wasn't really able to do that the way it went. And you can also see he's a little bit uncomfortable going around the bend as well.
He looks unbalanced, doesn't he?
He does look a little bit unbalanced. He wants a bigger sweeping bend than that to be coming round.
Interesting, you see full mark just being eased at this point. We've got Carabino running the race of his life, the best race he's run since he's come to Saudi Arabia. He's really enjoying himself. Full mark's kind of drifting in between him and the other Exeter Marks Prescott, Bodyline, who's also up there. But Dream Biz has run a cracker in fourth, always there and thereabouts, and is one of the few horses to stick there.
Yeah, he's certainly backed up that good effort last time when he won that, what we thought was a weak mid, but he won by 9 lengths. And maybe
he was chucked in, wasn't he? He was absolutely thrown in. Was absolutely thrown in.
Yeah, and Dream Biz has run well from a tricky position as well. But the race shapes up really nicely
Look
from
at your
here.
Winner again. He's cut through the field.
Yeah.
I said it before, I said it again. A hot knife through butter. Has cut through, dragged Ibn Habban with him, but that's not the story here. It's a battle of the front three where you've got full marks, Neptune Seas, and our eventual winner, 1M. And they get a bit close, Neptune Seas and 1M.
Well, first of all, it's worth pointing out that full marks drifts out to his right in the straight, and that's carried. The others who knew where they wanted to come, but he then pushed them a little bit further out. So I think the jockeys in the second and third had their plan to come wide of the leader, who they thought was going to be near the rail. That would have given them plenty of room. But as he's come out, they've got closer together, and I think you've got a couple of bumps there. First of all, Neptune Seas gives the winner a bump, and then 1M returns the favour late in the day.
Yeah, hopefully we can stick with his head on all the way, because you can just see Neptune Seas is just running around a little bit. 1M, this is the bump that 1M gives, that they both sort of come past, they're coming towards the line. That's quite a significant shove, isn't it? I mean, I don't think the result's going to change. I don't think the best horse didn't win today, but they got very close in those flying strides.
I'd say they did get very close, and they've got close on a couple of occasions. I would say it was a significant bump, because it hasn't affected either of their momentum. They just got involved in a battle, and they've rubbed together a couple of times. But the reason that's happened is because of the third horse. Because full marks initially shifted out to the right, they both had to change their position. And when you're getting tired at the end of a race like this, and you've got to shift anyway, you're going to lose a little bit of balance in the finish. If full marks had drifted across to the rail, the first and second would have been separated by about 2 horse widths, and it would have been no problem at all. So
now,
yes,
we know Alex Moreno has fallen foul of the stewards before. We also know that the stewards are very hot on horses drifting across late in races. We saw it a couple of weeks ago with 2 horses that finished a long way back in second and third, ended up falling all over each other in a purebred Arabian contest. And there were big bans handed out. I think it was 6-day bans handed out to the jockey who was responsible for that. So I wouldn't be surprised if Alex Moreno takes a little bit of a holiday at the beginning of the Riyadh season.
I would be absolutely livid if I was Alex and that happened, because he's not responsible for what's happened here. He has to ride a finish. He's on the horse that's travelling best, and he gets a bit of a bump from the horse inside him. If he wants to take a phase of action, he's not going to win the race at that stage. He has to keep riding to the finish. And as you see, he doesn't let his horse drift across. They've come across to the right in the first place because they've been carried that way, and then they naturally come back across to the left a little bit. There's going to be contact the way they've been carried in that direction. But it's not careless riding on either of those jockeys' behalf. It's horses getting a little bit tired and jockeys riding to win in the finish. I think I've got no problem with a lot of stewards' decisions here, but I don't think anyone deserves a holiday. Just because there's contact between horses at the end of a race, sometimes it's unavoidable, and you're going to say, that's just race riding, that's just racing, and let it go.
I was about to say, would we call this, to use a Formula 1 term, a racing incident, rather than anybody actually doing anything wrong?
Yes, I mean, that's, if you want to use that terminology, you can. It's accidental interference, essentially, and it's been caused by the fact that both horses really want to be going in towards their inside at the end of the race. They do get close, but as I said, we've seen what led up to that and what caused the incident, and it wasn't careless riding on behalf of Alex Moreno. And if he does get pulled up for it, I would be unhappy if I was him.
And what's great is we're still building our relationships out here. Hopefully we'll get a much better relationship with the stewards as well, and hopefully we'll be able to have them on and have conversations with them directly as well, because I know Shamila's had a few very nice interviews, but it would be great to get them up here and do a proper chat and talk about how things have developed here. But we have to move swiftly on further forward in the card, and we go even further in trip over the mile and a half, 2,400 metres. And Anthony Ennis will take us through the runners and the riders.
Certainly will, Callum. Yep, runners and riders for our next. Got a couple of changes here as well for non-winners of 3. These are. Let's go through them then. Number 1 is Seyhan, ridden by Muhammad Al Yami. 2 is Mujia for Mohammed Sayed. Number 3 is Baroud Abdullah Al Khamis. 4, Mr. Trinket, Camilla Ospina. 5, Mosayeya for double-seeking Alexis Moreno, we think. 6 is Sata, Abdullah Al Kradis. Number 7 is Tazdad. Number 8 doesn't go, so scratch Tomahawk. 9 is Ayan Ozaid, written by Rayan Altoesh. 10 is Gain Line, written by Abdullah Al Hussein. 11 is Koloi, he does run here. Al Sahani on board. 12 is out, so scratch Rich King. 13, Run Teddy Run. Number 14, Mostateb. 15, Majula for Tariq Al Mansour. 16, Gakali Warrior. Iyad Al Tarisi rides that particular runner. 17 is Hakim Al Anaya. 18 is a runner, that's Wood Ditton, Muhammad Al Shamari. And 19 runs as well. Tepui is also a runner, so scratch 20 and 21. But the 2 non-runners here, Callum, 8 Tomahawk and 12 Rich King. Omit those from your calculations, please.
We will do just that, Anthony Ennis, and it means you've got a little bit of an easier contest. Only the 17 to worry about in this race, but this is a cracking event, Rory, and we said it before in the previous race. If Warnhem wins, get involved with Mr. Trinket. Warnhem has won. Are you getting involved with Mr. Trinket?
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, he was. Last night, he was a flashy finisher in that race. Finished past Warnhem down the outside. We've seen the footage before. We'll see it again before this race is off. He's a very consistent sort, Mr. Trinket. Second, fourth, third, second on his 5 starts this season. And he was since the race we've seen him. He's also been third to default protection, of course, in distance handicap with Major Jumbo ahead of him in second. We don't see Major Jumbo here, but he tends to tie into a lot of form lines over this trip through the season.
We start with Sayan, number 1, and Majir, number 2.
We'll come back to Sayar. Majir won on debut at Maidan over 7 furlongs, but has regressed since and has got no form in a couple of runs here.
Baroud, number 3.
Baroud, ex-Dermot Wells, was a maiden for Dermot. Beaten 12 lengths over course and distance by Luigi Vampa last time out. Won the Saudi. No, he won a cup race at Riyadh, I think, on debut over a mile. He has been rated 88 in the past. He just slipped a little bit in the ratings and just needs to find his best form here.
We'll talk about Mr. Trinket and Mosea later on. Sata, number 6.
Sata made all when winning a 1.5 contest in Riyadh in March. That was not the 65 handicap. No impact this term, but hasn't been racing over the trip, and a return to 1.5 may help.
Tazdad is 7, and Aino Zain, number 9.
Tazdad's long-standing matings out of his depth here. Aino Zain, his sole win came in a mile maiden. He was beaten 18 3/4 lengths in a Jcsa challenge last week. This is a little bit easier, I suppose, but he's still got plenty on his plate.
Gain Line, number 10, thought would be special early this season.
Yeah, it was quite a long way behind Monsieur Jumbo last time out. He's won a 1.5 furlong maiden at Riyadh, a 1.25 Jcsa challenge in 2021. Placed twice over course and distance this term, but he's been low form in his last 2 starts in 0 to 90 handicaps.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who has caught your eye?
Thanks very much, Callum. I have gone for horse number 5, Masaya. I think it could be a very quick double for Naif Mindil and Alex Marino. Second last time out, and the highest rated horse in the race, and for good reason as well. He is an absolute unit compared to all the other horses in this race. So I think Alex was quietly confident and just secretive, saying that he wasn't going to have any more winners this weekend because Masaya looks really well. Now, Mr. Trinket also looks really well. However, I will stick with Masaya. And one of my paddock negatives is also from the Mindil stables, Run Teddy Run, because I always go for Run Teddy Run, and he has done nothing but disappoint me the entire season. So he has to be my negative. And horse number 19 was getting a little bit on his toes, but fingers crossed for Alex to get that double.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And yes, fingers crossed for Alex for the double. Here is number 15, Majula.
Majula was well behind Luigi Vampa last time out, but set a very strong pace that day. was a winner over a mile and a furlong in Riyadh and a not to 85 in November last year. Placed just once in 8 subsequent starts, though, and they're still trying to find the key to Majula.
Hakeem Alanaya, number 17.
Struggling for form in lesser races than this, rated 59, and is going to struggle again today.
18 is Wood Ditton.
Wood Ditton has ability, but poor efforts of late, and he looks to be making up the numbers with a rating of 55.
Tapui is the reserve that sneaks in, number 19.
Yes, a lot of these reserves who sneak in at the last minute always seem to be a little bit unready for it. They tend to be more likely to play up than others. Tapui's only rated 56. He was well held last week, and he's yet to earn any money locally at all.
We're looking at Mosea in shot right now. That is Shamila's paddock eye catcher. Hopefully we'll get some video form of Mosea nice and soon, actually beating Kilauea, a horse we'll also talk about later on because we missed that horse in the parade ring, but he's a very gutsy grey, and they're both next to each other at this point, and they stay next to each other throughout the finish.
Yeah, this is a race won by Mehama. Mehama wins very easily, but Mosea was held up too far off the pace this day on seasonal reappearance and stays on past the grey Kilauea in the final 100 metres to finish second to Mehama. Now, you might look at this and go, well, you're beating 12 lengths. That doesn't give you much of a chance. I just think the way that Mosea was ridden there, A, was partly with an eye to the future, and B, possibly with an eye to stepping up and trip. First try at a mile and a half here, but shaped there as if he'd handled it.
Keep your eye on the horse in green out wide. That is Mr. Trinket, and that form where you see him flashing home, beating another horse in green on the inside is boosted because Warnem won our last contest. Steps up and trip today. Yeah,
and I think Mr. Trinket should get placed here because he's proven over course and distance. He's very consistent. He did rattle home and finished in front of the winner of the last race there, but I think he's still much more likely to get placed than he is to put his head in front.
We missed a few of these out when we were going around the parade ring. We'll start with number 1, Sayan.
Yeah, all runs this term have come at a mile, and his wins have come. His win here has come over a mile and a furlong at Riyadh. Tough task is only try at a mile and a quarter, but stepping up and trip again doesn't necessarily look like it suits him.
Yes, we've just seen Mr. Trinket and we've just seen Mosea. My point here is quite simple. I don't think Mosea handles Taif. If you watch his wins, they've all come in Riyadh down that long straight. We've explained it before. I don't think the step up and trip is going to change the way this horse is just designed and the way he runs. So I'd be slightly concerned stepping up and trip. Would you be with me or against me on that?
Well, he's untried at the trip, so it is an unknown. But he was ridden pretty cold last time. I think he'd probably be ridden the same way in this. She, I should say, we've ridden the same way in this contest. She strides as if she will settle and get this trip. You wouldn't swear to it on pedigree. She's a daughter of Run Happy, of course. But I thought she shaped like she would stay last time out, and I'm going to give her a chance to beat Mr. Trinket for all you're very warm in his chances. Yeah, she shapes like her sire, actually. She's very much a sprinter's build. She's an absolute tank of a filly, but hopefully she's clearly got ability over further. Kilauea, we've already mentioned, very, very consistent performer recently, and I thought ran a great race last time out. Run, Teddy, run. Shamila's negative because she's let her down so many times, but what do you make of this one on the form lines? Well, he's got a place chance on the pick of his form, but his last 2 runs have been pretty dreadful. And on the ratings, he's going to struggle here. He's only rated 60 these days. He just needs to find his form, but he's not looking to do it at the moment. We didn't talk about Mostateb either, number 14. Mostateb, yeah, just 1 career win in 30 starts. He's out of sorts at the moment, and even a rating of 50 looks to flatter him on recent efforts. And finally, we didn't get to mention Gurkhale Warrior either. Gurkhale Warrior, I should say. Gurkhale Warrior ran pretty well last time out. 5th to Luigi Vampa over course and distance. He usually runs his race. Got a rating of 76. He's got some moderate horses around him. I think he gets involved here. I think Gurkhale Warrior is one to be interested in. He's got a bit to find with the likes of Mr. Trinket and Mosea, but there's a bit of dead wood in this race, and I think he'll finish nearer first than last. So let's talk about those that aren't deadwood. Outside of Mr. Trinket and Mosea, who we've given lots of talk to, any others that have caught your eye on form, and now we've seen them in the parade ring? Yeah, we haven't talked about Gainline, I suppose. We have talked about Gainline, but he's the one that was very exciting early on this season. Yeah. Second in meeting 3, but didn't quite build on that. No, he's third again, meeting 17. He's just been below his form on his last 2 starts, but they've been deeper races than this, so he could bounce back to form. He's running still 10 here. He does stay the trip, and yeah, you'd have him in front of about 7 or 8 of these at least, so he could get back to form. Again, he needs to build even on his best form if he's going to win this, unless the likes of Mr. Trinket or Jcsa run below their form, but he's not without chances.
You mentioned stall 10 here. Does the draw have an effect over 2,400 metres? They've obviously got lots more bends to go around. They turn into the straight. They then do that tight turn away from us. Is the draw a concern here, or can you get a position before?
The draw needn't make a difference, but it still sometimes can. As we saw in our last race, if you settle too far back and the pace doesn't collapse, it's often very hard to make late headway. And again, where the pace opens up mid-race, if you're held up, you then suddenly find that the best horses are 20 lengths ahead of you, and there's no way of bridging that gap. That's very difficult. So if you're drawn wide and you're not getting across, jockeys tend to want to drop in, but they can end up losing. They can lose 10 to 12 lengths on the leaders doing that. And unless the race is run in a certain way, that can put them at a disadvantage. I'd rather see jockeys riding forward for a little bit longer and trying to get a reasonable position where they're not going to be forced wide than immediately dropping in. Because even if you're stuck on the rail in 14th place here and you're perfectly happy with where you are, you often have to make a big detour around runners to get into that. We saw a couple of horses in the last race doing that. I mean, as I said, we were interested in a Stoppel there. She was settled perfectly happily towards the back of the field, but the race happened in front of her. She suddenly had to try to make ground from a bad position. She's gone very wide to do it, and it was clear she wasn't going to get into it off the coming into the final bend. She was eased from that point. That happens a lot in these races, and it can be exacerbated by the draw. But if you've got the horse that will carry you into the race,
like we saw in the last race,
then you can be drawn anywhere. It doesn't really make any difference. But the key is, when you have what is in inverted commas a bad draw, if you drop in too far back and the race doesn't pan out your way, it can be absolutely impossible, no matter how good you are, to make that ground. And again, we saw a couple of races like it yesterday when the race breaks up at halfway, when one of the links breaks.
That's it.
All you need is one of the horses who's they're racing in sequence. Everyone's in the right sort of spot. But if one horse weakens suddenly out of that, it can cause a gap between runners very quickly, and the race then changes shape around that. That's the danger with being held up in these distance races at Taif.
Yes, all you need is one horse to aim at, suddenly going backwards, and suddenly everyone is just panicking and trying to close in the gap. Just to go through selections, we know Shamila likes Jcsa. You can totally understand why. Rory, I imagine, are you sticking with Jcsa? Are you going somewhere else?
Yeah, I'm going to be with Jcsa as well. I thought Mr. Trinket, he does catch the eye, but I think he can lull you in a little bit.
Don't you worry, Mr. Trinket fan. I'm sticking with you. I'm all over Mr. Trinket here. Anthony Ennis, who do you like?
I'm with you, Callum. Yeah, I'll be lulled in as well to Mr. Trinket. I think it might be his day, but we shall see. It's a really competitive race, this, isn't it? Looking forward to this one. The runners are going forward, as you know. No Rich King, no Tomahawk here, but still an excellent field of runners. There's Gain Line. You look really well. There is Jcsa for Alexis Moreno and Naif Al-Mindil, who also trains Mr. Trinket. We've got a few in already. 8 in, I believe, so far. Waiting for 6 to go forward there. Jcsa to go in. Also, Sehar, number 1, isn't in yet. And this is a race for non-winners of 3. And they are loading up. Mixture of fillies, colts and geldings here. Not too many more to go in. Sehar, the mount of Alexis Moreno, looking for that double. Next one to go forward is Sehar, who goes in. Sehar is in. Another grey to go forward, and also Mr. Trinket in the all green, who's next door there. And Camillo Ospina. Not too many more to go in. The last one. And we're set, and they're off. He's let them go. They're racing the 1.5 miles, 2,400 metres for our 4th race of the day. And breaking well down on the inside there was Mujia, one of those first to show up. Towards the outside, though, is number 15, Majula, in the blue and yellow. So Majula has overall command here, leading up to, in second place, Mosta Teb, who's racing in the white and red on the inside. Behind Mostotep, towards the inside in the dark red and green, is Mujia, who's now a clear third place. And Mujia is racing ahead of Majula, who's also in yellow and blue with the blue headgear. Just behind those, the grey up towards the outside is next in the field as they continue their journey. Baroud, and now making a bit of ground up on the wide outside going forward, is Run Teddy Run as well as they begin to sort themselves out. And it's number 18, Wood Ditton, who's making the big move to go to third place now. As they go past us there with a circuit to go on the inside, it is Majula who leads. And he's got away here, Majula, has just suddenly injected some pace to this race. He's now tanking along at around 56.5 kilometres per hour, Majula. And he's gone 5 or 6 lengths ahead. So a long way to go. Mostotep is trying to stay with him in second place, and then the other jockeys don't look too alarmed. Behind those in third is the grey Baroud, who's racing in the dark colours. Behind Baroud, keeping out wide them, is Majula as they make the run. They're well strung out here, looking for the likes of Mr. Trinket. He's in company with Mosayeha right towards the back of the field, and one or two of these getting a little bit detached. Gakali Warrior is right towards the back, and also Hakim Alanaya is a long way behind this leader, who will surely come back to them, you would imagine, now just slowing down a little bit in front as they continue their journey across the far side. And that leader is still Majula under Tariq Al Mansour, must be still clear by 8 lengths. Baroud the Grey is the one giving chase in second place. Mujia is about to take third place. Now the pace is increasing, and now the moving line starts to appear, looking for the green colours of Mr. Trinket, trying to get a bit closer. He is making ground, Mr. Trinket, and also Mosayeha is going with him. So 5 and 4 both on the move. They go 4th and 5th. The leader's perhaps getting a bit lonely. Majula in front. Baroud's only 2 lengths away. Third place for Mujia. Now here come the big guns. That's Mosayeha making ground. Goes 4th. Has got first jump on Mr. Trinket, who's in the all green, chased along. Mr. Trinket being brought very wide around the turn. The leader is still out in front, Majula, but getting tired. Looks a sitting duck now for Mosayeha. And here comes Mr. Trinket, though, with a sweep on the outside. Up the rails goes Mujia, Mr. Trinket and Mosayeha. Not much between these two. Mr. Trinket got momentum. He got the slingshot off the turn, and he's going home best of all for Camillo Espina. And it is Mr. Trinket, a double for Taif Al-Mandil. Mr. Trinket beats Mosayeha, who finishes a game second, and they're clear of the others, headed by Baroud in third place, and then Mujia. It was between the two of them, 4 and 5. They finish in that order. For the winner, Camillo Ospina, a double for Taif Al-Mandil, who has a 1-2 because he also trained Mosayeha, who was second. 4, Mr. Trinket, the winner. Great ride from off the pace. The pace collapsed as we thought it might do with Majula going off too quick. No way you could sustain that kind of 56, 57 kilometres per hour tempo for a mile and a half. Crazy fractions for this sort of distance of a race from the front runner. 4, Mr. Trinket, the winner. 5, Mosayeha was second. The grey number 3, Baroud was third. And Mujia back in behind them in 4th place. But the two of them, they were kind of side by side throughout. They were kind of watching each other, I think, here, Ospina and Moreno. And it was Mr. Trinket who has his day in the sun. 2 minutes 40.7 seconds the winning time. Wins by a length and a half. 4, Mr. Trinket. 5, Mosayeha did everything right in second, but just couldn't see off Mr. Trinket, who went very wide. Third, number 3, Baroud, and they were clear. 4, 5, 3, 2, the numbers.
Congrats, Camilo. How is it today?
Yeah, thank you very much, Charlie. Thank you very much to Beyhan and Mandil, Salman, and the whole team to this stable. Thanks, God. That horse, I saw the races. He's coming all time. second, third. It's coming a little bit late, but today I put behind the good feeling, the same step.
Good tactic.
Yeah. No, because I know Alex is coming in a very good way. I put behind him, and thanks God when I asked him in the last 600 meters, he responded very good. Yeah, thank you very much.
Sometimes it pays to follow the form, and 1M gave it all away in the last race, winning in such impressive style in a battling finish. And we had exactly the same, another cracking finish, Rory, and this time, Mr. Trinket. Well, you lulled in, if you were, congratulations, because Mr. Trinket comes out on top of Jcsa in one of the most tactically fascinating races we've seen here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Yes, this was a very interesting contest because not for the first time, and I want to call her Mijuli, but that's because of
Mijuli.
Yes, for obvious reasons. Has gone off in front and set a very, very strong pace. And when that happens, we talked about how a race can break up. If you've got a leader who pulls the rest along and everything stays in formation, then you see a race sort of developing as you'd expect. When a horse goes off and goes 15 lengths clear, then the question is, do the jockeys follow or do they ignore the leader? And as a rule, they ignored the leader. I think largely they ignored the second as well. And we were discussing this while the race was going on. Does the runner-up try to bridge the gap here? I said, no, we've seen this before. The leader will stop. And the main jockeys in this race are essentially riding as if the third horse is the leader in the race, and they're using that as a target. And you saw the pair of them move forward together. The pace collapsed a little bit up front, but the horse is in third, and those who were coming from mid-div forged on ahead. And it was clear off the bend, one going up the inside, one coming down the outer, that Mr. Trinket and Jcsa were going to get involved in a battle for this contest. And Mr. Trinket briefly looked like he might have gone too wide round the bend, but quickly straightened up, and as Mr. Ennis said in commentary, got the slingshot on the bend, managed to nick half a length off Jcsa, and then it was a battle from there on, but he wasn't giving that up. My only concern with Mr. Trinket, his form's been very, very solid all season. As I said, form reads 2-4, 3-3, 2-1 now.
Exciting stuff for Mr. Trinket, and Shamila is with a winning jockey.
Before the race, I was Team Jcsa. However, that was such an impressive performance from Mr. Trinket and Camilo Espina. I would say it was 30% Mr. Trinket, 60% Camilo. That was a fantastic ride.
Oh, thank you very much, Shamila. Thank you very much to Feihan and Mendil, Salman, the whole team, for giving me the chance to ride the horse. This horse, I saw the races, he finished second, third. And the last time, I robbed, I shame for my stable horse, I want to win. But thank God he waited for me, and today, thank God, he won very good.
Was that the idea? Because obviously Jcsa and Mr. Trinket were next to each other in the stalls, to keep them together all the way?
Yeah, no. He told me come behind the pace, but the horse is coming very good inside. The another filly from the center stable, she's coming in the reality. Alexis is taking very good way, and I follow him until the 600 meter. After 600 meter, I open my horse. He responds very good.
How do you get confident in the last 600 meters? How do you pace it properly?
No, my horse is coming full. When I ask him, he responds very good. And when he changed the hand in the last 300 meters, he fly in the last meter.
Well, you're having a fantastic weekend, Camila. Well done again.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Well done, Camilo Ospina, and this race is all about the tactics. And Rory, what a fascinating contest, but it starts off with Mijuli running out. Oh no!
You started as well.
I've done it. Majula. Oh no, I'm not going to hear the end of that. Majula taking the early lead and going out, and you mentioned that the race started from the horse in second. That's eventually going to be Baroud, who's going to start closing up in that gap and going into second. And you can just see Baroud, the grey horse here, in about fifth position at the moment, will end up closing that gap in second. No one chases, but what happens in behind is fascinating, because right now, the winner and the second are right at the bottom of shot in the green colours, and they time it bang on right, and no one else goes with them. The likes of Kilauea and Gainline and all the others don't get anywhere near these two who race away.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, as I said, I think there are times when you get a horse that you're not expecting to lead, goes on and nicks 10 lengths, and it's got the ability to win. You think, well, I can't let that go on its own. But there are horses like Majula here who has set a really strong pace and fallen in a hole as she did behind Luigi Vampa last time out. Again, built up a big lead at halfway and then stopped and finished 9th. So I think the other joggers are thinking, okay, nothing to worry about there. But 2 of them have gone off in semi-pursuit. They're in no man's land now for me. You either want to go right up to the leader there, or you want to sit at the front of the pack. So you see that Baroud's jockey decides that he has to go up and make sure that this leader isn't going to get away, but he then breaks away from the others. The main players now at this stage, do they treat Baroud as the front runner? Do they treat Majula as the front runner, or do they decide that these two are clearly doing too much and look at something in behind as the essential target in the race?
And here they come right now. They come swinging in, and straight away, Mr. Trinket's lost about 3 lengths on that kick. And you think at this point the race is over, but I think tactically what Camille Ospina does right now, going nice and wide, is one of the best moves I've seen here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Yeah, I mean, the key is, and it doesn't quite work out perfectly for him because Baroud shifts out a little bit, but you can see that Camilo wasn't forced to go wide. He decided he was going to take that path, and he moved into that path before the bends. He then had to move slightly wider when Baroud has shifted into his path to a degree, but he knew where he wanted to be. He didn't have to make a last-minute decision to swerve around other horses, and that's maintained his momentum. I think the other thing that we haven't really mentioned here is that the winner's proven over 1.5 miles. The runner-up was having her first start over this trip, and I think the way this race has panned out in the last 200 metres, she maybe hasn't quite got home. She's a good stayer at 1.25 miles, but this is a first lifetime start at the 1.5 miles, and the race ended up being quite strongly run. So she's probably done a little bit too much in getting into that challenging position, and then has flattened out late on. But Mr. Trinket, for all he's been peppering the pin and finishing 2nd and 3rd in a lot of races this season, his stamina and the way this race is run, and a superb ride from Camilo Ospina, of course, has given him a big day in the sun.
And for me, Camilo Ospina, I'm still taken aback by that incredible race move. It's almost like he builds his momentum on the bend coming wide, and he almost takes the bend as a straight. And as Enzo said, uses it as a slingshot. We see it all the time at courses like Lingfield back home, but to see it here and to see it done so well with these beautiful drone shots that we get, he's almost coming wide, and he's already at full speed as they turn into the straight.
Yes. What he's doing is he's changing the nature of the bend. That's a tight bend.
Yes.
Now, what we have, you notice in 6 furlong races, the first bend is absolutely fine because they start on a chute. So that changes the nature of the bend and makes it less tight. The home turn is tight here, and if you go around it in your normal position, you will end up losing momentum a little bit because for most horses, there are horses who go around here like greyhounds on rails, suits them perfectly well. Most horses, it's just a little bit too tight and they can't maintain the momentum. What he does is by moving wide, he's making a different bend. He's essentially cutting. He's given himself more room and then cutting the corner across a little bit and making it less tight, therefore helping his horse to maintain momentum. And that's worked really well. He's spoken to us about that in the past as well, about how some horses he rides. If you're a big, long striding horse, these bends are not natural, and you've got to give them a little bit of a helping hand by giving them room round the bend, and that's exactly what he's done here.
You can see him on this turn. He is flat to the boards. Compare him to Alex, who is still sitting there, hands and heels nursing this horse to try and get the victory, knowing he's got stamina concerns. Meanwhile, Camillo is full out, flat to the boards, nice and wide, and uses that momentum.
Well, that's the key. The key is it's not so much that he's not travelling as well, but he's asking for an effort there. He knows that he needs to push that momentum through the bend so that he comes into the home straight running, and that's worked really well for him. Whereas Mosea looks to be going better as she comes around the bend. Again, she's trying to conserve a little bit of stamina by doing that, but he then slingshots past her. He's going at a faster speed out of the bend, and she can't quite get back at him. It's a masterful piece of riding. It's well worth watching again and again. If you watch it from the angle we're at, he's spun too wide round the bend. But actually, when you see that from the reverse, you see that he's used the bend to maximise his chance of winning this race, and that is superb riding.
And again, please check out the YouTube feed where it's always available to watch on demand whenever you like. And I think it's crucial to mention we've got this drone footage, and the drone camera gives us such a wonderful viewpoint of the race, and something you don't see in many other racing jurisdictions. Places like Australia have been using it for years and have been really, really keen on it. Started off with wire cams, obviously, it's now developed into drone cams, and the technology is incredible. And just what a performance there, and what a unbelievable ride. That race was won by the jockey. The horse is talented, but the jockey is who won that race.
Yeah, the horse has managed to find ways of losing races in the past, but he was just delivered to perfection. It was interesting that Camilo, you know, he took a chance on taking the ride on this horse today, and he gave it the perfect ride and got the result that he deserved out of it. So we're seeing the top jockeys really cover themselves in glory today, aren't we?
Yeah, they're saving their best till the very last, and we move swiftly on. We stay over the same trip, but a much smaller field. Anthony Ennis, take us through the runners and riders for this purebred Arabian contest.
Will do, Callum. Yeah, looking forward to this one. Smaller field for me as well this time for the next on the card. This is the 555 for the Arabian Breds, as you say. Number 1 is RB Game Over. Camilo Ospina looking for a double. Great analysis there of his winning ride in the previous race. Number 2, Hatamat Al Khaladia for Iyad Al Turisi. Number 3 is Aham Athbar for Abdullah Al Hussein. 4 is Princess Muazzaz, Naif Al Anazi. Number 5, Gasham Shamal Jazra, Talik Al Mansur, and 6 is Mishal El Katayeb for Abdullah Al Kradi. So just the 6 of them this time to have a look at for this race for the Arabian Breds. Back to you, Callum and Rory.
Thank you very much, Anthony Ennis, for taking us through a very brief runners and riders. And we've gone from fields of 18 and 17 down to a field of 6. But it doesn't make this any easier to work out. In fact, it probably makes it trickier.
No, it can really hurt your brain looking at this race. There's a lot of form lines to dig into, but to be honest, I would recommend that you try not to dig in too deep, because
health and safety.
Things don't get any clearer when you do that, to be perfectly honest. You know, you're looking for patterns of form, you're looking for something to emerge from those lines and say, but this horse is actually the best in this scenario. And when you've got these interlocking Arabian horse form lines, they can make your head hurt enormously, because you get form being turned around massively at times when conditions are the same. We tend to look at this at home and go, that's because of the ground, it's because of the trip. But with the Arabians, it tends to be about circumstance as much as anything. And a lot of these are quite tightly tied together. We'll go through the form lines fairly shortly. But it's certainly a fascinating race despite the small field.
Yes, I think we've been on a journey with our purebred Arabian form. I remember when Rory first got here, I said, it's very simple, Rory. Highest rated horse, always wins. Nice and easy. Don't worry about it. Don't worry yourself about it. Don't look at form, Rory. Just look at the ratings. Well, that worked for a week, and then it went horribly wrong. I have come up with a secondary hypothesis, and I believe it's absolutely right. The horse who is the simplest and most willing will always give you a very good run for your support. I always feel try to aim for the horse that looks like it wants to win the most. Whether it actually does win is another story, but try and focus on horses who aren't going to let you down with their attitude.
Well, that's fair. That's interesting you mentioned that. We've got footage of 2 of these here. An interesting one, because there's a form line we could see where 4 of them are involved in the same race. We're actually seeing 2 different horses here with 2 very different attitudes as well. We'll see Game Over, and we'll see Hatamat Al Khaladia in action. Questions about both of them in terms of trip and current form and stuff like that there, but very different animals, and we'll see that in the footage.
We had a race over 2,400 metres for purebred Arabians yesterday. Those were lower class animals than what we're seeing here. It was a full field of 18, and they were walking across the line. Are we concerned about how far this race is and those horses who have got speed just over racing?
Definitely. You know, the majority of the Arabian races, and the horses tend to shift around trip-wise, but the majority of the races are around a mile. They race as short as 6 furlongs. There's some very good contests over the 6 furlong trip. There are very few races over this 2,400, and not many of the runners we're looking at are proven over the trip.
Let's have a look at Game Over here. Looks lovely in the parade ring. Not quite the same when the taps are turned.
No, he's got talent as Game Over, and it doesn't always want to show it, as we'll see shortly. Hatamat Al Khaladia was a narrow winner 2 starts ago before running in the Taif Derby last night, which is a bit too tough, but she's reliable. I Am Athba. His wins have come at a mile and a furlong. He was 4 1/4 lengths behind Gasham Sham Al Jazri went fourth to Kasab Al Dam last time out over 1.25 miles, stretches out 1.5 miles here. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll look at the form of that particular contest because it involves various of these horses.
Hey, you're our form analyst. You take us through how you get this form.
That race was an 85 to 100 handicap over 1.25 miles. It was won by Kasab Al Dam. Gasham Sham Al Jazra ran well to be second, beaten 3/4 of a length. Taktir, who doesn't run here, was third, 2.25 lengths away in total. I Am Athba then was fourth, beaten 5 lengths. Princess Muazzaz was fifth, beaten a total of 5.5 lengths. Umran, who we've seen plenty of it, isn't it, in this race, was next, was beaten 44.25 lengths. And Game Over was beaten 65.5 lengths on that occasion. But he does have better form than that going back, but he ran no sort of race there. So Gasham Sham Al Jazra apparently has the beating of most of these on that form. Unfortunately, Gasham Sham Al Jazra then went. He's had another couple of runs. He's finished 7th in the Taif Derby after that, and then he's finished well beaten 9th last time out, behind Princess Muazzaz and Misha El Khatayab as well. So you seem to be getting some clarity with the first result, then I get turned over with the second one.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Have you tried to work out this tricky little contest?
Well, Callum, not only is this race tricky on paper, however, it was tricky for me in the parade ring as well. However, I have sided with one of 2 fillies in this race. Princess Muazzaz, ridden by Naif Al-Nazi in this race, horse number 4. She will jump out of stall number 2. She is trained by Mohammed Khalaf and by a sire called Muazzaz. Looking really, really nice in the parade ring. She is sporting some blinkers today and just has a fluffy girth strap as well, just to help her out. But she looks really nice in the parade ring. A horse that I also really like the look of is RB Game Over, rated 95. I think Camila Ospina could be on for a double. However, I will stick with horse number 4 in this race. And no paddock negatives as I've seen so far. Only a small field of 6 going for this contest over 2,400 metres.
Shamila, just you mentioned there the fluffy girth. Now, we often hear you discuss the fluffy shadow roll, the noseband for those watching in the UK, shadow roll for those watching in the US and other territories. But talk about the fluffy girth strap. What's so important about that and why have Connections gone for that?
Sorry, I meant fluffy martingale.
Oh, well, there we go.
Not
Please,
a fluffy girth.
explain the fluffy martingale too. That'll work.
Yeah, 2 completely different pieces of equipment there. However, the fluffy martingale goes across the chest of the horse just to try and keep the saddle in place. Sometimes horses have this. If they are a bit on the skinnier side, like the Arabians are, the saddle could tend to slip back as the surcingle or girths are completely made out of elastic. Just because the fillies are a bit more sensitive as well, it just adds a layer of protection over the chest area so it doesn't rub them or bother them during the race.
Thank you very much, Shamira. And I think getting that extra information is always crucial because there's just so much information and jargon out there that often can quite overwhelming. So trying to explain as much as we can here on the Jcsa YouTube channel.
Would breast girth be an acceptable term for the piece of equipment?
Yes, it would be.
Yeah, and
that's what I should have really gone with there, shouldn't I?
Yeah, well, obviously,
2 birds with 1 stone on that one.
The girth obviously underneath them, but a breast girth is a way of ensuring that the saddle doesn't sit backwards, particularly with horses who are more finely built, and they can suffer from slipping saddles. So having a breast girth or a martingale, as Shamila says, will potentially help that. And obviously the fluffiness is all about sensitivity with the horses.
Absolutely, and making sure less irritation as possible. Some horses, though, when you apply anything fluffy, they get even more flighty.
Yes.
A couple of horses I used to ride out when I used to mess around with pointers used to hate fluffy girth because it was an absolute nightmare because they were just constantly thinking they were getting caught by flies, so always kicking at each other. You mentioned the form being difficult in this contest. I'm going to throw another spanner in the works. Gasham Sham Al Jazra actually beat Hatam Al Khaladia in the last start they faced each other in that Taif Arabian Horses Derby.
They did, but I'm inclined to ignore form up in class because a lot of horses will run above themselves in big races, or they won't get involved in the early skirmishes and they'll end up staying past beaten horses and run respectably. Whereas a horse who tries really hard to keep up with better horses will then weaken out of it late in the day. So if horses are finishing 7th or 8th in a 10-runner race like that, I'm inclined to say it was too tough for both of you. Let's see what you did in races you should have been competitive in. So I'm ignoring the Taif Derby form. But it does show that Shamsham Al Jazra is more than capable of running well. You know, he's got a couple of good runs this season. That second to Kasab Al Dam is arguably the best piece of form in the context of this race, bearing in mind it's a handicap. But he didn't show it at all last time out. Similarly,
it came over a while ago, didn't it? That's the thing. It's the fact that is he over the top? Because he's had a busy season.
Well, he's raced a meeting 41, meeting 48, and meeting 50. So I can see why the run last time out came a little bit too quick. And I don't think it suits a lot of the Arabians to race too often. They can lose condition fairly quickly, and that might be why. Listen, he might have bounced back since that. He might have been, you know, light on condition then, and didn't give his running, but didn't give himself a hard time, and then thrived again since. So he could bounce back. Came over could bounce back. You know, he ran an absolute shocker last time out, but he's a dual winner over a mile and a quarter. He's got a bit more stamina than most of these. He looked quality in the parade ring as well, but we'll see him in action shortly, and I didn't think he made much of an effort to be competitive after leading last time out, and that's a big red flag for me.
Yeah, it's all fine and well us saying that he's not a willing client when he's running, but it's great when you see it in the video form. His issue is, as soon as the pressure's turned, his head goes up in the sky and he wants no part of it.
Yeah, and what worries me, and that this is 2 runs ago when he was 5th, what worried me there was he didn't come under pressure before he put the head in the air. And I can understand, you know, if when runners are coming at him, he doesn't fancy a battle, you go, well, actually, this is a much easier race. He's won in 0 to 105 company, and this is not the strongest 0 to 85. So you could say that he could actually go through the race on the bridle, be well positioned, and be able to win without coming off the bridle. But I didn't think he was under much pressure last time out when he seemed to gibbet a little bit. So that's a worry for me. But he has won twice. And again, with a lot of these, it's a case of if they bounce back to the best, to go well. The most reliable in the race is Hatamat Al-Khalidiyah, but she was all out to hold on last time out from Michel El Ketayeb. And you would say that stepping up and trip, she'd be vulnerable. But I do think she's pretty well. I think she just made her bid for home a bit too soon last time out. I'm not sure that Michel El Ketayeb is actually a stronger stayer than her in the grand scheme of things. He looked a stronger stayer on the day because his effort came later. I would trust her better to run her race, and she will be my selection in the race before I convince myself of something else.
Oh, big choice there. Yeah, I'm Hatamat Al-Khalidiyah too. I did think. I'm just trying to think of a horse that's more sensible than Game Over. I can't have Game Over. I've been bitten too many times in purebred Arabian races where a horse has come, they're absolutely swinging, and as soon as the pressure goes on, it all goes wrong. So I'm going to stay away from Game Over. So just a reminder for all those at home, as we see just one horse in the checkup area, that looked to be Michel Al-Ketayeb, I think, who's just getting checked over by the officials. Unfortunately, we are not able to show you some of the video form here, but I think we've explained it very well in the idea that Game Over, when the pressure comes, the head goes in the air. Hatamat Al-Khalidiyah is a much more sensible performer.
Okay, yeah, unfortunately, I said we'll be able to demonstrate that footage-wise. But he was a fair 5th, 2 starts ago. What happened is he had a lead coming into the final bend, and I thought he's put the brakes on a little bit and let the others join him. He's then rallied a bit round the bend, and he's still within a length of the lead most of the way up the straight. But again, the head carriage in the final furlong is off-putting, and he doesn't really put it in. In terms of class, he's more than capable of bouncing back, but that's, you know, the run last time out, and indeed that awful 7th behind the rest of these last time out is even more worrying.
So, Hatamat Al-Khalidiyah for myself. Shamila likes Princess Muwazza, the horse we haven't given too much of a mention to, but surely worth talking about. The form line says 3rd last time out.
Well, yeah, she's run since that. So she was 5th in that race behind Kasab Al Dam, not beaten that far, 5.5 lengths in total. But then she ran very well to be 2nd to Muntasir, actually 3rd to Muntasir last time out. And she had Michel El Ketayeb and Shamsham Al Jazra behind her that day. So the form would appear to suggest she is trending in the right direction.
It was
pretty much your last chance to say that this season.
You've beaten it out of me. What people don't understand is when we're at home, I'm not allowed to say, and he yells at me, please help.
you were given a small amount, you could say, at every meeting, and you went from saying it 8 times a day to not at all. So you're allowed 1 or 2.
Just go through selections one more time. I like Hatamat Al-Khalidiyah. Shamila likes Princess Muwazza. Who do you like, Rory?
Hatamat Al-Khalidiyah for me.
Hatamat Al-Khalidiyah for Rory as well. Over to you, Enzo. Who do you want in this one?
Yeah, rather unoriginal, but I'm a Hatamat Al-Khalidiyah fan as well here as we watch Game Over going in. The red and blue quarters, followed by number 4, Princess Muazzaz. Just the 6 runners for this race for the Arabian breds. And 4-year-olds and upwards. Fillies and colts over 2,400 metres. And they're off. They're racing over the 1.5 miles again. So a long way to go. Let's hope they don't go too quick early on. One of the first to show towards the inside was Ayam Athbar. And now taking closer order is Jcsa Al-Jazra to the outside with Game Over right there as well. Game Over, we expected to be prominent, is there too. And they are tanking along a little bit here, these two. Long way to go. Game Over and Jcsa Al-Jazra with still well over a circuit to go. They entered the home straight on the first occasion, and they are going probably too quick. They are about 8 lengths clear of the third horse, which is Mishal El Kataeb, who is the grey. And then another gap of 5 or 6 lengths back to Princess Muazzaz. And then on the outside is the grey Hatamat Al-Khalidiyah in no hurry. And towards the inside, towards the back is Ayam Athbar, who's also in blue and white. So front two are taking each other on here. They're knocking heads in front, these two, 5 and 1. Jcsa Al-Jazra, the grey and blue on the outside of Game Over on the inside, the blue and red. They must be 12 lengths ahead of the third placed horse, who is Mishal El Kataeb. That horse in turn, he must be another 10 lengths ahead of the fourth horse, who at the moment is in 4th place, Princess Muazzaz. And then behind Princess Muazzaz, we have Hatamat Al-Khalidiyah and Ayam Athbar. So they're really well strung out. They're strung out across Taif here at the moment, and they're making the run down the back straight for the final time. So with 1,200 metres left to go, they're halfway, and the front two have gone quick. Game Over on the inside. They took each other on. Jcsa Al-Jazra and Game Over. They're still clear by 10 lengths. So in 3rd place, that is the grey horse Mishal El Kataeb. Mishal El Kataeb is still about 7 lengths ahead of Princess Muazzaz, who's in 4th place. Then comes the grey Hatamat Al-Khalidiyah, and Ayam Athbar is weighted with at the back of the field. The front two just begin to come back to the third horse, and the others are starting to close up a bit now as well. They have gone too hard in front as they race then for the final 800 metres. And up front, these front two are going to be swallowed up here, surely. They're getting tired already, Jcsa Al-Jazra and Game Over. I think it is Game Over for that runner. Moving up on the outside, taking closer order is Mishal El Kataeb, but here comes the improving Princess Muazzaz, who's going well. And also Hatamat Al-Khalidiyah now starts to get interested. The grey, and then the cheek pieces of Ayam Athbar. So in line for home, all change up top. Princess Muazzaz has now gone on and is going really well. Princess Muazzaz for Naif Adanazi with the red noseband, blue blinkers. Naif is looking behind here, and this horse is tanking. Princess Muazzaz, Naif Adanazi says, catch me if you can, and she's clear now by about 8 lengths. So in 2nd place, running on is Ayam Athbar, who was held up last early on. Nothing at all today from Hatamat Al-Khalidiyah, as disappointed. It's Princess Muazzaz, still got 125 metres to go, getting a little bit weary in front, but doing enough to hold Ayam Athbar at bay. Princess Muazzaz having to be kept up to her work, getting tired, but she'll do enough. Princess Muazzaz to Ayam Athbar, who was 2nd. In the end, 3rd place might just go to maybe Hatamat Al-Khalidiyah. It's quite tight, though, with Mishal El Kataeb involved, so close for 3rd place. But the winner was number 4, Princess Muazzaz for Naif Adanazi, and the Khalaf stable made that move around 500 metres from home, and she's the winner. Winning time 2 minutes 56.33 seconds. That was quite a decent time, I think, as well, for the Arabian breds. Yeah, it's a fast time for the Arabian breds over this distance, 2,400 metres. 2nd, number 3, Ayam Athbar, and 3rd, number 2, Hatamat Al-Khalidiyah. 4-3-2. Princess Muazzaz wins by a length and 3/4. Ayam Athbar, number 3, was 2nd, and 3rd, number 2, Hatamat Al-Khalidiyah, just got 3rd, the grey, but she was 10 lengths behind the 2nd horse. 4-3-2 in our 5th.
There it is. There's your Naif Al-Nazi winner, and he's done it very well on Princess Muazzaz, which means Shamila has herself another winner today. She is flying at the moment with her paddock picks.
She certainly is, except when I decide to go with them.
You're not over Estapel, are you?
I'm not bitter about that at all. Yeah, this was an interesting race again, where we had two of them going off clearly too fast in the early stages, who weren't going to last home. But again, the race broke up because you didn't have the rest. The rest of them didn't race as a group. You had Michel El Khatayeb sitting in third on his own. And you had Hatamat Al-Khaladia waiting at the back of the field, thinking they've gone too fast, I want to sit last. The problem with that for certain horses is the whole field doesn't go back to you in one go. The bits and pieces, you know, the leaders come back. The others who've made a move earlier might stay where they are, and you end up having to bridge that gap on your own. And she struggled to do that. She's plugged on again to get third, but she never really looked at winning the race. And I think she found it difficult. Coming from that far back. When she was won last time out, she was actually pretty handy all the way. It made sense to be ridden the way she was because the pace was too strong. But some horses are suited by being held up at the back of the field and some aren't. And I Am Athba, who ran pretty well here, he came from the back of the field, so ran quite a strong late challenge to Princess Muazzaz. They were closely matched on the form from last time out, or 2 runs ago. Therefore makes sense. But a couple of others, obviously, Gasham Al Jazz has been beaten a long way again. RB Game Over has been beaten even further than he was. Beaten 65.5 lengths last time in a race that involved 4 of these. Beaten even further after going too hard here. And again, looking less than keen to get on with it, but he finished very tired in the end. Funny little race, but I don't think Naif Al-Nazi is going to complain. He had his sleeves rolled up all the way. He knew he was in for a bit of work. And he's got his day's work done. So Naif's famous smile will be well in evidence for the rest of the day.
Now, I don't say this often, but there aren't many jockeys in world horse racing with as much swagger as Naif Al-Nazi. Always looks good. He's got a great attitude. He's always so positive when he comes to see us. He absolutely adores horses, and I think that comes across his brother, ex-jockey, now trainer as well. The whole family are based around the love of the horse, and it's clear to see that he has all that love for our four-legged friends, our equine athletes.
Yeah, you see it every time he rides a winner, it's always a kiss and a pat for the horse before he salutes the crowd. And he makes it clear that he adores the horses and he adores what he's doing. You speak to Naif and you speak to a lot of professional jockeys who've got tunnel vision and are very successful, and it's all about the next winner. With Naif, although he loves riding winners, you speak to him, he's remarkably humble about it. He loves what he's doing and he loves the horses, and he's always happy to talk about the horses and how much he enjoys it. And it shows through every time you see him ride a winner. The look in his face tells you everything.
Absolutely, and wow, Game Over went too quickly from early on. Gasham Al Jazra went too quickly early on, but at least Gasham Al Jazra ran some sort of race. Good performance, I think, from AM Atbar in second, but Naif has finished weighing in, so he's now with Shamila.
I am with Naif Al-Nazi after that very impressive race with Princess Muazzaz. Congratulations, Naif. So impressive.
Thank you so much, Shamila. Thanks God about this win. This my filly. I love this filly too much. I have a winner before and the Riyadh, this filly. And she's strong hard, this filly. Especially 2,000, 2,400. This perfect filly. Last year, too much this filly maiden before. Too much big race, big cup. She come in second, 3. But before she's like baby, little scare. This 100% different this filly. She come in easy. The win easy, I think so. Congratulations for the owner and trainer, and thanks God.
Were you worried before the race because it's a long distance and only 6 runners?
Yeah, Shamila, but I told you before. Inside my heart, all this week, my horse is good horse. But actually, I know about this filly, inshallah, she's well. Because this 2,400, not too much Arabic horse is good. Horses 2,000, 2,200, 400, sorry. But thanks God.
It's great to see you have a winner on the last day of the Taif season. Are you looking forward to Riyadh?
Yeah, Shamila, thanks God about this win. And I hope so, inshallah, today more winner for me. And sure, I'll see you in Riyadh, Shamila.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Wait.
Naif Al-Anazi giving us a wonderful winning interview, and he makes a very big point there. He says Princess Muazzaz loved this trip. She relishes this journey. He's ridden her like she'll relish this journey because he knows the front two are coming back, and he sat there and said, I'm in my prime position. They've got to catch me in behind.
Yeah, but look how split up the field is very early on. The front two go off, and they're going to set a strong pace. But immediately you also have
Michel Al-Khattab.
Michel Al-Khattab goes into a clear third. So you've got three races happening at this stage.
First, second, and third are all together.
Yeah, they're last, second last, and third last. But it suits Princess Muazzaz better than the other two, I think. Well, particularly it suits her better than Hassamat Al-Khalidiyya to be ridden like this, and you'll see that she's able to make a mid-race move to get herself into a good position. But he waits. I mean, we can watch this for a long time and nothing much changes. But eventually, Naif knows that the leaders are going to stop and that a move has to be made. He's the first to make his move off the trio at the back. The other two are sort of watching each other and tracking him. I think they're pretty confident that the race will end up being between the trio.
He's made his move now, hasn't he, Naif? He's just squeezed and put 2 lengths between himself and the last two, who end up finishing second and third exactly in the order that they are right now. And Naif has clearly said, all right, I know these are coming back to me, but is he more concerned about Michel Al-Khattab at this point?
Michel Al-Khattab is the tricky horse here because that's away from him, but it's not going at an unsustainable pace, and it's got reasonable form. So he needs to make sure that he keeps that one in sight. And in doing that, and making a little move just to keep the gap to a manageable level, he's created a gap between himself and the back two, and they're happy to race together at this stage, but they get a little bit separated now from the others, and I think Hassamat Al-Khalidiyya gets a little bit lost as a result. Now you see Naif making his move. The front two don't count. They're falling in a hole. But Naif knows that Michel Al-Khattab is going to hit the front off the bend, and he wants to make sure that one doesn't get a jump.
Himself, does he? He doesn't shoot wide. He just commits to the line that he's taking, and then he gets that gap up the rail.
That's fine. He's not riding his luck there. He knows when these horses are slowing down, it's a lot easier to pick your way through them as long as you're able to see that in front of you. Sometimes a horse falls suddenly into your lap in a race when you're not expecting it. That makes things difficult. But Naif knew where he was going in this race. He didn't waste any ground by going wide, nipped up the inside, and his race essentially is won now. Fair play to the runner-up, Ayam Athba, who runs on very strongly from this point. Very hard to make up that kind of ground in a short space of time in the straight, but he does narrow the gap remarkably by the line, so the Princess Muazzaz isn't too far ahead. But Naif kicked on early because he knew. We say sometimes that kicking on early is not the best thing to do in a race like this. But he's waited a long time to make his move. And when he's made it decisively because he knows that his mare stays. And although she's getting run down close home, she wasn't in danger of getting beaten. And she doesn't look a lucky winner at all.
No.
It doesn't appear she's got first run. But the runner-up has a target himself, and he does narrow the gap all the way home. It takes forever for Hassamat Al-Khalidiyya to pass the stragglers and get into third.
Had to come wide as well.
She had to come, but I mean, she shouldn't really have had to come wide. She just wasn't able to pick up in the way that the winner was when she needed to. And then, she's come wide because she could easily run into trouble. And she's plugged away, and she's eventually got past them. But that's a wee bit disappointing from her because the horses that she's beaten were compromised by the way the race was run, whereas she shouldn't have been. I think she didn't enjoy being held up, even though on paper that was the best way to ride her in the race, and it suited Princess Muazzaz that little bit better. But she's thriving at the moment. She's only lightly raced, and she's this is her fourth run of the season. She's had 15 career runs now. This is just her second win, but she was lightly raced this season and running herself into form, and with a confident jockey, she's blossomed again.
I hear that interview with Naif Al-Anazi, and I immediately think Shergar Cup. I just think he's the ideal rest of the world rider. If you want someone with a little bit of a difference of personality, I can't remember the name of the Canadian female jockey that often comes over.
Emma Jane Wilson.
Emma Jane Wilson, prime example of someone who comes over with a massive personality and actually brings more fans into the sport and brings more people to pay attention and watch it, because she's not afraid to say what she thinks, and she really understands the team atmosphere and the hype that goes with it. I just think Naif is another jockey who would be a similar ilk.
I'd love to see Naif here, or indeed, any of the guys who've been in winning action today. You just wonder whether anyone organising that's looking for overseas jockeys just looks at the idea of jockeys riding in Saudi Arabia and thinks just a bit of a hot potato and move on. And I think and
that's a shame.
It is a shame
That's a shame.
because as a decision won't be made. No, we absolutely mustn't have a Saudi Arabian jockey. I have strong views on this. No one really has particularly strong views on that. They just think, I think other people have strong views about this, and I don't want to get involved in something that might have a negative impact. Therefore, I won't even think about it, and I'll move on somewhere else.
And I think that's what makes this channel so important. And what we do, I sound very self-righteous to say what we do so important, but what I mean is the fact that we can humanise this place, and we can actually give people an eye into what has been an incredible experience. We're coming to the end of our time here at King Khalid Racecourse. We actually had dinner with Uncle Fayhan yesterday, and clearly we're a good omen because he's had a winner today as well. So that's always fantastic to see. But what I really enjoyed is the fact that we've come here, and we seem to be telling everyone, and Shamila is exactly the same. She's based in the UAE. She's come here and she's had a fantastic time as well, and it just feels like we should be telling people how wonderful this experience has been, because it truly has been a wonderful experience.
Yeah, I mean, it's been all positive for us, and all the people we speak to here, again, everyone's remarkably friendly, but they're also slightly confused by this worldview of what life in Saudi Arabia is. Listen, you can have your view about the political situation in any country you like and the current leadership, but when you're talking about the people of a country, we're all the same fundamentally.
I said to everyone, I got into the airport when I first arrived here 2 months ago, and within 30 seconds I realised we are all exactly the same. We all have our same issues. We all have airport dads. We all have kids running around. We're all trying to find our passports and all those sorts of things. And I just thought it made me feel very comfortable, and I've been comfortable my whole time here, and I cannot wait to get back out for the Riyadh season. We can't wait to move on to our next contest. This time we drop back to 7 furlongs, and we see some very exciting 2-year-olds. Anthony Ennis take us through the runners and the riders.
Okay, we'll do, Callum. At your request, here we go for the JCSA challenge for the 2-year-olds. Number 1 is Besht Alakem, Naif Alanazi looking for a double. 2, Midrak for Muhammad Al-Shamari. 3 is Barhoa for Camillo Ospina. 4 is Alewagi for Iyad Al-Tarisi. 5, Macho Boy, written by Abdullah Al-Hussein. 6, Mesbah Alamal for Abdullah Al-Khamis. 7 is Faisal Al-Saad, Abdullah Al-Kradis. 8 is 8th Barat, Rayan Al-Tawesh. 9 is Behafs Al-Rahman, Luis Morales. 10 is Salute Macho, Tariq Al-Mansour. 11, Malame Al-Majd, Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 12 is Mosta Wobar for Mohammed Al-Sharima. Now 13 is out, so scratch Mostak Mele. 14 then is Modahima Asal Al-Sahani. 15 is Adhar Alexis Moreno. 16 is Azam Al-Riyad for Wigberto Ramos. 17 Minbaria Fahed Al-Faredi. 18 Easy Horse Khalid Al-Mamoni. The others not required. So there we go. We have a non-runner number 13, Mostak Mele, but the 2-year-olds about to appear in the paddock. Let's go back to Callum and Rory.
Thank you very much, Enzo, for taking us through the runners and riders for this contest. Another big field, exciting to see. But we've got some properly exciting 2-year-olds here that have maybe missed the traditional path. So we start with Besht Alakem, who just needs to load, something he didn't do last time.
Yeah, I had 2 winners behind when scoring over course and distance at meeting 2. Was placed again last time. His runs today have come over 6 furlongs, so stepping up to 7 for the first time. He needs to improve a little bit for that, but is obviously some sort of player.
Midrak, number 2.
Only good effort to take came at over 6 furlongs, 2 starts back. Well held both tries at this trip. One of the least likely ones.
Barhoa, number 3.
Yeah, we're already seeing the Barhoa form on video today. Looked a good prospect when winning a 1 Mile Fillies maiden on debut. Had that race blown apart at halfway. I think the drop-in trip is no problem at all. This is probably her ideal trip.
Alawaji, number 4.
Won just an ordinary maiden on debut. Was a good 4th to Ibn Al-Areen in the Taif Cup last time out, though. That's a better piece of form and makes Alawagi a player.
Number 5 is Macho Boy.
Best effort wins 2nd in the auction race here last week, beaten 5 1/4 lengths by Rhea Al-Fluz. Rhea's £13 to a mark of 74 on the back of that, which gets him onto the coattails of these.
Mesbah Alamal is number 6, and Faisal Al-Saad is number 7.
Yeah, Mesbah Al-Amal well beaten on debut 3 weeks ago. Not easy to fancy in a race of this nature. Faisal Al-Saad, his best effort came when 6th to Wahid 1 mile maiden last time out. Was 7th to Fell in that messy race 2 starts back.
8th Barrett is gorgeous, number 8, and Bahiz Al-Rahman is number 9.
8th Barrett improved on a very promising debut when winning a mile fillies maiden last time out from Princess Yara. Tiring late in the day. Again, another one who'll probably benefit from a cut back to 7 furlongs. Bahiz Al-Rahman ran well when clear of the 3rd on debut, but disappointing in a course and distance maiden last time out. Needs to leave that behind.
Salute Macho is 10.
Fair 3rd in the 6 furlong maiden 2 starts back. Well beaten in the Taif Sprint Cup last time out. Beaten 23 1/4 lengths on that occasion, so hard to fancy. And Malame Al-Majd was a winner of a 6 furlong fillies maiden way back in meeting 4, and she's been finding it much harder in tougher races since.
Here's Mosta Weber, gorgeous filly.
Yeah, I do like Mosta Weber. Now, I'm always slightly wary of these horses who win by wide margins, but she won by 17 lengths over course and distance on debut in a smart time, and I think she's going to be hard to beat with normal improvements.
Modahima is 14 and Adha is 15.
Modahima, best effort to date was when 4 lengths second in a 6 furlong maiden last time out. May do better at this trip, but there's a bit to find on form. Adhar is much improved when taking a 6 furlong maiden last time out by a length and a quarter from Mostak Mela, who's a non-runner. Did run very well on debut as well behind Azim Al Riyad, and we'll see that form shortly, I think.
We've just seen Azim Al Riyad in shot, and number 17 is Mimbaria.
Yeah, well, we'll circle back to Azim Al Riyad. Mimbaria won a non-winners of 3 over a mile at meeting 33, and then ran 9th to Teba Fail in the Taif Cup last time. I've been quite a long way there, but that was a hot contest.
And finally, 18, Easy Horse.
Easy Horse's better effort was when 2.5 lengths 4th to Alayuk in a 6 furlong maiden last time out. First 3 in that race, all winners. So that's above average, but needs to prove a little bit in what's a very strong contest here.
Yeah, it's a strong contest indeed. We can see Khalid Al-Mamoni, a jockey in great form in shot there. He's aboard Easy Horse and will surely give that horse every single chance. Camille Ospina looking for a double and back in the colours of the White Stable too. There's some fascinating runners here. Just a quick bit of housekeeping for those who are interested in Bet Alakem. That horse got very, very warm, worked up, then refused to load last time out. That won't appear in your race cards, but was set to run last week and refused to load. They're trying again over 7 furlongs. It will be crucial to see how that horse acts, not just in the parade ring, but once they get down to the start.
Absolutely. When you've seen that in the past, it's always worth looking at again and see if signs of that. Often it's just a one-off, so hopefully it won't repeat itself today.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Some gorgeous looking individuals here. Who have you found?
Thank you very much, Callum. I am right next to my paddock pick for this race, horse number 5, Macho Boy. And honestly, the name suits him really well. He's a nice, big, macho-looking horse in this race. Second last time out, 2-year-old colt. So he still has some growing to do, honestly. So, and he's easily the tallest horse in the race. Quite slim, but that is no problem at all. This trip is over 7 furlongs, but he has really well defined muscles. He's looking really nice. 2 other horses I would like to highlight is horse number 8, Athbarat, first last time out, also looking really well in the parade ring. Honestly, it was a huge toss-up between these 2 horses for me, so I hope I haven't chosen the wrong one. And the last horse that I really like the look of is Lucas Gaitan, trained horse number 15, Adhar, won last time out and looking to give Alex Marino a double for today. There were no standout paddock negatives in this race. They're all looking so well.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Adhar, a horse that Shamila mentioned as a horse she likes. We didn't get much of a chance to talk about him. Let's talk about Adhar.
Yeah, he was behind Azim Al Riyad on debut, but I thought it was quite a good run. He was beaten a fair way on that occasion, but he improved second time. It was disappointing in between times, but improved at the second time of asking when taking a 6 furlong maiden last time out by a length and a quarter from Nick's time out winner Mostak Mela, who was meant to be a runner in this race but has been taken out. I was impressed by that. I think he'll stay this trip. I think he's going the right way. But obviously, if you like him, then you end up circling back to Azim Al Riyad as well, who was able to beat him by quite a big margin on debut.
But we'll watch the Azim Al Riyad run, and maybe we'll watch the win, or we could watch the third place effort. But the third place effort, I thought, was one of the worst runs I've seen. He was legless on the turn, didn't look to handle that at all, and I was quite put off by him after that performance. I think that would have taken quite a bit out of it.
Well, that was quite a while ago, though. That's the thing. I think he put up a big performance on debut, and also did it in a decent time, beating Azhar, who's shown that the form is very good since, and there were other winners in behind. Al-Kawakabi was in fourth there. He's won next time. Fell was fifth. He won. Ruel Saudia we saw win last week as well. The form has worked out really well, and Azim Al Riyad won that race by 10.5 lengths. I think he just found the race maybe coming too soon for him next time. The form isn't bad. Again, that race is full of winners that he ran in next time out. Obviously, winning on debut, he was forced into a no winners of 2 or no winners of 3 next time out. That isn't as good as his debut, but given a break since, I think he could come back to the debut form, and if he does, he could be very decent.
And you can understand why he was given a break on that occasion, because he did seem absolutely out on his feet after that last start. He was wandering all over the place. We will get to see that debut performance as well. Balboa, this is a really interesting horse with a massively impressive winner on debut. That was in meeting 48. Quite a quick turnaround, and I just thought this was a really impressive run, dictated, as a lot of these white stable horses do. But the way this horse finished its race was eye-catching to me.
Yeah, that was over a mile. And you see that Balboa has, like a lot of the good white horse debutants who are ready first time, they blow their maiden races apart. We've seen the fourth here finish second earlier on, and we see the fifth come out and win a maiden race earlier on the card. So the form is working out. She's won it well. I didn't think she was as strong at the finish as she might have been, and they're beginning to close her down towards the finish. I don't take that as a negative. I take that as a view, and this is what the white stable does sometimes. They run their horses over a trip that's slightly too far for them in debut, thinking it's actually quite a good thing conditioning-wise, and then drop them back a little bit, and they've got a bit of strength from that run. So if it doesn't come too soon for her, she's an interesting one.
Here's the horse that's a fascinating runner. This is number 16, Azim Al Riyad. This was the debut performance that you talked about earlier.
Yeah, this is a good performance. You'll see that that Azhar is back in third in the black colours with the grey cap. I thought he ran a game race to get third, and as I said, we've had sort of the 4th, 5th and 6th all winners since. So it looks really good for him. He didn't really repeat it second time out. He didn't run miles below it, but it was a wee bit disappointing. I think that might have come too soon after our debut that took a lot out of him, and he's had a break since. If he bounces back to that sort of form, he's an interesting one. He's not by the greatest sire in the world, Assay Clare, who was a minor winner for Cricket Head, and then was a minor winner here as well.
Muster Waybab is the next horse we'll look at in this cracking contest. And this is another debut winner for the white stable. We talked about Baroa not hitting the line hard. This horse hit the line like a train.
He really hits the line, but of course this is over course and distance, and he shows that this trip holds no fears for him at all, and he goes further clear of the line, whereas a couple of their winners had the race won on the turn and then get closed down late. As you can see, a massive yawning gap to the second there. The time was really good, and I think the time marks Muster Woba out as a really good performer, and the fact that came at meeting 40 I think is exactly the right gap between races as well.
But hold on a second. The horse that finished second ran an absolute stinker earlier on today. If we're talking about form of races hold it up, like we've seen before, if we just see Adar getting a wee bit excited on the way down to post, just hopefully that horse can calm down. There's Macho Boy as well, looking nice and relaxed. But I was talking about form. If we're looking at previous form, the Bahoa form must be some of the strongest, aside from the Azim Al Riyad form that is red hot.
Agreed, but I think that you've also got the benefit of timing in these races as well. Often what you'll see is there's quite a few early maidens, and you've won this 6-furlong maiden in 1 minute 21. That's a pretty slow time compared to what we're saying. And then you see, oh, but hold on a second, that one next time, and that one next time, and that one next time. And these horses have been winning in better times since. Either they've all caught you up, or that's a better race than it looked at the time with good horses in it, and you're going to improve
as well.
Obviously, the track was riding slower earlier in the season. It's not been, getting faster the whole way along, but it's certainly the times have been faster in the last 2 weeks or so.
Yes, and we can just see one of the nice runners there. That's Easy Horse, Khalid Al Mimoni, coming into short here. Khalid is in flying form at the moment.
A little bit of walleye there. You like a bit of walleye?
Yeah, I do like a little bit of walleye.
There's a little bit of that on show in this race from various runners.
They all just reflect me, I think, just a little bit nuts. But if we look at selections here, we can get them down nice and early because they are circling down at the start. Who in this race is the one that you like? Because I'm going to bring in someone we haven't mentioned yet.
Crikey. Well, we haven't mentioned Ace Barat.
Well, that's exactly who I was going to bring in.
Yes, another, but Ace Barat won 1:35.62 over course and distance. I don't judge horses harshly on poor times because horses don't have to do the times to win. They have to beat what's put in front of them. But when a horse can do 1:30.88, which is what Musta Woba did last time out, I don't really care what a horse that was beaten a million lengths behind it did next time out. Essentially, she was racing the clock that day. The rest of them weren't in her league. Yeah, if you win by 2 lengths on your debut, you'd like to think the horse that finished second is able to frank that form. When you're winning by 17 or 20 lengths,
yeah,
you don't really care about the opposition. What she needs to do is show that she can cut it in company with other good horses. But
Best Alakem is being checked over. I think that is definitely Best Alakem at the back being checked over by the vet. Just a reminder, that horse refused to load and got very worked up at the start last time out last week. So already the blindfold has gone on. You can see there's clearly some practices in place with this horse. Will be fascinating to see how he loads. That's Best Alakem, number 1.
I don't think that's necessarily something to worry about. I think what's happened there is this is being forewarned. And therefore forearms. We know what happened last time out. Therefore, they're taking measures to make sure this horse doesn't get upset. They're not doing something because the horse is boiling over again. They're basically getting ahead of themselves and ensuring nothing happens, which is good to see.
And you can see he's just being walked around out the back of shot 2. There's another one being walked around. That is 12. It's just being taken away as well. That is Musaweba, who will join the circle sooner rather than later, no doubt. Ace Barat is a fascinating runner. Midrock, we've just heard, is also being taken away from runners as well. Two-year-olds here, not had loads of experience, some of them getting a little bit over the top.
Yeah, and what happens is if a couple of them get upset, that tends to spread through the pack a little
animals,
bit.
aren't they?
Yeah, so one or two of them are getting a little upset. Midrock,
getting very warm.
Yeah, Midrock's hard to fancy on paper anyway.
I will talk about Ace Barat. I have to let people at home must know about Ace Barat. Now, this horse on debut, it all went wrong. Missed the start, had to come right the way around the outside and ran on what I thought was quite a good race. Stepped up in distance next time out and won. Didn't shape like the step up in distance was needed, but I kind of looked at that as a first run. I thought if you just ignore what happened first time out, where all went wrong and this horse still ran with credit, I thought the last start was quite a good effort as well. I imagine she'll improve on that, and I quite fancy her here. Shamila also liked Ace Barrett in the parade ring. She liked Macho Boy more, which is understandable because she liked him in the parade ring last time when he ran very well.
Yeah, he's a bit of a slow burner, Macho Boy. He was pretty ordinary in his first race. He finished 3rd and 4th, but in fairly ordinary contest. He definitely stepped up when finishing 2nd in the auction race last week over this course and distance. And the handicapper saw fit to raise him £13. He's clearly a bit of a late developer. He's beginning to come forward physically now, and he could do so again today. Getting back to Ace Barat, we haven't seen Princess Yara, who was 2nd again, but the 3rd, Salfa, talking about horses who disappoint, that's been stuffed 2 times since.
But also, talk about horses beaten by a long way. Salfa was in a different parish compared to where Ace Barrett finished.
Salfa wasn't. Salfa was beaten 7.5 lengths, whereas, as I said, with Musta Woba, 17 lengths back to the 2nd that day. So, but in fairness, to soften that blow, again, I thought that Ace Barat was slowing late in the day over a mile. Again, is a horse whose best trip would be 7 furlongs.
Just go through selections one more time. Shamila likes Macho Boy. I like Ace Barrett. Rory, who do you like here?
I like Musta Woba.
Musta Woba for Rory. Over to you, Anthony Ennis.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, they're loading up. In they go. Yeah, I found this race really, really hard. They are going forward, and we are going 1,400 metres here. It's the 7 furlongs for these 2-year-olds. Get these horses improving, don't you, at different rates. I hope number 1's okay. Best Alakem. And runners are going forward here. And Behafs Al Rahman. is in. 17 Minbaria still to go. Coming in now, waiting for 11. Malame Al Majd. White with a red star. The jockey was off that one earlier. So hopefully she'll be okay. Still see one or two lurking. Mostawawiba is still to go forward here. Here's number 9, Behafs Al Rahman. Behafs Al Rahman for Luis Morales. Coming forward now. Modahima, black and white, just about completes the line, I think. I think we're just about ready for a start. All in. And they're off. Starter lets them go. Bit of a raggedy old start for one or two of them here towards the inside. Getting out well, there was Besht Alakem, who's come forward, the white and black, the grey, to be right up with the pace early on. Just dropping in behind his mid-rock. Showing speed out wider is Mostawawiba as well, number 12, as they sort themselves out. Mostawawiba is right up there, a yellow cap towards the inside. Also fairly handy is Besht Alakem against the running rail. With a little bit deeper out, we have Adhar, who has perhaps overall command now. So Adhar it is. Alexis Moreno out in front by 3 parts of a length to Mostawawiba on the inside, who's racing in second. Just off the pace, we have horse number 1, that's Besht Alakem, who's towards the inside of that group. And then behind Besht Alakem is Aith Barat, who's improving stylishly with the red cap as they head around the home turn. Further back to find Azam Al Riyad as they make that turn into the straight, then inside the final 400 metres. And up front, the leader, Mostawawiba, with the yellow cap, is going well in front, leads. Mostawawiba turns up for home in front, giving chases Adhar on the outside. In behind them, looking for room now, is Aith Barat, starts to get closer as well with the red cap. So up front, Aith Barat now coming to tackle Mostawawiba in the same ownership, but up front it's still 12. Mostawawiba in front for Mohammed Al Sharima, and is drawing away, if anything, in the final 200 metres. It's Mostawawiba who's going further ahead. He's bounding clear. He hits the line strong. Mostawawiba is impressive. Aith Barat second. Third home, I think, was Alewagi, who came from a long way back for Ayad Al Tarisi. That looks like the 1, 2, 3. Impressive though, number 12. Mostawawiba for the Mohamud stable. Mohammed Al Sharima on board this filly, and she's drawn away, if anything, in the final 200 metres. Second, number 8, that was Aith Barat, and third was number 4, Alewaji, and they were clear of Besht Alakem. 1 minute 28.98 seconds the winning time, 5.5 lengths the winning margin. It was impressive the way this horse drew away off a strong pace from the front. 12, Mostawawiba the winner. 8, Aith Barat second. 4, Alewaji back in third. Good performance, 5.5 length win. Dips under 1 minute 29 as well. Mostawawiba was much the best.
Oh, what a performance there from Mostawawiba, who has absolutely pounded them into submission off the turn. She looked in danger swinging into the straight as Aith Barat swung menacingly out wide, but was unable to reel her in. And once Mohammed Al Sharima kicked and said go, she found plenty more and hit the line hard once again.
Yeah, she was very impressive, wasn't she? She did 1:30.88 on debut, which is a really, really good time for a first-time starter mid-season. She's built on that, gone a bit faster, 1:29 in fractions today. But yeah, that margin out. It's difficult to tell with these wide margin winners on debut. You don't know quite what they're beating, but sometimes the clock is a big help to you. And it's good to see the white stable finishing first and second with 2 really good prospects here. Aith Barat also building on that win last time out.
Just making sure we've got the right jockey here, because I think that's Camille Ospina on board. That's definitely Camille Ospina in the saddle. So he is at the double aboard your race winner here, Mostawawiba. So just a bit of housekeeping there. Your race card may say something different, but Camille Ospina is on board Mostawawiba. And this is a filly who just continues to strengthen the strength in depth in the White Stable's 2-year-old fillies.
Yeah, we've been told off the record occasionally, there's a lot more to come. We saw an exceptional newcomer yesterday. She's in similar sort of mold, the daughter of Command. She's angular. She's not fully furnished yet, but she's got the physical scope to do a lot better Well, I say a lot better. She can't do an awful lot better because she's running to a very high level very early on. But she's got the physical scope to grow a little bit into her frame, and she should continue to go on and do good things.
Do you imagine she would get a mile as a 2-year-old?
Yes, I think she probably would. You got to look at how strong she was late in the day here against a horse who'd already won at a mile. She looked the stronger stayer of the pair here, so a mile will be no problem to her. But again, you know, connections are very clever with how they run their horses, the trips they use. We often think about prepping a horse over a trip that's too short and then stepping it up. But actually, if you want your horse to go out and win on debut and avoid trouble, often running over the slightly longer trip means you're meeting weaker opposition. It's easier to get to the front, and then they can do their stuff. They might end up running over a trip that's slightly too far for them, but all that's going to happen is the margin of victory is going to shrink a little bit. We've seen that with a couple of these today. But she was running over 7 furlongs on debut, whereas 1 or 2 of her stablemates trying a mile. But she clearly would stay the mile on this evidence, and she's an exciting prospect.
You want to get a little bit of a form boost for this race? How about Aloha G finishing in 3rd, running really well to finish in 3rd? That horse was 4th in the Taif Cup. I think that gives this form a massive boost and really makes you understand that this was a proper performance from a proper 2-year-old filly to follow.
Yeah, there's a lot of depth to this contest, it has to be said. I was very sweet on the winner, but Alawaji was going the right way. Macho Boy was going the right way. Eighth Barat was impressive last time out. There are a couple of others in there with similar sort of profiles, and Azam Al Riyad was very interesting in debut form. Athbar we looked at as well, who's come forward.
Athbar ran an interesting race, was right there. Adhar was there on the turn for home, and looked to be laying down a challenge, but faded late, probably a drop back in trip in the future, maybe.
Yeah, his form is over 6 furlongs. I thought he was worth trying at the 7 furlongs, given how strong he was at the finish last time out. But on this evidence, the shorter trip suits him best. He was getting a little, he was very much on his toes before the race, maybe running slightly on his nerves, but he still run very well there. He's not beaten miles behind them, and it just again demonstrates the depth of this contest.
Yeah, really strong race. The front 3, all very talented individuals. A couple of disappointments in behind, most notably probably Baroa, who didn't build on that very strong debut. But you can understand when the White Stable have such a glut of talent at the 2-year-old division, you have to chuck them in somewhere, and sometimes the waters can just be a bit too deep.
They can indeed, yes.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with Camille Ospina at the double.
Yet another winner for Camilo Ospina. Well done, Camilo. This was a late jockey change for you, and thankfully you got put on the right horse.
No, thank you very much, Shamila. You know, always thankful with the Prince Mita bin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharai, Ahmed Neri, Abdullah Ba, for giving me support, you know. This is nice filly, you know, the first time she ran, she won very good. But suppose I ride there another filly, but the boss, he changed in the last minute, but thank God that's filly better today than another one.
Do you think she could go further, maybe over a mile?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Today, you know, it's 7 furlong, you have to go early because it's short distance, but she can go from behind a little bit. Today, I had to go, you know, because it's short distance.
She looked really strong jumping out of the gates as well, even though she was drawn in stall 12.
Yeah, because, you know, we send another filly in front, but when I saw this filly no coming with another horse, I leave. My filly is very good, and thank God she keep going until wire, you know.
Only 3 races left until the official end of the Taif season. Are you confident in any of your races?
Yeah, inshallah. Yeah, I had 3 horses very good in the last 3 races. Inshallah, we'll see.
Good luck, Camila.
Thank you very much.
He had Kaflahom yesterday, who looks like a future superstar, and he might have ridden another future star of the sport today in the shape of Mostoeba, who has duly bolted up under pressure. Take nothing away from Ace Barat, the horse in second. I saw that was a mighty run there again, just building each time this horse runs. But when you saw this horse had the stamina, it's quite shocking to see how far the winner has then gone away when the taps have been turned.
It is, yeah. If you will take that in the positive, it's a really good sign for the future of the winner. It's also good to see a big run from Besht Alakem.
Yes.
Probably hasn't quite got home trying 7 furlongs for the first time, but certainly got over the issues that bothered him last time out. He was fine. He was taken aside before the race and hooted for stalls entry. But essentially, because of those precautions, he was absolutely fine in the stalls. He jumped out in front and he ran his race.
The same can't be said for Midrock, who faded quite badly, having got quite warm early on. And we can see there winning connections, Camille Ospina. He must have a very stacked, how do you describe it, desk of pictures. Mantelpiece, that was the word I was
That's the word you're looking for.
That's the word I was looking for, desk of pictures.
The desk of
he
pictures,
had a very stacked mantelpiece for sure. And they jumped away, and it was Best Alakem. Struggled to go in the stalls last time, was first out the stalls today.
Yeah, and Barho was beaten at this stage. She came out of stall 3. She didn't get away nearly as well as Best Al Hakem, who's moved to the right.
Oh, it gets tight on the rail as well.
And then it gets tight.
Barho and Midrock.
Yeah, Midrock then gets snatched up. But Barho was in front the whole way last time out. And when she's not been able to get close to the front here, that's essentially her race run. But Best Al Hakem has now settled back in the field a little bit in about 4th or 5th place, and the race begins to take shape. You see that Camila wants to be pretty handy on our winner, Musta Woba, in the yellow cap. Not easy to pick out the colours because we're normally looking for the green cap on the white stable horses, and you can't pick up the stripes on the sleeves. But he's got a very good position on the rail. Azhar is on his outside, looking dangerous at this stage. But as we said, he flattens out a bit late on, as if he struggles with the trip. Or to be honest, I think his biggest problem is that he's eyeballed the winner. Or been eyeballed by the winner, and there was only one winner in that battle. He then weakens a little bit out of contention. But he's still run a big race for a long way. As he weakens, we see the run coming through from 8th Barat in the red cap, the same colours as the leader. That looked like it was going to be a battle early in the straight, didn't it? It looked like it was going to be really close.
He got onto the hindquarters, and then that was what was so impressive for me about the winner is Musta Woba just says and just goes away again.
Yeah, and runs very straight to the line. No wandering out onto the deep in the track. No hanging left or right. Head down, powering towards the line. Very, very impressive performance. And as I said, I don't think this is a weak race at all. I think there are plenty of future winners coming out of it in behind.
Yes, there will be plenty of good horses on display in the runners-up and behind in this contest. But Musta Woba, I thought what's interesting here is that Camillo said the boss made a change at the last minute. That is something that I would personally hope would be more publicly available, that information. Now, I don't know whether it was on the big screen behind us because we couldn't see, but certainly when we went through the runners, it still had the original jockey bookings on.
Yeah, we don't have racecourse announcements in English here either, which is an issue. So we're caught on the hop a little bit. But in fairness, the communication with most of the racecourse may be fine here, but we're obviously doing it a slightly different way. Yeah, the only way we find out, we see them in the parade ring. If you can notice the jockey, then you get a chance. But yeah,
look at the way she moves. She's a gorgeous moving individual, isn't she? That for me suggests she'll get further. I always think good moving fillies will tend to get further than the stiffer types who look more sprinter built. She had a really beautiful extended trot.
Yeah, and she's got great economy of movement as well, and that and of course,
lovely phrase.
That helps you to stay the trip. And of course, she's had to go forward because he doesn't want to get her in trouble. She's a big, long striding filly, and he wants to make sure that you can see him taking his usual look across. Typical. If I'd known Camilo was on board, I'd have been twice as confident coming from a wide draw, getting that lead, because Camilo does
over 7 furlongs as well.
He does that constantly, and it's just a joy to watch him crouched low over the horse's withers, taking a little look towards the inside. It's one of my favourite sights in Taif.
Did you notice that when we had that beautiful close-up shot, you could just see the reins, that as they lift, there's a little bit of sweat on the neck, so she's clearly not handled it perfectly. It's not so warm now. Obviously, it was warmer this afternoon. The temperature has dropped as the sun has well and truly got in and the floodlights have lit. So I think she's shown signs of greediness. She's got a little bit worked up, not massively. She's certainly not like Midrock or some of the others who have got really worked up beforehand. But there could be even more room for improvement.
Yeah, but that's what you want to see. We always say, you want to see the horses behaving perfectly early on. But when you're talking about 2-year-olds with natural development, you'd like to see them show a little bit of fire about them, or show a little bit of positive temperament. And look, who's the best horse you've ever seen? That's not a difficult question.
The best horse I've ever seen is Frankel.
Yes, there you go. Correct answer. Now, if you saw Frankel as a 2-year-old, he was a a bundle of energy. He was a horse that Sir Henry Cecil spent a year just trying to keep the lid on and did an incredibly good job of that. But he was always just, you know, that far away from potentially boiling over. He was handled brilliantly. And I think a lot of people thought the way he was ridden in the Guineas would then blew his mind for his next race. I thought it was remarkable how well he was coached through. But every race was a battle. The gap between every race was a difficult job. Not just keeping the horse fit physically, but keeping him absolutely spot on mentally. And that's a big part of a trainer's job.
Big part of the trainer's job indeed, and hopefully the trainers have got another good one on their hands in Mostaweab. And the next race we're going to move on to is still over 1,400 metres. This is the King Khalid Racetrack Championship, and it features a superstar, and Anthony Ennis will take us through the runners and riders.
Yes, I will do that, and the runners and riders, which will feature Sunset Flash. But number 1 is Modern Artist for Mohammed Saeed. 2 is Maziuna Asil Al Sahari. 3 is Montakiba for Ayad Al Tarisi. 4 her PP Go Lucky for Louis Morales. 5 Israj Camille Ospina on a hat-trick now after 2 wins. And 6, yes, there she is, the superstar filly, Sunset Flash. So impressive so far in this Taif meeting. Alexis Moreno looking for a double, and the trainer also looking for a treble as well. So Sunset Flash, very much the one we're looking at here, lads, ahead of this race 7.
Yes, Anthony Ennis, she'd have to be blind to ignore Sunset Flash, but she won't have it all her own way today as they come into the parade ring. Wonderful to see Modern Artist in this field having a final run. She's been a superstar here at King Khalid Racecourse all season. Should get an Oscar for some of the thrilling finishes she gives us.
Yeah, she's been there or thereabouts in a lot of her starts, Modern Artist. Placed in handicaps in her last 2, but this is a massive step up for her, and you think she struggled to be competitive against the likes of Maziuna and Sunset Flash here.
There's 45,000 Saudi Riyal up for 3rd, there's 30,000 up for 4th, 15,000 for 5th. A horse like Modern Artist, I would think for 3rd place is certainly an idea, because they're not going to hang around here, and she could just do what she normally does and pass beaten horses in the end.
Yeah. We've seen it before in races like this. If you've got a horse who's amenable to that kind of ride, you can pick up the places. And you'd like to think, you know, she'd be getting probably the same for finishing 5th here as she would for finishing 2nd in a half-decent handicap. And again, she won't have to be beaten up just to run past a couple of horses later on to get a good payday.
And here she is, Modern Artist, number 1.
Yeah, she's as usual, looks on good terms herself, very relaxed.
Doesn't she?
She's got a lovely walk about her, but you know, her handicap rating is 81. She always runs to her form, and that makes you think that she's going to struggle here because the form level required here is much higher.
Here's the danger horse, Maziuna. Really impressive last time out in a race that sort of went under the radar, I felt.
Yeah, and it's been franked yesterday. Maziuna rated 105, back to winning ways in the Taif Cup last time out, beating Rimal Riyad by 9.5 lengths. Rimal Riyad won the big race yesterday, so that form has worked out very well. Montakiba, her wins have come at 1 mile to 1.25 miles, so I think she might struggle a little bit here, despite the fact she was a credible 3rd in the Fillies Open last week. I think she doesn't quite have the speed to go with these. Habibi Go Lucky's been an absolute star this season as well, hasn't she? She's rating of 95. Her wins have come between 6 furlongs and 1 mile, so 7 furlongs should be fine. She's very reliable as a rule. She's got a bit lost a mid-race last time before running on late. She was 2nd to Ryan's Party 2 starts back, but again, she's up against even stronger horses than that here.
Here's Raj, number 5, a horse that came 2nd on penultimate start, and here she is, Sunset Flash, number 6.
Ace Raj got a rating of 93, ran well 2 starts back, but well beaten last time out. And Sunset Flash, it's all about her today, isn't it? She's pretty much your favourite horse of the Taif season, or very close to it. 18 wins from 6 furlongs to 1 mile. I think only one of them at this trip, and she was beaten in this race last year, if you want to be negative about it. But she gave Bashawat £9 and a 5-length beating in a 6 furlong open on her 2nd start this season. That's a very good performance on paper.
And sometimes we can get stuck with how fast she won by. She did that on the snaff, and I remember, I think it was Enzo doing commentary, and his words were, "Oh wow, look at her go, look at her go," and she was just magnificent on that occasion. And we had doubts because of the amount of weight she had to give away, but she was so good.
She was imperious that day. She looked in a different league to her rivals, and they were good horses.
Shamila is in the parade ring, and some stunning fillies to look at here, and I know you're looking at her PP Go Lucky for sure.
I've gone against every bone in my body, and I have gone for Sunset Flash. I think it would be so crazy to go against this filly in this race. Only 6 horses, and she is stunning. She is definitely the strongest horse in the race, obviously with the most ability. She has won her last 2 starts. This could be a test for her for sure, and we know Alex Moreno absolutely loves this filly, like you said, Callum, more than his own dog yesterday, but she is absolutely stunning. I cannot go against her. There are no paddock negatives in this field at all. 6 beautiful, stunning fillies sparkling under the floodlights here at Taif Racecourse. I do have to give a mention to my favourite filly in Saudi Arabia, Habibi Go Lucky. I really do hope that it is Sunset Flash first, Habibi Go Lucky second.
Thank you very much, Shamira. And yes, I think we could tell that from up here that they were all looking in wonderful shape. And as they go round here, I think it's quite wonderful that we haven't got a paddock negative, because in a small select field like this, you want everything to be as red hot and ready to go as possible.
Absolutely, and those horses who are going to struggle most in the ratings are horses who always tend to bring their A game. So, you know, they're not going to look worse because they're up against better horses. They're still going to take the eye, and that's good to see. Masuna is an interesting one. The clear danger on paper. I just wonder whether that 9.5 length beating of Rimal Riyadh might be taken slightly out of context, because that came over a mile. Rimal Riyadh is clearly better at a slightly shorter trip, and she was winning over 6 furlongs yesterday. And Masuna hasn't won at 7 furlongs. All Masuna's wins have come at a mile, and so it's a slight question mark stepping back. Now, Masuna isn't short of pace, but when you haven't won at this trip and you're running in a race of this quality, a cup contest like this, it has to be a slight question mark.
Tactically, how do we think this is going to work out? We can straight away say Modern Artist is going to be left ridden very cold and come into this late. Habibi Go Lucky is a very similar type, so that's 2 horses already that don't like to be positively ridden. Sunset Flash doesn't lead. Masuna hasn't got the pace. Are you looking at Israj or Montequebra? They're going to have to do the donkey work here.
Well, again, the issue with that is that both Israj and Montequebra have got form over further. Montequebra has won over 1.25 miles, hasn't won short of a mile, and Israj has shown her best form at a mile, but she's still, she's capable of leading if that needs to be done. I guess the one worry with this race is it might end up being a false pace, because most of these want to be held up for varying reasons.
And if everything's held up, then suddenly Modern Artist doesn't get the race that she wants at all, does she? Because she doesn't want you all to be going slowly. She wants you to be going hard and falling into her lap. Maybe the connections work out. Hold on a second. No one wants to lead here, and they're expecting us to come from off the pace. So we'll pop out in front and set a slowish pace and make it as messy as possible. Yeah, absolutely. They could really act as spoiler. Just look at the way she walks. I think she's one of the best walking horses we've seen here in Saudi Arabia, Modern Artist. And what I love to see is when good moving horses can then take that beautiful conformation onto the racecourse and perform as well. Yeah, it's not always the same thing, is it? Horses who walk well don't. I mean, if you know nothing else about them other than the walk, you're always going to pick the one with a good walk, particularly when they overprint. But yeah, we see lots of horses who always take the eye and look magnificent in the parade ring, but not all of them can run particularly fast, sadly. Interestingly, just on course, we're seeing they're doing a little bit of extra harrowing before this contest, which is why the jockeys haven't even made it into the parade ring just yet. But there'll be no doubt sooner rather than later we'll all be ready to get going. But yes, noticeable extra harrowing here. What do you think that is? Why do you think that is, sir? I don't know. It's I guess it's feedback from the jockeys while the track is riding, or it's based. I can't believe it'd be based on the times of the races. I don't think people tend to be a bit slow to adjust to race time. So perhaps feedback from the jockeys that it would benefit from harrowing might be the reason. I mean, we see it happening mid-meeting here generally, but not this close to a race generally. Yeah, unless we have an incident on course and you have an ambulance or a horse ambulance on course, and then they harrow over that affected area and they choose to harrow the same thing, but we didn't see anything in our previous race to suggest that was needed. We just see, just a couple of jockeys jumping off there, right there. I saw Habibi Go Lucky just getting dismounted purely because of they're just having a little bit of an extra weight here, aren't they? Habibi Go Lucky worth mentioning that this horse's win in meeting 33 was possibly the ride of the season here at Taif in an apprentice jockey's hand and heels contest. She weaved through about 16 horses and got there on the line. It was wonderful to see.
Yeah, I think she's well suited by that kind of race.
Yeah.
She doesn't always get the gaps, but she loves running through horses that Go Lucky. She's not the biggest, as you can see, but she likes to have a target to aim at, and she ran really well, similar sort of fashion when second to Ryan's Party, getting past them all but him in the finish. She got a little bit behind. The pace didn't collapse last time when finishing 6th, and I don't think this is necessarily the right setup. Well, the trip's perfect. 7 furlong is definitely the right trip for a Go Lucky. She's won at 6 furlong, she's won at a mile, but I think the intermediate trip is certainly not an issue. Whereas it's a wee bit of a question mark for a couple of these, including Mazuna.
Nath Al-Mandil trains 2 of these. He trains Israj and Sunset Flash. So just seeing the jockeys having a conversation with the trainer there, Camille Ospina and Alexis Moreno. There's beautiful shots that we can get here in the parade ring, and they're discussing race tactics. Now, we've discussed spoilers before, and horses actually not running as spoilers and everyone running to their best ability. Are there going to be team tactics in play here? Is Israj going to cut out the running and give Sunset Flash something to aim at?
Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Because it probably is the best chance of Israj picking up a bit of money, because Israj, she stays further. And if it turns out to be a slow pace and she's held up, she's less likely to get involved in 1 or 2. So it helps her, but it also helps Sunset Flash. So she doesn't have to sacrifice herself for Sunset Flash. It's mutually beneficial if Israj goes on. But we've seen scenarios like that before, where we thought this would suit both if they did this, and you think, well, that's bound to happen, and it doesn't happen. So
and as soon as the gates open, we're like, well, we were wrong there.
Yeah. What we see an awful lot is that, however the owner wants the horse to be ridden, I guess, no one says, listen, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. It doesn't seem to happen. You get very straightforward races here.
There's very few runners acting as spoilers as well. We've seen a lot of horses who would like to be dominant out in front, and we've always said, well, if you've got a horse rated 60, and you've got another horse that you also own who's in here rated 75, just use a 60 rated horse to just ruin the race for the leader, who's clearly the highest rated in the field. And what happened? The 60 rated horse sat in second last and never left that position because they were just running to the best of their own ability.
And that's the most comfortable place for that horse to give its running. And yeah, it's slightly frustrating to see when you think you know how the race is going to pan out, but it's also refreshing to see that horses aren't being sacrificed.
Let's have a look at some of these in action then. The first one is Sunset Flash. We see in short here, Alex Moreno absolutely adores this filly, and you can see why. This is not Sunset Flash race, this is the Arabian race actually. Here's Sunset Flash. She comes swinging along here. She's about 5 horses wide. She enters the straight, a quick flick of the reins, and away she goes. And
I think that the key here is just watch the jockey. He's not getting serious with her at all. She needed very little ride in to get in that position. As she said, she went pretty wide round the bend, but didn't seem to lose any momentum doing it. She didn't need to be rousted. We've seen a horse win earlier today being rousted round the final bend to make the most of it. She didn't need it. She's eased round. I think he said afterwards about her, because she's big, she doesn't come round the bend particularly well, which is why she wants to be a bit wider so she can flatten the bend out a little bit, and that's maybe where she's potentially vulnerable in this race. Of course, she was beaten in the race last year, but that was just a jaw-dropping performance. And prior to that, she'd beaten Habibi Go Lucky 11 lengths into 4th, and Habibi Go Lucky is as reliable as they come.
Here's Mizuna here, who's just leading the Taif Cup fillies, and she did a really good job here. But what's exciting is the way she accelerated around the bend and didn't just maintain, she actually drew away towards the end. It just wasn't a race that got everyone up on their feet.
No, but yeah, well, not many really got involved, but she was dominant and she's hit the line hard. Now she's beaten Rimal Riyadh 9.5 lengths in a second, and you think if you compare that to what Rimal Riyadh did yesterday in victory, that looks a very, very good performance. I thought Rimal Riyadh benefited from dropping by the 6 furlongs yesterday. Again, this trip would be ideal for her, but I don't think they wanted to throw her. They wouldn't want to throw her in against Sunset Flash. Would make an awful lot of sense for the stable, but. Yeah, I think Mazuna, I wouldn't say flattered as such, but I think the 9.5 lengths is exacerbated by the fact that Rimal Riyadh was probably held up to get the trip last time out, wasn't able to make inroads, and then flattened out just late in the day because the mile is as far as she wants to go.
If you were riding Mizuna, how do you ride this race? Do you attack it and say, I'm going to stretch them here? Because we also know Sunset Flash, she was campaigned over longer trips last season.
Yes. I think you don't want to be going so hard that you're really vulnerable in the finish. So I think you want to... I think Mazuyuna would benefit from going to the front here, because we discussed there's not any obvious pace in the race. She stays a mile. She's happy being ridden in attacking style, as you saw last time out. And as I said, she stays a mile well. So you want to make it as much of a test of stamina as you can without doing anything silly and bombing off in front at a crazy pace that you can't keep up.
Yeah, so I can imagine Mazuyuna maybe being the horse that has to set the pace. If not, Israj could be the sort of sacrificial lamb, but not in the idea that blowing Israj's race apart, but just giving the stablemate something to aim at.
Israj's job wouldn't be to set a ridiculously fast pace. It would be to make sure that it isn't a really slow pace. Someone has lost a shoe, whether it's in this race or a previous one, I don't know, but it's always of interest.
Always lucky.
Well, it's lucky. It's lucky for Yusuf.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess it was Yusuf who picked it up.
It could have been Yusuf, could have been Faisal.
It's a 2-to-1 chance.
We need name badges. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I need name badges for our outriders. They do such a magnificent job. I think the battle for 5th place here could be fascinating. There's 15 grand up for offer, so plenty of money to take for finishing 5th. There'll be a few of these who are in the race for prize money. Someone's going to be unlucky and miss out. Is it going to be someone who's set in the early fractions, or someone who doesn't get there from the back of the field?
It depends how the race is run. That's the thing, and therefore those who've got a job to do here. And Modern Artist is the obvious going to pick out. She's the lowest rated in the race. How does she want to be ridden to take advantage? I think she'll be ridden from last. You know, I think there is the possibility that they think, oh, no one else is going to go on. Maybe we can. But her normal run style is to come from off the pace, and therefore it'll give her more chance of running her race to do that. They may get away from her and she's unable to get into it. But if they do end up going too fast at any part of the race and something cracks, she'll be able to come past them late in the day. Maybe that's just picking up 5th place prize money, but sometimes, you know, you'll end up sneaking in 3rd, which is a very good
big
payday.
Paycheck.
Yeah,
45 grand.
So
would it be a sort of plan A and plan B? They've gone to the jockey. Plan A, we sit out the back, as we normally do, and we pick up later on. Or plan B, if you've jumped and no one's going, because you'll know that after about 50 metres,
yes.
Jockeys have that innate sense to be able to see that. Try and make it, and try and go from there.
Yeah, I mean, I've not seen her make it, and I don't know how amenable she'd be to that. But yes, ideally, in a race of this nature with that much prize money, you'd have plan A, plan B, and maybe plan C.
We're all on Sunset Flash here, I imagine.
Very much so.
Anthony Ennis, over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Yeah, it'd have to be with the Super Filly as well, Sunset Flash. I called one of her earlier wins in the campaign. We're almost set them for the Fillies Championship race. Here we go, and they're off. For the King Khalid Racetrack Championship for the Fillies, they're going 1,400 metres and they race away. And the first to show towards the inside is Mazuyuna in the white with the green sleeves and cap. Also Habibi Go Lucky, who just drops in behind. Sunset Flash is prominent up on the outside, the green with the red epaulets. Just in behind is Israj, is in the green with the dark epaulets. Back on the inside, then in 4th is Habibi Go Lucky. The red colours of Montakiba is next in the field, and towards the back with the white sleeves and cap is Modern Artist as they make the run there well down the back straight. Sunset Flash seeing plenty of daylight today up on the outside, ridden quite aggressively here. She is. And she's up there for Alexis Moreno on the outside and leads by a half length. To ridden along, Mazuyuna in 2nd. Back in 3rd is Israj. So Sunset Flash, they're just going to be very positive with her as she comes around the crown of the bend with 500 metres left to go in the Finnish Championship. And Sunset Flash, she's in cruise control at the moment and she goes on by 2 lengths. Alexis Moreno lets out an inch of rain and she's galloping on strongly. Mazuyuna in 2nd is trying to stay with her. There's about 8 lengths back to Israj, who's a clear 3rd, and Habibi Go Lucky and Montakiba. Sunset Flash then, can she seal the deal? She leads by 2 lengths with 200 metres to go. Mazuyuna's been very tough on the inside, just won't go away, but Sunset Flash has a bit too much class entering the final 75 metres, and Sunset Flash is the champion filly. She goes on to win. Great day for the trainer and the jockey. Mazuyuna in 2nd, and Montakiba back in 3rd. A double for Alexis Moreno, and a great day for the Almondale stable as well, as Sunset Flash is crowned the champion filly here at Taif. She lands our 7th race in style in a winning time of 1 minute 26.87 seconds. Number 6, Sunset Flash, is the winner. 2nd, number 2, Mazuyuna, who tried to make a race of it. She was the only one who could stay with the Super Filly in 2nd. and she kept her honest throughout. Montekiba back in third. Winning margin, 1 3/4 lengths. The winning time again, 1 minute 26.87. 6 Sunset Flash. She's a class apart. 2 Mazuyuna was second. And 3 Montekiba back in third. No hiding place there. She was up front throughout. And Sunset Flash is the winner of the championship race for the fillies.
الخيال أليكسيس مورينيو. Well done, Alex. ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن. Alex, tell me about the race.
Well, you know, Sunset Flash, مبروك Fihan Mendil, our team. And you know, she's amazing filly, and alhamdulillah.
Well done.
Thank you, man.
There he is, Alex Moreno on the filly of his dreams. She's a very talented individual, but we can clearly see that she's not going to get much further than 7 furlongs, especially if it's strongly run like it was today.
No, but the one thing about her is when you set her alight like that, she's not going to keep going for miles and miles, but she will. You can keep her covered up. You can you can keep that turn of foot under lock and key for a while. So she's fully effective at a mile. You just don't turn on the turbo until late in the day. And yeah, most of her, she's got 6 furlong form. She's got mile form. This is only her second win at 7 furlongs. You'd say, looking at this, it's almost her ideal trip. But yeah, the key is, when he wanted to ask her a question, he didn't want to give Mazuyuna the opportunity of dominating, of bossing this race. So he's gone forward early when it was clear that nothing else was going to put pace to the race, and made sure that he was always on the shoulder of his main danger and able to. She's got the best turn of foot, bar none, in this country, I would say, and therefore she wants to use that. If you've got that kind of turn of foot, you make sure that you're not hanging too far back. And you're making sure that you can win the race by pressing that button once. When she got clear, you initially thought she was going to go 7 or 8 lengths there, didn't you?
Yeah. At the top of the bend, I thought Mizuna's going backwards. There's no way.
But that's it. The turn of foot is once, and then she'll keep going at the same pace. So she got Mazuyuna a couple of lengths behind her and basically trying to discourage her from coming back. But Mazuyuna is tough and she kept battling. But Sunset Flash was just too good. But yeah, the difference between them isn't massive. They're 109 and 105 on the ratings. And Sunset Flash was given 2 kilos. It was going to say given 2 pounds away. So that brought them within a couple of pounds of each other. And that's exactly how the race panned out.
Yeah, and what was fascinating is that she's got such a high cruising speed as well, doesn't she? She just cruises into that race, and you can see Mazuyuna is really getting ridden along down the back straight, and unfortunately she just can't keep up that pace. And Sunset Flash just almost idles on by, and then doesn't do too much in front, but I don't think it's because she's not trying, it's because Mazuyuna is just so tough.
No, exactly. I mean, the difference between them is that one will keep galloping all day at the same pace, and one is able to inject a bit of pace into a race.
Shamila is with our winning rider.
Thank you very much. I'm with Alex Moreno after winning on Sunset Flash very impressively. You must be over the moon with that.
Well, I'm just happy with her. You see her, she's amazing. Today was nobody. So I have to make the race. She did it. That's all.
Are you ever worried in races like that with small fields that you have to kind of take control?
No, because I'm comfortable with my field. I know what I got down me. So, no.
So you were never worried about Mazuna coming up here outside as well?
No, she just come the last 100 because my feeling she was a little bit down because I make the race from the beginning. She not like that style, but today no way to wait behind that filly, you know. So that's all.
3 wins on the bounce for her. What does it mean for you to be able to ride a filly like this?
Well, amazing. Just amazing. She's pretty good.
Yeah, it must mean a lot because I never see you smiling. So when I see you smiling, that means you really like this filly.
Yes, I love her. Yeah, I love her, you know. Thank you.
Are you looking forward to the Riyadh season with her as well?
Sure. I hope. Okay. We see on the big day where she gone.
Thank you so much, Alex. Well done.
Thank you.
That is one very happy chappy indeed, and he doesn't give you much, but what he says, I think he says with his eyes and his smile. He's never going to wax lyrical. He's not going to give you a Wigberto or a Naif Alanavi interview.
No, but
no.
In a few words, you get the meaning of what he means, and he's never sort of short with you. It's there's just little bits that he gives, and there's always a smile on his face and behind his eyes as he does it as well. So yeah, he's told you that, you know, she's been a little flat in the finish because he's had to go forward with her, because that's the way he was forced to ride his race because no one else wanted to give him pace to run at. That's not the ideal scenario for her. Because she's got that turn of foot, she wants to sit just off the pace and be able to win the race with a turn of foot. Here she's had to go and win a race almost at halfway and then hang on. That's not ideal for her, but she's got all the class to do it.
There you can see Fayhan bin Faisal, Amandil and Sons. Plenty of the Sons up there as well, and they're also up there with our winning jockey Alexis Moreno, who has done a mighty job here guiding Sunset Flash to victory in our most recent contest. Now remember, 300,000 Saudi Riyal for that. They just got 150,000 in the bag. That's not their first winner today. I think we've got some very happy owners on site.
Very happy owners indeed, and yeah, it's been a very good day for the stable and for the runners for the Almond Deal stable today, and no surprise to see big smiles all round.
Big smiles all round indeed. They'll be over the moon with that, and another one for the mantelpiece, a word that I can remember this time. Now, straight away from the start, we see Sunset Flash gets a good break, and there's within seconds, straight away, Mazuna gets up on the inside and says, I'm taking this.
Yes, Mazuna wants to go on. You saw that Habibi Galukli was actually the best horse out of the stalls, but didn't want to go on. And when Habibi Galukli didn't want to go on, the other two jockeys realised, right, well, this is going to be a head-to-head between us. Mazuna wants to be ridden fairly aggressively because she stays further. So she won her race last time out, putting pace to a mild contest and seeing it out thoroughly. So dropping back to 7 furlongs, she doesn't want it to turn into a tactical affair where a turn of foot will win it. So she had to press forward. But Alex knows that his filly is faster than Mazuna, but he also knows that he just wants to discourage Mazuna a little bit. Let the horse know that his mare has just got a little bit more toe, hoping that Mazuna will crack. So he's gone to the front here. He hasn't asked for a massive effort to do so, but he's asked her to go far enough clear that he's hoping that Mazuna will stop chasing, as can happen when a horse like that comes past you with a turn of foot. But Mazuna doesn't stop chasing, and she keeps coming by. So she's gradually cutting that gap back, but only very narrowly to the line. The winner doesn't look like getting called Sunset Flash, but I thought it was a clever bit of riding from Alex to take the race when he did, and to do it in the manner that he did. Again, we talked about the Arabian races, where sometimes the cleverest thing to do if you're on the best horse is just sit on the shoulder of the horse who's making the pace and who you think is your danger, and just let them know that you're there. The pressure then is on them, and at some point they crack under the pressure. And I think that's to a large degree what Alex was doing here, hoping that being on a marginally superior mare, but a mare with a big stride and a lot of presence, would just discourage her main rival. In fairness, and I thought Mazzuna's run a really good race, because it would have been easy for her to go, oh, this is going so much better than me, what's the point in trying, and just dropping the bridle. And horses do that all the time in that scenario. And she didn't. She dug in, and she's narrowed the gap towards the line. I thought it was a very commendable performance from her. She'll be better back at a mile again, and she won't mind someone else setting the pace for her in that kind of race. So there'll be further success for her. But Sunset Flash is a gorgeous horse to watch. I think we probably end up thinking she's ever so slightly better than she is, because I think she shows you a lot of what she does without looking under pressure. And I think if she ever does come under pressure, it's because, you know, something's gone a little bit awry and she'll be in trouble. But she's done this so nicely, and she maintains her form, and she's you know, the biggest mare in this race. She's got that classy look about her, and it's always enjoyable to watch horses with that kind of presence and that kind of physique win their races. And we probably put them on a bit of a pedestal, but there's nothing wrong with that when they're winning.
Oh, well, let's put it into perspective. What she's doing at Taif. She's not quite at Riyadh yet. She has got form at Riyadh. I think she will relish the Riyadh trip. One of the things that I couldn't help but notice from our beautiful drone shots and all the replay angles we've got is how Alex kept her a bit wider than just next door to Mazzuna, and actually gave her time and space to handle the turns, because it is tight round here.
Yeah.
She's a big mare. She don't quite handle the turns as well as others. She was campaigned for the Saudi Cup last year. So when I think of that, I think, well, there can't be many local horses, not locally bred horses, just local horses in general, that can take her on. So she drops down to 7 furlongs now. I imagine she'll be in 7 furlong and 6 furlong contest in Riyadh. I can't wait to see her, because put it this way, if there are things that are as good as her, it just brings more excitement. But I'm struggling to think of any horses that are as good as her. But again, we're still waiting for some of those Riyadh horses to stick their head above the parapet and go again.
I think it's one thing you have to say is that you know, we're talking about the Riyadh. She is a Riyadh horse. She won the Gulf Cup over a mile at Riyadh last year, for example, despite the fact that she's full of speed. So there's no question about how she'll handle Riyadh. She's got 19 wins to her name, and a big chunk of those are at Riyadh.
Let's go over to Anthony Ennis, who has our runners and riders for our penultimate contest on the card.
Will do, Callum. Yeah, looking forward to this one, just to hurry the whole Sunset Flash scenario there. That was magnificent. But this is the next race on the card. Race 8, our penultimate race of the Taif season, is the King Khalid Racetrack Championship with the Arabian horses over 1,600 metres. They're going the mile. Number 1, Al Hareth, Abdullah Al Saidi. 2 is Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladiya, written by Naif Al Anazi. 3 is Fakir Dupoy for Abdullah Al Kradis. 4 is Nenawa, the French bred, for Khalid Al Mamoni. 5, Najib Al Zaman, Camillo Ospina, looking for the treble. 6, Kazwarat Al Khaladiya for Alexis Moreno, looking for a treble as well. Number 7 is ES Rahmani for Mohammed Syed. 8, Al Qasa Ahmed Al Azhari. And number 9, Lazaz Alali Abdullah Al Khamis. And number 10 is Bint Galiat Al Khaladiya, written by Fahed Al Faradi. But the highest rated horse amongst these, of course, Kazwarat Al Khaladiya, if we get another win here at Taif. Back to you, Callum and Rory.
Thank you very much, Anthony Ennis, for giving us those runners and riders. Just the 10 going to post here, and they're being led out by 2 of the 3 musketeers. As per usual, we must find out what happened to the 3rd member of the team. But this race looks tough on paper, just like the last Arabian contest did, but let's add an extra element to it. These horses have all run against each other before, and there's some big form lines all the way through.
Yeah, and horses at this level just a little bit more reliable as well. And of course, we're talking about you're talking about this being a tough race, and a lot of horses rated sort of 100 plus. But you do have the likes of Najib Al Zaman, rated 120, Kaswarat Al Khaladiya 125, and Bint Galiat Al Khaladiya is 118. You expect those horses really to come to the fore in this race, because at this level they're very reliable, and class, as you told me when I arrived here first, class does come to the fore.
Here's number 1, Al Halef.
Course and distance handicap winner, but was beaten 15 1/4 lengths, went 5th to Kaswarat Al Khaladiya over course and distance last time out in a race which featured a lot of these runners.
Number 2 is Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladiya.
Yeah, 7 from 21. 2nd to Najib Al Zaman in the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship over a mile at Riyadh. That's an interesting form line. Then 10 lengths third to Kaswarat Al Khaladiya last time out.
Next horse is Fakir Depoy, number 3.
3 wins at longer trips, 2,000 metre. It was 16.5 lengths 6 to Kaswarat Al Khaladia in the course and distance Jcsa Awards contest last time out.
This is Nanawa, number 4.
In the same course of Najim Al Zaman, 7 furlong handicap winner back at meeting 18. Half length second to Faris Al Jazzy in a course and distance fillies open last time out. That was a good run. This is a lot tougher.
This is Najib Al Zaman, number 5.
Big player here. He's got £5 to find on the ratings with Kaswarat Al Khaladia. But he was second to Asfani Al Khaladia over a mile and a quarter last time out, having been forced to that rival first time out. He beat Kaswarat Al Khaladia before that as well.
That was Kaswarat Al Khaladia, and this is Ramani.
Yeah, Kaswarat Al Khaladia was touching that, was second to Najib Al Zaman on return, but has stepped up since then and had a few of these behind when winning that JCSA contest last time out. Rahmani was 17.25 lengths, 7th in that contest, and has 6 of these in front of him on that occasion, so he's going to struggle to turn that form around, despite the fact that he looks well.
He looks gorgeous in the parade, doesn't he? Lovely, strong, powerful neck on him. In the Arabian Channel clearly like him. Let's look at Al Qasir, number 8.
A winner in the UK and Oman, and a 2-time winner over a mile and a furlong in cup races. 6 to Asfan Al Khaladia and Kaswarat Al Khaladia in the Prince Abdullah Cup most recently. A bit more to do here, but shouldn't be disgraced.
Here's Laziz Al Ali.
Laziz Al Ali was a handicap winner over course and distance. Was a 10.5 lengths 4th to Kaswarat Al Khaladia over course and distance last time, with 3 of these behind him.
The final horse is Bint Galiat Al Khaladia, and we will hear from Shamila about who caught her eye in the parade ring.
How could Kaswarat Al Khaladia not catch my eye in the parade ring? He is a full brother to Asfan Al Khaladia, who is not in this race, so Kaswarat has every single chance to take this victory. Rated a whopping 125. It could give Alex Moreno another winner. He is chasing that hat-trick, and I think it is absolutely possible. He is the most stunning horse in the race. Beautiful colt by Laith Al Khaladia, of course. These Al Khaladia bloodlines are absolutely fantastic. Now, I do have to say his main competition at Najib Al Zaman is also looking absolutely wonderful. However, you know me, Callum, I cannot go against Al Khaladia stables. They have been dominating this season. Everybody is scared of them. They have got 4 fantastic horses in this lineup, only 10 runners, so I think they can do it. Thank you very much, Shamila, and I think we need to put this race into perspective. This is a big race for Sawefat Alayat stable, who own both the Nawa and Najib Al Zaman, because Najib Al Zaman is potentially one of the few horses who can upset and at least get out of the rhythm of Afshan Al Khaladia. They can get Afshan Al Khaladia out of his rhythm, which is massive. Kaswarat Al Khaladia is the full brother to Afshan Al Khaladia, the older brother, but not quite as talented, still exceptionally talented, 125 rated, so let's not take anything away from Kaswarat Al Khaladia.
No, and give Asfan a bit of a fright. It is, yeah. And, you know, we've been talking about the dominance of the Al Khaladia stables here, but this is a tremendously interesting clash. It's very easy to look at the form of that JCSA award contest last time out, where you had most of this field. Kaswarat Al Khaladia beat Bint Galiat Al Khaladia by 5 lengths. They, in turn, were 5 lengths clear of Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia, Lazaz Al Ali, Al Harith, Fakir Depoy, Rahmani in behind them in that race, all turn out again. But the horse that could be the spoiler here, if you like, the horse that could blow that whole format apart is Najib Al Zaman, who beat Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia and Bint Galiat Al Khaladia in the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship over a mile at Riyadh last year. He hasn't quite shown that form this time, despite the fact he again beat Kaswarat Al Khaladia on their respective returns here. He's been slightly disappointing up against Asfan Al Khaladia the last twice. They've both been over a mile and a quarter, which he stays, and he's a winner at the track and trip. But he's just been a bit too free to last home, I think. He over-races slightly in comparison to Asfan Al Khaladia. And I think what he needs, if he's going to win a big race around here, is going to be at the mile trip. And I think this is his opportunity, given he's beaten the big guns already here. Dropping back just to the mile, that is a make or break for him. If he gets beaten again, I think Connections will deem that to be a very disappointing season for him in Taif.
Now, one thing we have to mention is obviously in this sort of purebred Arabian contest, you're hearing the name Al Kaladir a lot. Sometimes it can get a little bit confusing as to which Al Kaladir has beaten which Al Kaladir, and one of the easiest ways to get over that is to use the Jcsa website. It's in Arabic and in English. You can get the whole thing up in English if you are an English speaker or in an English-speaking territory. And it's much easier to work out the form line from there. Eventually, it gets quite simple when you start beginning to get to know the names and stuff like that. But the key element is that sometimes it can be a bit overwhelming, lots of the same names, also in very similar colours. So it's crucial that we make sure people know that they have got that ability to access all this form, all available on YouTube as well. So it's all totally free, which is a massive opportunity. And here is Najib Al-Zaman running second against Asfan Al-Kaladir.
Yes, Najib Al-Zaman, you see, got reasonably close to Asfan Al-Kaladir. It looked like it might be a race off the bend, but Asfan is just scarily good from this point onwards, and he powers away to the line. You don't really see the best of Najib Al-Zaman here because he travelled really well through the race, but I just think he was inclined to slightly over-race. They pulled well clear of the rest of a very talented field, and the question is whether dropping back to this mile will be exactly what Najib Al-Zaman needs.
Here is Kaswarat Al-Kaladir, and he is going to be seen in his replay beating Bint Galiat Al-Kaladir, who is that chestnut number 10. Now you can just see Kaswarat Al-Kaladir in front, doing it the hard way and sprinting away. But Bint Galiat Al-Kaladir, you can just see the little chestnut in the red cap picking through rivals.
Yes, Lazaz Al-Ali, who's second at this stage, but that ends up fading back to fourth. And you see the red cap of Bint Galiat Al-Kaladir running on really strongly into second. And behind that, again, the blue cap. Lots of caps in operation here. The blue cap carried by Hamdani Khaled Al-Kaladir will finish third. 5 lengths between first and second, 5 lengths between second and third. Lazaz Al-Ali ran a very game race, but it was another half length away. And in behind that, again, we had
Fakir Depoy was in behind, wasn't he?
Yeah, we had the other, pretty much the other three. Fakir Depoy was in behind. Rahmani was 7th that day, and Al Harith was in 5th place that day. So all of those horses reopposed, and you would be surprised if there was much change on the order, unless we ended up with a really strongly run race, which would suit Bin Galiat Al-Kaladir, who tends to finish strongly from off the pace.
Now let's do selections nice and early because we know Shamila likes Kaswarat Al-Kaladir. I'm taking her on. I love Najib Al-Zaman. I hope he can show some of the form he showed earlier this season, and that run last time I thought was good enough behind Asfan Al-Kaladir. Got him panicked a little bit. Ended up getting well and truly soundly beaten, but I thought it was a good run.
Yeah, he's now rated 5 pounds behind Kaswarat Al-Kaladir, but I reckon 2 starts ago they would have been the other way around. Najib Al-Zaman would have been the nearest one to Asfan Al-Kaladir on the ratings. By being beaten by the best horse in the world the last twice, he seems to have lost a little bit of his luster. But I agree with you. I think this is the perfect opportunity for him to get some of that luster back at a trip that will suit him down to the ground from what I've seen.
And who do you like in this one, Rory?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Najib Al-Zaman.
Oh, you're on with me as well. Oh, what have we done?
It's almost like the thing that I've said for the last minute and a half was meaningless.
Well, you know what I do? I talk very positively or very negatively about a horse and then go completely against it or with it. So I wondered whether you were following my lead on that one and doing a very similar thing. I think he's got a massive chance, and I hope he runs a very big race. And it is a massive race for Connections, who there have been some issues off the course. There's no getting away from it. A lot of people have said the Al-Kaladir stables have maybe had an unfair advantage with the amount of time they're allowed to exercise up until the main event of a race day, while other stables aren't allowed to do so. And there are definitely some issues that I'm sure the authority here in Saudi Arabia will be looking at and making sure that everyone feels they've got a fair chance and are given equal opportunity to win a race.
Yeah, well, this is, whatever way you look at it, this is a big showdown, isn't it? And also the fact that it's the penultimate race of the entire season here as well. There are scores to be settled. I think Connections of Najib Al-Zaman will definitely feel that, because I think his fans don't think he's run to his very best in his last 2 starts. A lot better last time. But if you go back to his 4th 2 starts ago, he definitely didn't run his race that day.
He overran himself, didn't he?
He over-raced. He was keen, but too keen. And then, he gave the impression that, he wasn't he wasn't ideally prepared for that, and he was still, as I said, just a little bit keen last time. You wouldn't notice it so much. Oh, if you hadn't noticed at the time before, you'd have thought he was fine. But I thought the way that he raced, it didn't leave himself with much for the finish, and I think he can afford to race with a choke out over this mile strip and still get away with it. And I think he might be able to blitz him for speed over this. But Kaswarat Al-Khaladia is going from strength to strength. He's only been beaten by the best around in 4 starts this season, and then ran his best race last time out. So he's going to be a tough nut to crack, but we both think that Najib Al-Zaman might be able to retrieve his reputation here.
Yes, we hope he can retrieve his reputation here. So to go through the selections one more time, myself and Rory like Najib Al-Zaman. Shamila likes Kaswarat Al-Khaladia. Remember, if you're at home still watching on YouTube, please let us know in the comments who you like in this contest. And thank you for joining us all the way through today's coverage live on the Jcsa YouTube channel. You've been blessed to be listening to Anthony Ennis, our man in the sky, and he's got 2 more races to give us, one coming up next.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. You're looking forward to this one for the Arabian Breds. The championship race is not too far away now. See the yellow cap there for Najib Al-Zaman. I think he's got a good chance, isn't he, of lowering the colours of this grey Kaswarat Al-Khaladia here. We will find out. They're about to load them up then. They're going the mile, 1,600 metres for the King Khalid Racetrack Championship for the Arabian Breds. Running for a valuable prize, 150,000 Saudi Riyal for first place here. There is number 7, Ramani, about to go forward. And Al-Hareth in the white with the green stars goes in. Got the first 4 in. Not many more to go in now. Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladia. Bint Galiat Al-Khaladia. Yellow cat. Oh dear, jockey off the 2. Naif Al-Anazi. Little anxious moment there, but he appears to be okay, Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladia. Hopefully just be a case of just checking him out. And Naif getting back on board. Just a little, seemed to spook or shy away from something there. And we'll try and reload the horse now. Naif still not on board, Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladia. Now he is. Still to go in the background, I can see Najib Al-Zaman. And also Al-Qasa's not yet in either. Just having a look at Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladia here to make sure he's absolutely A-OK before they load him up again. Now the blindfold going on one of the other runners now. And goes Najib Al-Zaman. Try again with Hamdani Khalid. See if he goes in this time around. A little bit reluctant still to load. So, not yet for Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladia. For our 8th race here at Taif. See if he goes in this time. Blindfold on. To try and just lead him back towards the stalls. Al-Qaza yet to load as well. Well, he's in now. Let's get Al-Qaza in then. Last one. Al-Qaza, one of many greys in the lineup here. Al-Qaza is in. We're just about ready for a start. The Arabian Bred Championships. Here we go. They're ready. And they're off. Started to call him a pretty good line, with the exception of Fakir Dupoy, who just missed it a heartbeat at the start. Breaking well towards the inside was Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladia, and showing speed to is Nenawa as they go through the early stages. Right up there too is Kaswarat Al-Khaladia with the red cap. And so it's Kaswarat Al-Khaladia who's up there early on, in company there with Nenawa, these two. So Nenawa is going to mix it up with Kaswarat Al-Khaladia here. The front 2 are clear of racing in 3rd place. Najib Al-Zaman, a yellow cap. Towards the outside, the bright pink and white of Lazar Zalali is next in the field. Then back towards the inside, trying to get a little bit closer, is Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladia. 2 legs to Al-Hareth, another length and a half then further back in the field to find Bint Galiat Al-Khaladia, the yellow cap. Another gap to Fakir Dupoy, who's right towards the back of the field. and also Romani is in rear as well. But up front, the red cap, Kazwarat Al-Khaladiya, has a narrow advantage. The big improver, though, with the yellow cap is Najib Al-Zaman. Looks a big player through on the inside. It's the big two now, locking horns as they head for the home turn. So with 600 metres to go on the outside, the grey, Kazwarat Al-Khaladiya taken on by his big rival, Najib Al-Zaman, and they'll go together around the home turn, and Najib Al-Zaman has a fractional advantage now as they head around the crown of the bend with 400 metres left to go. Najib Al-Zaman has a narrow lead. What has Kazwarat Al-Khaladiya got left in the tank at the moment? Not enough, because Najib Al-Zaman has put him away. Staying on towards the outside, Bint Galiat Al-Khaladiya is really finishing well with the yellow cap, goes into third place, but the leader is surely away. Najib Al-Zaman enters the final 100 metres by 4 lengths, still running on is Bint Galiat Al-Khaladiya. Not today for Kazwarat Al-Khaladiya, but today goes to Najib Al-Zaman. He wins the Arabian Championship. Najib Al-Zaman. Camille Ospina with a treble on the day. This was his day, and he wins. The Bint Galiat Al-Khaladiya in second. Back in third, the grey got tired, Kazwarat Al-Khaladiya. But the winner of the King Khalid Racetrack Championship for the Arabian Breds is number 5, Najib Al-Zaman. It's a treble for Ospina. He put away his old rival, Kazwarat Al-Khaladiya, in style in the end. That horse finished third. The horse who ran on to get second was Bint Galiat Al-Khaladiya down the outside. But first, number 5, Najib Al-Zaman. The winning time, 1 minute 49.6 seconds, a good time. Second, number 10, Bint Galiat Al-Khaladiya. Third, number 6, Kazwarat Al-Khaladiya. They were clear of Al-Hareth. 2.5 lengths the winning margin. Najib Al-Zaman lands the championship race for the Arabian Breds. 5, 10, 6, the numbers.
Camillo, well done Camillo, mashallah, tabarak ar-Rahman. Camillo, tell me about the race.
You know, the first thing, thank you very much to Shiripasa, Kali, bin Shirif, and I just want to say thank you very much to Abdulaziz Musa trainer. Very good. Thanks, guy, he told me the horse very good today. And, I know that's what I rode the last time, but I'm finished behind the champion horse Aspan. Today I know my horse, he got a chance, Kasawa is good horse, but I looking for some tactic to win the race. And thanks God, we do the very good plan, and thanks God she keep going until wire. Thank you very much.
Absolute scenes here at King Khalid Racecourse as the Safwat Al Dayat stable have success finally with their superstar Najib Al-Zaman. Underneath a quality ride from Camillo Ospina, Abdulaziz Al Musa has trained this horse to perfection. He's seen him be beaten twice by Afsan Al-Khaladiya, but second no longer into the winner's enclosure, and Rory tactically a masterclass from the winning stable.
Absolutely, yeah. We talked about how it's unusual that you don't see team tactics in races like this, but you did in this scenario with Ninawa going forward and making sure that it wasn't easy at any point for Kazwarat Al-Khaladiya, who wanted to be on the front end. That was definitely a ploy. Najib Al-Zaman was held up just behind those, travelled smoothly. Got a run on the inside of his stable companion.
That was beautiful, wasn't it? Oh.
lovely, and then he laid it down to Kaswad Al Khalidiyah. And unlike the grey, he'd had the perfect run through the race, so he was fresh when he got there. They went eyeball to eyeball for a while, but it was soon clear that he was going to get the upper hand. He got tired 200 metres out. You know, he didn't really want to be going any further than that, but he built up a lead. Kaswad Al Khalidiyah tried gamely to rally, but couldn't find any more. And Bint Galiat Al Khalidiyah, who always runs in that style, the chestnut filly, she came from off the pace to close it, to close the leader down, and was the one who looked like she might rescue it for the Al Khalidiyah stable. But I think that the interesting form line here was that Najib Al Zaman had beaten Bint Galiat Al Khalidiyah over this trip by 11 1/4 lengths in the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship, and returning to this trip has really helped him given the way this race was run. And for all the disappointments of his last 2 defeats, that's all made up for now. The only regret is that Asfan Al Khalidiyah wasn't in this race. You do get the impression that if Asfan Al Khalidiyah was in it, he might just have pulled out a little bit more. But yeah, this worked out exactly according to script for the winning stable, and they'll be absolutely delighted. They were celebrating immediately behind our position here, which was great to see.
One of the most amazing things I've ever seen on a racecourse. As they swung for home, all of Connections are just going mental. I've never seen anything like it. The horse has still got 150 metres to go. We're kissing the ground. We're lifting up owners. We're throwing people in the air. Headdresses are going everywhere. It's a proper celebration.
I think that's something we're missing, and I say this occasionally, things we're missing in racing in the UK compared to what we have here. Winning owners / trainers being given the bumps after a big race win. That's been a feature here in some of the big races. But yeah, it'd be... No one throws William Haggis in the air, do they, after a big win? But I'd like to see a bit more of that.
Yeah, absolutely. You're totally right. And it was there was an atmosphere here. I felt it. I'm not sure. I'm sure you felt it as well. Where there was such a buzz before the race, and the race has delivered on all its promise. Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with Camilla Ospina, who has a treble.
Fantastic treble for Camila Ospina. Now, I won't keep you too long. I know you have to go and collect a trophy, but what a day you're having. How was that race for you?
You know, the first thing, thank you very much to Shirifasa and Kale, and the trainer Abdulaziz Al Musa. Fantastic work with this horse. That's why I rode a horse in the festival. He finished second behind the champion horse, Asfan. But today, thanks God, she was very good, and the trainer, he told me, Camilo, today is 100% the horse. And I believe him, and the another horse is coming very good, but we try to do very good plan, and we send another field in front, and she keep it outside a little bit. And the 800 meter, I enter inside, and thanks God, that horse he keep going until wire,
Were you worried about Kasrat Al Khalidiyah, like Alex was breathing down your neck?
Yeah, she's champion horse also, but and that's horse you had to do some good plan to win, because it's difficult to win the horses, but this horse is very good, the champion horse I rode in the last time, finished second, and today win, and thanks God, she do very good.
Thank you so much, Camila. Well done, and best of luck for your last ride of the day as well.
Thank you very much, Camila. Thank you.
That is a man in red-hot form. And again, Rory, hopefully we'll get to see the full replay of this race, because you and I are sitting here getting very excited about the tactics on display. And it was very clear from the off that there was a plan and they wanted to get it through.
Yeah, it was on the wall from an early stage. Not necessarily what the result would be, but exactly what the plan was and how the race was meant to turn out. And thankfully for the winning Connections, it's very much worked this time. He's been held up in his last couple of races where others have dictated what kind of pace the race is going to be run at, and he's maybe over-raced a little bit, getting a strong pace and making sure that Kaswad Al Khalidiyah can't dictate terms to him. Means that he's settled that little bit better. He's been exactly where he wants to be and able to strike when he wanted in the race. As I said, it wasn't absolutely perfect. When he gets to the front, he didn't clear away. He showed signs of fatigue when he was out in front, and he had to be tough to hold on. But again, it's nice to see with these better class Arabian horses, when push comes to shove, you don't see the head coming out there and the tail going round. You see these horses really battling it out, and he battled hard to remain in front, and it was the perfect culmination of a really fascinating contest, which we've been talking about since you know, well, all week really, but particularly from last night.
It has
really
been the topic of conversation, especially last night, and just building up throughout the week. And this means a lot. And I think our producer Greg, who's currently at home at the moment, he says one of these great things. He goes, Saudi racing, because it matters. And what we saw out here today was it truly mattering. And you saw how much it meant to our winning connections. And as we see the race go away, and the tactics are already in full display.
Yeah, Kaswar Al Khaldia sets his stall out as usual to go from the front, but you see immediately Nanawa and Khalid Al Mamoni driving up on the inside and getting to the front and making sure that that she is going to be a thorn in his side. Now she hasn't been at her very best recently, and maybe she's best a little bit short of this, Nanawa, but she's good enough to mix it with the best for most of this race. So she's not just some cheap speed that Kaswar Al Khaldia can
but
swat
look at the
aside.
gap. Look at the gap she's left. It's parted like the Red Sea.
Yeah, but that's what she's stayed there. Now, if she'd moved right off the rail in a very flamboyant way, that might have left a bad taste. But she's been ridden. Khalid Al Mamoni has ridden her there to maintain 2 horses width in his inside from some way before the bend, so there would be a gap for a stablemate to come through. But no one can complain that he's hampering the other horse in doing it. We've seen that happen in top races in the UK and Ireland over the years. Clearly, that suited the winner more than it suited Kaswar Al Khaldia. But not being able to boss the race has now begun to tell on the eventual third, who's rolling around a little bit, does rally and tries to get back on terms with the winner. But unsurprisingly, it's been Galiat Al Khaldia in the yellow cap, who typically finishes strongly from the back of the field to throw down the final challenge, but never able to get close enough to really make that challenge count. And the winner is never aware of her presence. She's just running on behind him. If she got to his quarters, that might have been interesting, but she could never really get there. And in fairness, that's what she does. She does tend to run on into place constantly in her races.
But what was fascinating was that move where the inside was opened up was done early enough that our eventual winner, Najib Al-Zaman, was able to get enough of a lead before Bengali Al Khaldia could get into space and get running, because that it has to be the concern with Bengali. It's a fast finisher. This is right at the edge of our winner's stamina reserve, and you're worried you might fall into this horse's lap, the fast finishers, but it's not happened. It's been timed to perfection. But the key thing is, look at the jockey bookings. You've got Camille Ospina, you've got Khalid Al Mamoni, you've got 2 top riders here who are going to go through those instructions and carry them out to the nth degree.
Yes, you need to have top jockeys to do that. You can't just stick an apprentice on one and go, try to set this up for us, lad. And indeed, we've seen this quite a lot when you do have multiple runners from one stable and you're looking at, even with good jockeys, when you're looking to set a particular pace, sometimes front runners, pacemakers, do the job very badly. And sometimes they're more interesting sometimes when everyone thinks they're going to set a strong pace and they go forward and then put the brakes on, and that changes.
Trying to win the race. And that's the thing, isn't it? Nanawa was never in here to win the race. I think we can openly say that. Ran to the best of the horse's ability, but Nanawa was rated 103.
But here, this is the interesting thing. Nanawa comes up on the inside of Kaswar Al Khaldia here and poses the question, goes past about a length past. Now, if she goes further clear, Kaswar Al Khaldia can just duck in behind her and take the rail. She's always just far enough ahead of him to make that a difficult decision. The jockey has to go. Alex Moreno and Kaswar Al Khaldia has to either take back to go up the inside or has to go faster to get around the outside. And Khalid Al Mamoni, no one will really understand what a good ride this is, because if he goes a fraction too slow, or if he just comes alongside Kaswar Al Khaldia can just use his class to go that bit faster and go and take the race. If he goes 2 lengths clear, Kaswar Al Khaldia can just duck in behind him and take the rail position. He has to be exactly far enough in front to force Alex Moreno to make a decision, and there was never quite the run to do either of those things, and that is what has set it up perfectly for the stable companion. It's not just a case of, go and spoil it for the second horse. You have to do that in a very nuanced way. You can't cause interference. You're going to get in trouble. You can't go ridiculously hard because it's going to be pointless. Everyone's just going to ignore you. You can't go too slow that the leader's able to ignore you and just run their own race. You have to do it exactly right. And Khalid Al Mamoni is a hugely underrated jockey. Not by you. You're probably his biggest fan.
I'm a big fan of Khalid Al Mamoni. I think he's mustard.
We talk about good jockeys on winning rides, but to set that race up the way he did, Khalid Al Mamoni had to do a very, very difficult job, and he did it to perfection. I hope he gets a nice present for his troubles.
Well, I also think a lot of people at home will be saying, well, why on earth didn't Alex Moreno put on the brakes and then slip in behind and then try and do that again? But on purebred Arabians, momentum is key. And no matter how good they are, stopping momentum like that would have been awful for the race as a whole. There would have been no way Kaswarat Al-Khalidi, no matter how talented he is, would have been able to get back into a rhythm.
That's the key. Making that decision very difficult was the key. And yeah, if he had to take a tug, that was going to be disaster.
Anthony Ennis is our man in the sky, and he can take us through the run of the riders for our lucky last.
Yeah, we've made to the final race. The King Khalid Racetrack Championship. Number 1 is Al Khatib, ridden by Salman Al Rashid. 2, Sunset and Vine, Ahmad Al Azhari. 3, Expressionist, Aisel Al Sahari. 4, Premium Ticket, Double Seeking, Salim Al Ajmi. Can he top and tail the card? 5 is Alakal, Abdullah Al Hussein. 6, Rational Choice, Canna Speeder. Make it 4 on closing day at Taif. 7 is the brilliant Ford Maddox Brown for Wigberto Ramos the Grey. 8 is Groom for Abdullah Al-Ajmi. 9, Path of Thunder, Alexis Moreno. Can he match Ospina and make it 3 on the day? And the stable going great guns. 10 is Anna Al-Maqsood for Farhad Al-Faradi. 11 is Astaroth, Luis Morales. 12, Man of the Night, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 13 doesn't go. Scratch, Agua Plano. That means 14 is next. That's notation for Naif Al-Anazi. 15, New Pursuit, Tariq Al-Mansour. 16, The Bottle Rocket Man for Khalid Al-Mamoni. 17, Go Fast Trowland for Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 18, Moshill, ridden by Ayad Al-Tarisi. That's a rider change from the original cards. So without 13, Agua Plano, this is it. This is the finale. Can Ospina get a 4th? Can Moreno get a 3rd? Let's find out what the lads think. Let's go back to Callum and Rory.
Thank you, Anthony Ennis. And yes, come to it, the last race here at King Khalid Racecourse, and we start with Al Khatib.
Yeah, Al Khatib, a Group 1 winner in the past and won the Ministry for Foreign Affairs Cup last year. Best recent effort was second in the Houghton, in the Ocas Cup behind Houghton of Youth, but drops back in trip to a mile, which is too sharp for him, I think. Sunset and Vine, on the other hand, in very good form. All his wins over up to 7 furlongs, including when scoring well last week, beating Ryan's Party 5 1/4 lengths. Expressionist, 3 wins at a mile, beat Third Kingdom, New Pursuit and the Agua Plano in meeting 38, and has been rested since. He's an interesting runner. Premium Ticket's got a little bit to find. Been in good form most of the season, but his placings are coming not to 85 handicaps, and this is a little bit tougher. He needs to step up. Similar common supply for Alukal, really. No wins here. He has been placed in handicaps this season. Didn't stay further last time out and drops back in trip.
Rational Choice, number 6. Take a breath.
a dual mile winner in the US. An interesting runner here, Rational Choice. His better effort in 2 starts here was when half a length second in a course and distance open and meeting 7. Behind, just half a length behind Groom, went 5th last time out. Doesn't need to improve much, and he seems to be gradually acclimatising.
We'll go straight to Groom because we can talk about the big horse 7 later on. Groom
Indeed.
is number 8.
5th to Expressionist, meeting 38, and then won a 6 furlong not to 19 next time out. Very good 3rd to Balb over 6 furlongs last time. Slight question mark about this mile trip, though, for him.
Here's what I like, Path of Thunder.
Yeah, beaten 8 1/4 lengths by Monchois in a course and distance open last time out, and was behind Ford, Maddox Brown and Groom when 8th in a 7 furlong open on his reappearance, but this is more his trip and he's gradually hitting his form.
Anna Al-Maqsood, 10.
7th to Ford, Maddox Brown over course and distance on his return. Hasn't been seen since. That was back in meeting 33. Is a winner at a mile and a furlong in Riyadh.
Astaroth, 11.
Won the 2000 championship, the equivalent of the 2000 guineas here. Beaten 14 1/4 length by Go Fast Trowland over course and distance, meeting 11. 2nd in a Hands and Hill handicap, 2 starts back, and 5th to Monchois and Path of Thunder last time out.
Take a breath, everybody's got it. Man of the Night is number 12.
1 length second to Ford Maddox Brown in the Maca Cup. and then finished 6th over further in the Ocas Cup last time out behind Go Fast Trowland, will benefit from stepping back in trip.
Notation is having his first run of the season, so we'll go straight to New Pursuit, number 15.
Yeah, third to Expressionist over course and distance, meeting 38, and a 10.5 length fourth to Third Kingdom, and non-winners of fourth over course and distance last time out. He has chances.
Bottle Rocket Man, number 16.
Was running well early in the season, fourth at meeting 24, but he's lost his form in recent starts and needs to get back to his best to get involved here.
Go Fast, Trowland, rated 105, number 17.
Beat Force Maddox Brown in a course and distance open early in the season, but he was getting £7 that day. It's important to point that out. He was a good third in the Ocas Cup behind Houghton of Youth last time out, over a mile and a quarter. The drop back to a mile is a positive for him, but I think Ford Maddox Brown might just have his measure.
Moz Hill is the final horse, number 18.
Just one from 24 starts in recent seasons. I don't think he's going to make it through here. 5 3/4 lengths second to Badr Al-Elia in a non-winners of 4 last time out. This is much tougher.
The Badr Al-Elia is a good line of form. Shamila is in the parade ring, not in the winner's enclosure anymore. Who has caught your eye?
Thank you very much, Callum. It's the lucky last, and you're just catching my paddock pick here, just exiting the parade ring. Horse number 8, Groom. Now, this is a serious race. There are so many nice horses in this. Horse number 3, Expressionist. Horse number 7, Ford Maddox Brown. Horse number 8, Groom. And horse number 9, Path of Thunder. All my favourites. However, Groom is definitely looking the nicest. And the jockey, Abdullah Al-Ajmi, this will be his last ride in Saudi Arabia before he moves back to Kuwait to continue riding out there for the winter. So I really hope they can do it. Groom looks really incredible in this last race.
Thank you very much, Shamila, as per usual. Invaluable down in the pre-parade ring as they go down to the start. Let's cover a couple we missed. Ford Maddox Brown. Let's talk about this one.
Yeah, an unfortunate one to miss, really, because he's the most interesting horse in the race, I think. Second in 2 course and distance open before winning the Maca Cup last time out, beating Man of the Night by a length.
This is Go Fast Trowland beating Ford Maddox Brown when last seen over a mile, but the weight's important here.
Yeah, the weight's important here. Go Fast Trowland looked the winner on merit this day. Ford Maddox Brown unable to get that close to the winner. There's not much between them at the line, though, and just looking at the weights they were carrying that day, there was a £7 difference in actual weights carried here, with no claiming jockeys on either, and at level weights. I think that might swing things in favour of Ford Maddox Brown, but very tight between the pair.
Well, we're going to have a look at Ford Maddox Brown next. One of the best-looking horses in Saudi Arabia and a true star of racing here at King Khalid Racecourse. Has Wigberto Ramos on board, which is always a positive as well. And we'll see this horse winning on August the 19th.
Yes, this is a decent contest, and Ford Maddox Brown puts his best foot forward here. This is the Maca Cup. He ends up beating Man of the Night by a length on this occasion. This is clearly his ideal course and distance, and he showed exactly what he could do here. I think a repetition of this would make him pretty hard to beat, although it goes without saying that this is a tremendously competitive affair. Your one slight concern is the fact that he flashed his tail a couple of times in the closing stages, but it doesn't seem to stop him, and he won closely there.
Yeah, the next one we'll have a look at is a horse who's won over both turf and dirt and clearly put his best foot forward last time out. Sunset and Vine was a mightily impressive winner on the back end of September.
Yeah, he did really well at the back end of the season in Riyadh, winning 2 of his last 3 races, and then needed the run on his return and meeting 38 when behind a few of these. But he showed that was purely a matter of him needing the run by beating Ryan's Party, who'd been in absolutely flying form. Ryan's Party won his last 2, and Sunset and Vine beat him by 5 1/4 lengths. See Ryan's Party running on in the red cap there. Now, that's Ryan's Party's style of running. It wasn't working so well at this meeting. Front runners were doing an awful lot better. That certainly suited Sunset and Vine. And a bigger worry for me is the step up and trip. I don't think I think his best form is at short of a mile, and there'll be no prisoners taken here.
You can see why this is Shamila's eye catcher. Groom, sired by the mighty Acclaim. This horse has been in good form recently, with last seen finishing 3rd, but we'll have a look at this horse winning back in meeting 45.
Yeah, this is a good performance from Groom, and he's hit form at the back end of the season. He was fifth to Expressionist, who reopposes here back in meeting 38, but his 2 runs since have been better. I think the key is that they've both been back at 6 furlongs, and a strongly run race at 6 furlongs seems to suit him really well. He gets on top here to win nicely. You've got a point to make.
Look at the grey horse, not the fast finishing grey horse, but the grey that eventually finishes third. That's Taj Neom, ran a belter yesterday.
Taj Neom ran a really, really good race, didn't he, and battled back when headed yesterday. So the form is being franked, but that is 6 furlong form. He stays further, Groom. I don't think is quite as effective at a mile, though. I think 7 furlongs to get away with. I think he loves a really strongly run 6 furlongs, and I'd be concerned about him up to this trip tonight.
Yeah, we've got a lot of these who have been running in the Okaz Cup last time, which was a real stamina test. This will be a completely different type of race on this occasion. I think Al Khatib was not suited by the Okaz Cup distance last time out. I think he's got a decent enough chance there. He's a Group 3 and a Group 1 winner, so he's certainly got the back class to his name. Premium Ticket, he's a horse on the complete other end of the scale. I think he wants a stamina test and won't get that here today either. I can't get excited about Ford Maddox Brown at all. He's a wonderful horse, and he's been a star here, but the only way I can describe it is I don't think he's that sexy. I don't find him a very sexy horse to follow. He doesn't suit me, but he gets it done, and that's the difference. He is still a very consistent performer.
I think sometimes the way horses stride can affect whether you sort of fall in love with them or not, and he's quite metronomic, if you see what I mean. He's got the same sort of stride. He does devour the ground, but he does it in a way that seems a little bit robotic, doesn't it? So.
Yeah.
And
the tail swishing doesn't help either.
The tail swishing, either you love or you hate it, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, he's there's no explosive turn of speed from him, but he's able to cover the ground very well. And I think, on the ratings, he's got a decent chance here. The handicapper, I have to say, does still rate Go Fast Troll Land that little bit higher. Go Fast Troll Land, I was against him last time out over 1.25 miles. I think that trip is too far for him, but he ran very well. He was in and out in France, though, Go Fast Troll Land. He could run very well. And he could disappoint for no reason. Now, he's been pretty reliable since we've seen him here, and he's got a pretty good strike rate overall. But he is capable of throwing in the occasional clunker.
Now, Shamila absolutely loves Groom. My selection for this race will be Path of Thunder. I think he's improved with every run so far this season, and he looks primed to run a big race here today. Who do you like in this one, Rory?
I like Ford Maddox Brown, I'm afraid to say, the one that you don't. I respect Expressionist. I did look at his chances as well, but I'm going to go with Ford Maddox Brown because I think he has the beating of Go Fast Troll Land, who's the theoretically on paper the horse to beat. But
right, so let's go through these one more time. I like Path of Thunder, number 9. Shamila likes Groom, number 8. And Rory likes Ford Maddox Brown, number 7. Just getting loaded up now. Anthony Ennis for the final time at King Khalid Racecourse until we do it all over again next year. Take us through this lucky last race.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, looking forward to this one. Thanks to you, Rory and Shamila, and our team enjoying the action here. We've had a wonderful meet, haven't we, at Taif? Let's see what happens in the last. I do like Ford Maddox Brown here. He was a horse that I followed a lot when he used to race over here. But he's certainly scaled new heights since moving across to race in Saudi Arabia. And they are loading up for the King Khalid Racetrack Championship for the 3-year-olds and up. Colts and fillies here. They're going the distance of 1,600 metres. It's a mile race. It's our final race of the meeting here at Taif, and the first 7 are in. From that, number 13, the non-runners, remind you, Aguaplano. We've got about 7 in the stalls now. Still to load is Astaroth. Luis Morales looking to get on the score sheet tonight. Expressionist is coming forward. There's the yellow cap notation into 14. Naif Adanazi looking to double up for the day. Still Expressionist out of line. Also Astaroth, and Rational Choice hasn't gone in yet either for Camillo Ospino, who's been red hot today. Red cap going forward there of Groom, a big chance for jockey Abdullah Al-Ajmi to land a pretty big pot here. It is our feature race of the season. The last couple about to go in. Expressionist, who we're waiting for, goes forward in the last one. Moshill, Ayad Al-Tarisi to the outside draw. For race 9, the mile, 1,600 metres, we're almost set. Just backing away, Moshill, maroon and white halved colours. requiring, look at that, 6 or 7 at least stalls handlers attending to Moz Hill. And he's resisting at the moment. He's trying to dig his hooves in. But I'm sure the stalls handlers will gain the day eventually and get him in and win the battle. I think they almost have now. The others are standing pretty quietly. Big field, we're ready. Moz Hill in. Ready, and they're off. They jump away. Huge cheers for the King Khalid Racetrack Championship. The final race of the Taif meeting is underway. Breaking well, Sunset and Vine towards the inside. The bright green sleeves, also Expressionist in yellow and blue, is up there as well. Ford Maddox Brown got off to a good start. Blue and black colours towards the centre. But show the best speed is Bottle Rocket Man towards the outside as they go through the first couple of 100 metres here. Bottle Rocket Man it is, who's now got to the front here. Horse number 16 being chased by Premium Ticket, who's right up there as well. Bottle Rocket Man, though, to in second place Rational Choice. Premium Ticket's not that far away as they continue their journey. Ford Maddox Brown is trying to get back into the race as well towards the outside from Go Fast Trail Land. Rational Choice is up there with the lead, and also there towards the outside the green cap, fairly handy too, of horse number 6, Rational Choice. Rational Choice going on to Expressionist, who's right there on the inside. Rational Choice, Expressionist. Sunset and Vine is trying to get back into it. Looking for those from off the pace. Bottle Rocket Man may have done his running. Running on in the green colours is Path of Thunder as heads are turning for home in the King Khalid Racetrack Championship. And the leader, Expressionist. He's tried to boot away. Expressionist leads here. Rational Choice has come under pressure. Here comes Path of Thunder down the outside with a promising looking run. Ford Maddox Brown is unleashed down the outside, but up front it's Expressionist. The big danger though is Path of Thunder for Alexis Moreno on the outside. Expressionist, can he hang tough for 100 more metres? Expressionist has been up there throughout. He's chased hard by Path of Thunder. Expressionist, Path of Thunder, going to get close. Path of Thunder may have nailed him in the final bound, but it's tight with Expressionist. It's very close between those two. Great finish to the King Khalid Racetrack Championship. It might go to the judge between Path of Thunder and may have got there in the final stride from Expressionist. It is 9 and 3 in a picture. Wow, what a race. He's got there, 9, Path of Thunder. It's a treble for Alex Moreno. He does match your speed as 3 on the day. 9, Path of Thunder has got up to beat poor old Expressionist, who surely deserved better. Under Asal Al-Sahadi has finished second, number 3. And it was quite clear at the end, and Necky's got up by third, number 15. That was New Pursuit who got third. Also came from well off the pace. Winning time 1 minute 40.91 seconds. And Neck the winning margin. 9, Path of Thunder has got up by a neck to beat Expressionist, who fell on his sword in second. Third, number 15, New Pursuit. The front 3 were well clear of the others, headed by Alakal, number 5. But what a finish. Taif, it's been an absolute pleasure. We'll see you at Riyadh. Path of Thunder wins the championship.
Well, there you have it. Path of Thunder, clawing it back from the death to deny Expressionist, who did exactly the same thing he did last time out, trying to lead every step of the way, but this time has his heart broken.
Yeah, he's run a cracking race, Expressionist, and it looked like he was going to hold on all the way to the line. You were cheering on the winner, but it was only in the very last stride that he got his nose in front, and a thrilling climax to the day and a thrilling climax to the Taif season.
Yes, a absolutely wonderful way to wrap things up here in Taif for the time being. But let's talk about Path of Thunder for a second, because this horse has just improved with every start and seems to be relishing running with the Saudi Arabian sun on his back.
Yeah, he was well behind forward Maddox Brown and Groom on his first start of the season, but he stepped forward in both his starts since, and I paid quite a compliment to Monchois, who's been an impressive horse here this season. We didn't see him on the final night, but Monchois was an easy victory over Path of Thunder. Path of Thunder beat the rest easily enough. The question was how strong that form was with the winner going in so easily. Clearly very strong form indeed. Path of Thunder, in fairness, he's probably come forward again in form terms. He's been gradually building up his form this season. He's been expertly prepped for this meeting, and it's been a tremendous evening for the Almondale stable. And Fayhan Almondale looking a very contented man at the moment.
Yes, the Almondale stable doing very, very well, and Shamila is with a jockey who's doing very well as well.
Path of Thunder wins the last race of the Taif season, giving Alex Moreno a treble. Congratulations, Alex. How are you feeling?
Wow, I feel so happy, what a finish. Well, this horse, he's good. He's brother Santos Flash, so he's come step by step. Until today, he did it in the Cups. So I have a big dream on him, so alhamdulillah.
I'm going to be honest with you. I was screaming for Expressionist to win, and then I saw you just coming out of nowhere. The last 400 meters, Path of Thunder was just flying home.
Wow, he just fly the last 200 meters. The last 300, I said I'm not going to catch him, but I keep going, but I keep my horse on the pace, so he don't give up until the finish, thanks God.
Did you think you were going to win today? Did you think you were going to walk away with 3 winners today?
Well, with 3 winners, no, but I think Sun Supply was my favorite filly, and the other, I ran him well, so I get some benefit from them.
You must be so happy. This is a fantastic end to your Taif season, and you're looking forward to the Riyadh season now.
Yeah, I hope I can have a good chance there, and I wish you good luck to everyone.
Thank you so much, Alex. I won't keep you any longer, so you can go and collect your trophy. Congratulations for the last time from Taif Racecourse.
Thank you, and see you in Riyadh.
Yes, we will see you in Riyadh, Alex. Superb performance from our winning jockey, who has pulled that out of the fire. Talking about the runner in behind, Expressionist, what a performance from that horse, nearly doing it all the way, and New Pursuits with a rattling home finish for 3rd.
Yeah, and New Pursuit was pretty close to Expressionist last time. Expressionist was a winner from Third Kingdom and New Pursuit with Aquaplano and Groom in behind last time out, and that form has actually worked out pretty well. But yeah, Path of Thunder, great night for for the stable, for the dam, Sunset Avenue. She's produced 2 big winners in the evening, with Sunset Flash also out of the same dam. And the sire, again, great to see the sires. We expect to see sort of American sires here. We've got Night of Thunder and Mason, the sires of the 2 big races here, both of whom won big races at Newmarket on soft ground, and Mason heavy ground for the July Cup. So to see them producing top winners on the dirt out here is tremendous, isn't it?
It's really exciting. It's just another element to get excited about in the future here in Saudi Arabia, and it's just wonderful to see these European pedigrees and horses that we wouldn't automatically assume would be dirt types really relishing conditions.
Yeah, and it's great to see that. As I said before, you've got a range of sires on show here. You've got a lot of very interesting locally bred horses, but also it's nice to see a little bit of the European pedigrees coming through as well, and seeing those mixed up with such great success. And that was best on show tonight, and that's, I particularly like the array of winners we had here on the card.
It's been a real thrilling evening, both on and off the track. Shamila, I don't know whether you saw it, but the Arabian race up an ultimate contest, we were doing bumps halfway up the running. Must have been amazing to see from your perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, who didn't see that? It was just fantastic. I love that type of atmosphere. It's absolutely electric. I mean, I'm buzzing just from today. Everyone is so happy. What a great end to the season.
Yes, a wonderful way to wrap things up here in Taif, and a wonderful way just to build up the excitement before we go to Riyadh, as we see the Green Stables representatives all coming up for their award here, and 3 trophies to pick from here, Shamila, which is wonderful to see, and just great to have these amount of awards on offer. It's the first time I've seen 3 trophies available.
They must have been hiding them, keeping them special for the last day. But you can just tell all the Mendil connections are so happy. And I mean, even Alex, he couldn't wipe the smile off his face after Sunset Flash, so he'll be smiling for at least a week now.
Sunset Flash doing the business, Path of Thunder also doing the business as well. Rory, you've been through the last few days here at King Khalid Racecourse. You've now been here for 3 weeks. What have you made of this last stint? Because I think the racing has really stepped up a notch.
We've seen a bit of a mix, haven't we? Because a lot of horses have gone to Riyadh already. So we started seeing smaller fields. We saw a couple of 3-runner Arabian races, for example. But then yesterday, suddenly 18 runners in one of those. So we're seeing both ends of the spectrum. But the quality last night and tonight in particular has been exceptional.
Yes, and we can't forget the mighty Shalat Al Nakail as well. But let's have a look at this full race as they jumped away from the start. Look at the stewards. They've done it with the stools handling over the Soo as well. Great to see everybody involved in racing here in Saudi Arabia having a wonderful time, sending them away for the lucky last. I wonder if those stools are going to stay out there now until next season, just left on the track and everyone bails out.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Even when I was at the 2,000-meter start, everyone was kind of, dragging their feet. But obviously, at the end of the day, everyone is so happy that the season is finally over.
And we don't have long to wait either. Can we go straight into Riyadh after a couple of weeks of rest and recuperation? Rory, I'm sure you're excited to get racing on turf and on dirt.
Absolutely. I mean, I've heard an awful lot about Riyadh. We've not been to Riyadh yet, even to see the city. So the city of Riyadh is a mystery to us. Racing in Riyadh's a mystery. Everyone says, oh, it'll be so much different in Riyadh when you get there. Everything's going to be different. We speak to the jockeys all the time, and they're really excited about going there. You saw the smile on Alex's face there when he talked about going to Riyadh next, and it's clearly going to step things up a gear, and that's something really exciting.
Now let's talk about some of the horses that have got us really excited here at King Khalid Racecourse. The first one is Rory's highlight, and it's Al Mamoon Gate.
Yeah, we're going to see him in action here. He's a horse who, it was the first horse to really capture my attention. I'm not suggesting he's the best horse we've ever seen at Taif, but I do have high hopes for Al Mamoon Gate. We see him coming around the outside here in the blue colours with a white noseband and clearing away from his field in a 1.5 mile handicap. I do like 1.5 mile horses, and he beat an old favourite in Musher Jumbo. You see in second, the grey horse there. Musher Jumbo came out and absolutely bolted up in a handicap on his next start. So for Al Mamoon Gate to win a 0-90 handicap by I think it was 11.5 lengths, something like that, in this sort of company, marked him down as very special. He's a son of Aragat as well. He didn't really take off last season. He raced in the UAE. He looked reasonably promising at times, but he looked a bit too immature to give his running. He was sold and came here. I think he was sold reasonably cheaply as well, and he has really taken off, showing all the ability that exists in his pedigree, and I'm really excited to see what he can do in Riyadh.
Looks like a really shrewd purchase indeed, in a horse that we can't wait to see do the business down in Riyadh. Now, Shamila, there are 3 words to your heart, and it's Afsan Al Khaladir. Let's have a look at this horse in action, because he is a star.
Honestly, every time I've seen him this season, he has stunned us every single race. And I mean, you just cannot beat him. I mean, Kasrat Al Khaladir, his full brother, race today, came second to Najib Al Zaman, and just not a scratch on him, even though they're almost identical. Asfan Al Khaladir is just a different gravy, isn't he?
He is, yeah. He's got character as well, doesn't he? He's got all the ability in the world. We saw a moment on the bend where it looked like he lost concentration and might have been vulnerable, but it was absolutely momentary. He then came straight back on the bridle and ran away and won easily. And again, when he beat tonight's winner last time out, again looked like he might have been under pressure early in the straight, but he just clicks into a different gear and comes home with his ears pricked and on the bridle. And you just wonder what exactly he can do when he's really pushed. There've been hints of it the last twice, but he looks absolutely out of this world, doesn't he?
He really is a superstar, both on and off the track. And King Faisal Cup Day, what a day that was. All the crowds came, and I'm sure they were there to see him.
Yeah, and it's great to see Arabian racing finally growing here in Saudi Arabia and getting it the respect it needs. And when I was at the Al Khalidiyah stables, they did hint that they were taking Asfan Al Khalidiyah internationally as well, which will be fantastic to see.
Oh, just so exciting.
It really is. I mean, the world's his oyster. I mean, you have Arabian races all over the world, in the UAE, in England, in Italy, in Germany, so he could go absolutely anywhere and demolish the fields.
Now, there is one more highlight to show you, and let me tell you this. This is the best horse you'll see in Saudi Arabia. You're looking at a future monster. You're looking at a future superstar. He's by Bobby's Kitten. He has only had 2 starts. We're going to look at his second start right now. It's our Motterhead. And oh my goodness, Rory, I hyped him up to you so much when you arrived here. You thought he can't be that good. Did he match your expectations?
He did. I mean, I did get sick and tired of you banging the drum for Al Motterhead constantly on the back of one easy victory on debut. And I thought there's so many of these wide margin maiden winners first time out. But he came out and took on better horses second time out and made them look absolutely second rate. He's bred to stay a little bit further, but he's explosive, and I think he's going to be a sprinter. I know connections are thinking the Saudi Derby will be the dream, and they'll try to prep him for that. My gut feeling with him is that he's going to be an absolutely top-notch sprinter, but if they teach him to settle, he could get a bit further. He could be something else.
It's the way he's built. He's like a small tank, and he's just so rotund and powerful, and he does look like his future will be over the shorter distance. Shamila, we've seen plenty of horses who have been talented at 2-year-olds. Are there any others that have stuck out to you?
I'm going to go for a rogue one, and we saw him yesterday, Kaflahom. I was so impressed with him. I get that feeling that he is going to be a champion, and we haven't even seen the best of him. Camilo didn't even move his hands at all, so I cannot wait to see what his ability holds.
Camilo could have stopped moving his mouth to myself and Rory afterwards when we were talking about him. He was over the moon about this horse. He really liked it.
Medern coming back in. That's a lovely thing here. That is, when you run into the jockeys on the way home, they will stop and talk to you. And he was very happy to talk about Kaflahom and the strength that they have at home in the white stable. But this horse is clearly very exciting. And we talked to other people last night who are racing fans around who are not connected to that stable, who said, this horse could win a Group 1 anywhere in the world, and clearly he's a very, very exciting horse going forward. Unlike most of those wide margin debut winners, he seemed to have an awful lot in hand. He wasn't asked to show everything, and everything was very much geared down. He's got tons and tons of potential. Obviously, you don't want to get carried away on the basis of one run, but it's difficult not to with a horse like him. He's got so much physical presence about him as well, and he's already running to an extremely high level, and the sky must be the limit for him next season. I'd love to see him progress again internationally and be able to be seen by the world for what he is, because he's clearly an exceptional character.
Yes, he is a talented individual, and there's plenty more to get excited about. We started here at King Khalid Racecourse in very low-key circumstances. We had Shamila doing paddock reports for 20 minutes, commentators having 20-minute holds as well before the races, and we were all learning what we were doing. Myself, Rory and Tom arrived, and we were still trying to figure out what to do. And there are a few people we must thank. Firstly, producer Greg, who put this team together and has done a magnificent job keeping us all sane. Freddie, who has taken over the other producer. Everybody else in front and behind the camera, both yourself, Shamila, you, Rory, Tom at home. Thank you, but most of all, thank you to you all for watching. This is a very small-scale production. We didn't know whether anyone was going to be watching, and it's great to see people watching. It's great to see people commenting, and we hope that you stick around with us in Riyadh. Remember, there's a couple of weeks break, but don't forget us. We will be back in Riyadh, and we can't wait to see you there.